Hello, everyone, and welcome to Alliance Tournament 21 feeder rounds. The arena is open, the ammo has been loaded, and only the strongest will survive. Every volley counts, every mistake potentially fatal. These teams aren't just fighting for bragging rights, they're fighting for a chance to stand amongst the best of the best in New Eden and enter the Alliance tournament proper. So we're going to sit back, pour yourself a mulled quaif, and get ready for some explosions. I am CCP Overload, and I'm excited to be back with another Alliance tournament. I'm joined by two incredible casters right now. We have Mystical Might and Wingnut. Wingnut, how are you today?
This is weird. It's only midnight rather than 2 a.m., so this feels new, but I'm looking forward because this whole tournament's feeling pretty good as well.
Yeah, and Mystical Might, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. I'm excited to see some spaceships and some really good comps, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm almost 100% sure we'll see the best comps possible today. Of interesting note, the very first ship banned in Alliance Tournament 21 is, in fact, the Zenithaf. Not entirely surprised by that one. We'll get to the bans a little bit later on, but I thought that was funny. This is Alliance Tournament 21. So these are the feeder rounds. These take place on Thunderdome, which is a test server. All the teams that enter, they are fighting for 28 slots to go into the main tournament. There are 32 slots available, four of which are granted to the top four from the previous Alliance tournament. So all these teams are going to be fighting over the next couple of days to try and secure one of those 28 spots and then go forward and start winning awesome prizes. The cool thing is, though, they win skins just by winning games. Even if it's here in the feeders, even though this is taking place on Thunderdome, they still win prizes. So there is quite a lot to play for, even if it is just on this test server. Now, this is the 21st running of the Alliance tournament, which is kind of nuts when you think about it. Essentially makes the Alliance tournament old enough to drink even in America. The Alliance tournament can go to a bar in Vegas and get drunk, which is quite something. Mystical Might, do you think there's going to be some big meta changes between this Alliance tournament and previous? There's been a couple of interesting rule changes.
I think that we're likely to see a lot of teams fall back on archetypes that have worked in previous tournaments, but because we've had such a big ship point change, I expect that it's not going to be exact replicas of what we've seen before. It's going to be people trying to make them work, maybe including a new ship here or there, so that they can get their upper end working properly. But I think it'll be interesting to see how people adapt to the new points that have really been put in place for some of the ships. Now that we have ship specific pointing for a lot of it.
Yeah, there's more ships with individual points in this Alliance troop than ever before. CCP Zealous, aka CCP Thunder Daddy, locked himself in his Alliance dungeon and just went to town 3 crafting, coming up with all of the different points values. So this means that potentially the range of ships we see will go up because previously, if all ships of the same class were the same point value, but one was better, then you would see that one. But now, if that better ship is more expensive, maybe you take the slightly less expensive. Slightly worse one? Yes, let's go for that. Take the slightly worse one for less points, and then you bring that instead. So it really just opens it all up to everything. And of course, Wingnut. Do you expect we'll see any Vindicators? Your favorite ship? You're always clamoring for a Vindy.
I only like them nowadays when they're flags because I've been ruined by last year. But we may see one. I think we're going to see a lot of very standardized comps, like nothing fancy, nothing special. Just teams are just going to fly good comps, but nothing world changing. So I don't know. We're going to see if you're going to see any Vindies here today.
Good comps is a really strong place to start. And speaking of good comps, maybe we should check out the bans for the first match. So the first match of Alliance Tournament 21 feeder rounds is going to be Seriously Suspicious versus Meta Reloaded. So here are the bans. We have, of course, that Zenithaf coming in from Seriously Suspicious. The way the bans work this time around is a bit different. It goes sort of A, B, B, A, A, B system using a tool. The time along the top is the time taken to make that stage of bans. So Seriously Suspicious decided in 37 seconds to ban that Zenithaf first. You can see going along. There's a relatively fast ban process here. Only 15 seconds to decide that Zarm. Mystical Might, what jumps out at you in these bans?
I mean, they've gone for ships that I think people think will be strong in this tournament, right? The Cenotaph we haven't seen in an 80s setting before. So given the strength of its breachapod weapon and the fact that it can still pump out like 800 DPS without it, it's a really good battle cruiser to be bringing, and it's not actually pointed that badly. I think it's one more point than a Nighthawk. Probably tanks a little bit less, but it's really interesting to see how it may impact the tournament meta a little bit. But you know, since we haven't seen it before, no one knows how good it could be. I'm sure they've done some practices. But yeah, the Cenotaph really is the one that stands out, and then you've got the Basilisk and the Scimitar as well. Maybe pushing them towards an armor setup.
Yeah, I was just thinking this, Wingnut. We see a lot of logistics being banned here. Almost every ship here either has some form of logistics or some sort of control system going, except that Zenithaf. So, of course, the Armageddon has range bonus newts. The Scimitar and the Basilisk are both basically the only two Tech 2 shield cruisers for Logi. The Widow, of course, is the Widow. It is incredibly annoying ECM boat. And then the Zarm being the Triglavian Tech 2 logistics cruiser in armor. Wingnut, what are you expecting to see here? I know we've seen literally zero matches so far, and we're literally pulling this completely out of nowhere. But I'm going to ask you, what does this say?
This says a lot of nothing right now because both teams have picked like their set of things they want to get rid of. I'm just expecting to see a lot of DPS for the first couple of matches, just nothing really like, uber fancy, just a variation on medium gun spam added to the to meta. But we'll see. The Widow one, I'm kind of curious by the ban for that because, in my opinion, the Widow's only good when it's a flag. So it's like, why were you scared of that?
Yeah, I mean the Widow is a legal flagship this year in the main tournament. We won't see flagships in the feeders, but when we do get to the main tournament, the Widow finally is being allowed. Of course, the Kadari state choosing to sponsor the 21st running of the Alliance tournament, and they insisted, "Hey, we make the Widow. We think the Widow's pretty cool. You have to let it in." So CCP Thunder Daddy agreed, and thus the Widow is a valid flagship this year. Mystical Might, do you expect to see a lot of Widows as flags?
I don't know. The Widow relies on a lot of good execution. So I assume that execution-based teams may actually aim for the Widow. You might see your Hydras, maybe going for the Widow, but it does lock you into very specific comps, whereas other flagships like the Barghest, even the Balgorn, give you a bit more flexibility.
Yep. I am seeing the teams are in system, and some of them are trying to land on grid. And what I see before my very eyes is going to be an interesting matchup, to be sure. Both teams coming in with similar ideas here. Mystical Might has also seen what I'm looking at as well. I think based on the look on his face. Both teams, yeah. Well, we won't spoil it too much. We'll leave it for our lovely casters in the arena. Wingnut. Do you see what's on grid?
I see a lot of what's on grid, and I shouldn't be surprised.
Yes, I think this is gonna be it. We're gonna start with fire, I guess. We're gonna see some explosions. We're gonna see a lot of wrecks being generated, I think, relatively quickly. But I mean, this type of matchup to kick off the start of Alliance Route 21 is exactly what we want. You don't want to give away too much right now, Mystical Might. You want to keep those advanced tactics in the back pocket. So these teams perhaps choosing to bring something a little bit off the wall. What do you think?
I think they broke through the wall trying to find whatever they were looking for because there's, yeah, you'll understand my pain once you see the grid. It's fine.
All right, well, let's go find out the pain that Mystical Might is feeling as we head over to the arena with Nova Terrarena Dujek for the very first match of Alliance Tournament 21.
Hello and welcome to the arena for the very first match of Alliance Tournament 21 feeders. I'm Nova Terran, joined here by the one and only Dujek One Eye for this match between Seriously Suspicious and Meta Reloaded. Seriously Suspicious, aka the Barbecue Boys, are coming in with a setup with triple Armageddon Navy issue at the top end, and it looks like a Kingslayer. We see some stealth bombers in there as well. What are we seeing from Meta Reloaded?
Meta Reloaded have gotten for a little bit more control in the form of a Hugin, being able to lock down something. They have the same triple Armageddon navies, but they are looking to kill smaller stuff that they can slow down sooner, I suspect. They also have a pair of Inquisitors instead of a pair of Beacons, giving them way more points to put into Vectors and Hugin.
I like seeing two very distinct variations of a very similar comp here. Those Vexers for additional drone power is definitely going to be sort of a secondary theme for that Meta Reloaded team. Not so much the case for Seriously Suspicious, but things getting underway now, and it does look like the Vexers from Meta Reloaded are burning in as potential screen or maybe some advanced tackle, but we're going to see what ends up getting targeted first. It is a Vexer from the Meta Reloaded side that is being pushed into armor.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have much of an issue tanking this. And in return, they're going for Natalie and the Deacon, perhaps, or Mark Conson and the Armageddon is the one taking damage currently. So they were actually trying to kill a big ship first, despite having the Hugin ready.
And I think the big question here as well is, will these stealth bombers be able to apply in a meaningful way before they get potentially picked off? We do see that there is some chip damage coming off onto them on the bottom side from the seriously suspicious team. Some newts as well now landing on the logistics deacons from their side as well. There are damps off on some of those Armageddon Navy issues, but so far it's pretty stable, but a ton of damage coming out onto the first Armageddon Navy from seriously suspicious. Mark Konzen is in for some trouble.
Yeah, they're splitting the damage, but Captain Salazar has gone down in addition to Morconson taking this much damage, so putting stress on the deacons of Natalie and Silent Luke immediately. And seriously suspicious are going for Verpio Nolan in the Vexer, who has taken half his armor in damage so far, but he is not going down nearly as fast as Mark is.
Yeah, this is also a situation where these drones have been incredibly useful so far, especially from Meta Reloaded. They're pressuring multiple ships at the same time, really taxing these Deacons' ability to keep things up. The second stealth bomber does fall from Seriously Suspicious now, and again, so much newt pressure as well. I don't think these Deacons are going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, Seriously Suspicious have opted for a lot of rep drones to keep Mark alive, and as such, do not have as many damage drones to put out the damage that they need to kill Meta Reloaded ships. They've lost both stealth bombers, and that's 1500 DPS right there that they were not using. I'm surprised they weren't going for an Armageddon off the bat, given their high-end DPS that doesn't apply nearly as well to small targets.
And I think for the time being, things have stabilized a little bit here, but we do see, if you check out that attack bar on the screen, Meta Reloaded are just applying so much more of their potential available DPS and still really pressuring that Navy Armageddon on the top end. Mark Konzen is very low armor at this point, and it's looking a little bit worrying. Control bar also massive for both teams, but also favoring Meta Reloaded on their ability to really pressure across the entire team from Seriously Suspicious.
Brian Pigeon in that Hugin has been sneaking up. He's far away from everyone in this match, and I suspect he's been doing so in order to maybe sneak up on the Deacons and get them webbed with his extremely long-range webs. But they don't really seem like they need it at this point. Mark Conson goes down, putting Meta Reloaded in a commanding lead of this match.
Yeah, and it's really one of these situations where if you were trying to break things with rapid heavy clips previously and you weren't able to do it with 3 ships, it's going to be that much more difficult with just 2, of course. And yeah, multiple things now falling. Yeah, not looking good. Those Deacons under a ton of pressure and webbed down, as well as all of those other E-War effects on them. I think Natelli is about to die as well.
Yeah, the Draugr of Biggie is trying to pressure the Logi of Cucumber Roll here, but it's not breaking him either, whereas Natalie is without his Deacon buddy and isn't going to survive very much longer. They have a great amount of rep drones on him, so he is clawing back some hit points here, but it's just a matter of time.
So I'm curious, there's something that's significantly different between both of these two teams' comps, which is the choice of fielding Tech 2 logistics from the Seriously Suspicious side. What are the ups and downsides, do you think, of that?
Well, Seriously Suspicious have gone for like cheaper versions of similar ships to some extent. They have bombers instead of Vexers. They have worse links as well, with a Pontifex and a Draugr instead of a Pontifex and a Magus. The small end or the low end of Seriously Suspicious would have been under way more pressure from a larger amount of medium and small damage spots at the start of the match, as we saw. That's how their bombers died, leaving the top end of Meta Reloaded to kill Armageddon navies. In this case, Abyss Walker is taking a lot of damage as well.
That is true. At the same time, there is some attempt of trading back potentially onto these logistics frigates for the Meta Reloaded side. The Inquisitor of Cucumber Roll nearly did drop there, but they are clawing back some HP now. I think there was also something really nice micro-wise with these drones that Meta Reloaded did right at the beginning. They had initially launched sets of sentries to apply at range and try to snipe off some smaller targets, things like those stealth bombers, for example. They've since abandoned them and have dropped heavy drones, which they've been pressuring things just raw DPS extensively at close range.
Yeah, never underestimate the versatility of drones. Drones are also seeming better in this format than they have for a while. I suspect because we have lowered the points cost on several E-warships, and we have cheaper Ishtars and cheaper Eoses than we did last year. So people are thinking about drones when they're putting together their comps more than they had been, which also translates to bringing more drones. Despite these comps having rapid heavies, they also are drone comps at the same time with large drone bays and those Armageddon navies.
I completely agree with that. And interestingly enough, as well, like to the end of being aware of drone comps, there was at least a significant recognition from Meta Reloaded that they didn't want to deal with some of that, at least in their choice of banning out an Armageddon, for example. That is sort of a linchpin of a comp, very similar to what, for example, Fraternity was bringing a couple of years back in the Alliance tournament that they actually won. That drone control comp, for example, very, very strong, but definitely likes that reduced point value of an Armageddon. In this case, the Armageddon Navy issue, really sweet ship for the Kingslayer setups, rapid heavies being a really great way to apply damage. But yeah, they do have that massive drone bay as well.
Yeah, they were hoping to not to go up against too much in the way of jams, like a Sarmaz Widow comp, and the Basilisk now, like Tech 2 logistics have become so much stronger and tankier in the Basilisk and the Guardian that they wanted something that they could kill. Like if you take rapid heavies and you take a Hugin and you've got 4 ships with a significant drone base and a drone damage bonus, you're very happy to see logistics frigates on the other side. As we saw here, they got killed rather quickly, and they are mopping up Krakiller and Vav Yasavi for a nearly clean sweep.
Rockiller does go down that Pontifex, and with that, that will be it for Seriously Suspicious and Meta Reloaded, and we'll be throwing it back to the analyst desk after this.
And there we have it. The first match is over. We almost a kind of mirror match Kingslayer. We'll get to that a little bit later in terms of what all these words mean, because sometimes talking about matchups in Alliance Tournament can be like talking another language. So don't worry, we're here to explain it to you. We have the finest minds and me here ready for that. So interesting matchup. We had 6 rapid heavy missile launcher battleships. One side decided to go with the Tech 1 Logi, the Inquisitors, only 3 points each, meaning 6 points out of 200 for your logistics. The other side decided to go for Deacons, that's 20 points for those 2 ships. Obviously, you have your Tech 2 Resists, they're overall better. That meant they didn't get to bring things like the Hugin, but they did bring 2 bombers. So you go in, Wingnut, you have 3 rapid heavy missile launcher battleships, you have 2 bombers. The obvious target, in my opinion, is to just try
It's a
and
Vex.
blast through a battleship because your opponent has Inquisitors. Inquisitors don't rep as much. But they decide to go for a Vexer. Why might they go for a Vexer? I understand there's newts on the Vexer, and it's probably a little bit scary, but it seems like maybe a bit of a misplay there by that team.
Well, I think there were one too many beers down in their barbecue because,
Yes.
as you said, they've literally built to murder a battleship. Just kill it in seconds, regardless of how quickly your comp dies. You can do that. Instead of doing that, they spent so much time killing a Vexer, which doesn't really matter. And they were struggling under Inquisitor reps when they spent the extra money on Deacons. So it's like
Yeah.
they managed to kill faster than you with less damage
Yeah.
and better tank. Ooh,
So we've been referring to them a little bit as the barbecue boys because during that match they've actually been streaming as a live stream from where they are playing. So they're actually all together at some beach club somewhere in the world. I was watching their stream during the match. They were all huddled around computers. They've got their
look at them,
beers in their hands. Look at them go!
the
Hello,
barbecue
everyone down there.
boys.
That's absolutely awesome. So they're all together. They're playing live here. The staff at this beach club have no idea what
That's
the heck
biohazard.
is going on. People shouting words about just killing things. But yeah, that's the Seriously Suspicious guys. Thank you very much for participating. Sorry you didn't win. Better luck next time. Mystical Mike, what could they have done differently?
I mean, so I think what was really highlighted as one of the main issues is the fact that Seriously Suspicious didn't use their bombers in the correct way. When you have an essential mirror match setup where you have 3 Armageddon Navy issues on both sides, hence my pain prior to the match, you really want to be using those bombers to put damage into their battleships. We saw that the 3 Armageddon Navy issues did an actually decent job of almost bursting through one of the Armageddon navies on the Seriously Suspicious team, but because of their rapid heavy reloads, they had to wait to actually finish it off once it got to about 35% armor. The team with the bombers will have consistent torpedo damage coming out, and since that damage is going into a team with 2 Inquisitors, the rep output isn't gonna be as high as 2 Deacons would be, right? So, I think they could have just tried to outtrade, and I think that probably would have been an effective strategy for them.
Yeah.
Instead, I think they tried to kill the 2 Vexors because they put drones on their bombers and then decided to shoot the Vexors with the bombers in that time instead of just using them properly. So I think that was really where they fell apart. But also, the Meta Reloaded team really just did play well.
They
Shout out
did.
to their logistics pilots, who I noticed were keeping very close together despite being shot, neutered, and damped by the Celestis. So good piloting there.
Yeah, and shout out to Mark Conzen in Navy Armageddon. He tanked like an absolute champ for quite some time. So obviously the Deacons on his team there, Silent Luke and Netilly, doing a fantastic job keeping him alive to really try and extend their chances and maybe bring it round. At one point, the Inquisitor of Sven was starting to drop. And I feel like if they had broken one Inquisitor, then they definitely could just ignore the other one and go straight for chunking through the battleships. So I think it wasn't quite as one-sided as the score may make it seem. It definitely was a bit of back and forward from the seriously suspicious guys, almost kind of clawing it back. Mystical Might, you have one finger up.
I wanted to add a point to the bans that we saw at the beginning. When we saw the Cenotaph ban and the Scimitar ban and the Widow ban, I think, coming out from the Seriously Suspicious team, knowing that they were bringing something fairly brawly and also very HP heavy with the 3 battleships, it makes sense that they would ban the Cenotaph and also the Widow for 2 different reasons. One, if you're brawling, the Cenotaph is gonna be in range, it's gonna do a shit ton of damage, you're gonna die. But with the Widow, projection is gonna be an issue for you. So if you get pinned down and then jammed by a Widow about 80 kilometers away, you're also gonna be just dead in the water. So I understand now why they banned both of those ships, and it makes sense with the setup that they decided to bring.
Yeah,
I just want to add
and
as well.
we
Like, I'm kind of sad they lost that one because if you look at that match, as you said, their Deacons kept their battleship alive to the first clip. If they just killed a battleship, they had the winning comp outright, just full on victory, like done, finished, finite. All they had to do was shoot a battleship. That close to victory, that close. Just shoot the right target, please.
well,
I
they're
was so
down.
sad by that.
They're down but not out, so we'll certainly see them again
Yes,
later on. We heard the commentators refer to that as a Kingslayer. Kingslayer usually consists of a couple of like basically high DPS like battleships with like rapid heavy missile launchers. You really front load that DPS, and the job is just to blap things really quickly and just remove the threat. Usually, going for something like a logistics ship. If there's a Tech 2 logistics cruiser, you go for that, or some other battleships as well. So that's one of the archetypes that we tend to see in the Alliance tournament. I expect we'll see a lot of the traditional archetypes that we see year on year. We'll see some wild stuff, of course, like the amount of Dominixes we saw in the grand final last year, for example, not the traditional comp. But I'm excited to see what other crazy things we get this year. All right, let's look forward to our next match. It's going to be Seker Matar versus No Vacancies. And we can see the bans now on the screen. Okay, so looks like we have Seker Matar banning the Zealot, and then No Vacancies follow that up almost immediately. Only a few seconds to think about it, and they go for the Loki and the Abaddon. Then we see the Zarmaz, the Zenithaf, and finally the Hyena. Mystical Might, your thoughts on these bans?
Okay, well, I'm gonna go off of the name of Skirmitar, and I'm gonna assume that they're role players a little bit, because a lot of their bands seem to skew towards Amar, which makes sense. The Zealot makes less sense in my mind, but hey, perhaps they've been seeing some things in practice that we just aren't privy to. So the Abaddon, the Loki, and the Hyena all make sense from their vacancies. These are more standard bands that we've seen in previous tournaments, and they remove very strong elements of both Shield Rush but also some of the control as well with the Hyena, and then the Abaddon is just a high damage battleship that shoots out to like 80 kilometers. So yeah, that's removing like 3 different comps.
Wingnut, this is the second match. Literally 100% of all matches in the Alliance Tournament 2021, no, not 2021, just 21, have banned both the Zarm and the Zenithaf. Are we expecting to see these banned a lot, you think?
Zenithaf, I suspect, will be banned at like 90 to 95% of matches. The Zama, I feel, is a bit more specific, but it does allow some really powerful comps if done correctly. But I am out and proud as a not a Zam fan. The triangles are cringe and fake news.
I think the Zarmaz works really well with like a sort of battleship centric team because they have a lot of EHP, so it has time to spool up on it. It doesn't really work when you're running something a bit more kitey with more like cruiser focus because sometimes you just don't have the buffer to get that full Zarm spool. But if it does get spooled up, it can be incredibly powerful. We've seen it especially in sort of pseudo tinker comps being used to great effect because you just can't break through it, especially if there's ECM involved. Mystical Might, you mentioned the Hyena. That's probably one of the harder ships to fly in an Alliance tournament match, but very powerful.
Is definitely one of the harder ships to fly if your comp depends on you staying alive. The Hyena doesn't have the long red web range of things like the Rapier or the Hugin, which are like the cruiser variants of the Hyena, basically. It can web out to like 45 kilometers with overheating links, I think. Maybe that's with a faction web that I'm thinking of. So it has to get kind of close. It will be taking damage, and it really, really is dependent on how you fly it to see if it will survive being shot in the times that you fly past something that you need to web.
Awesome. Well,
But
I'm
it is
looking at what's on
essential.
grid now, and I think this will be another interesting matchup. Two interesting comps once again. Let us head over to the arena for Seker Matar versus No Vacancies with Nova Terraren and Dujek.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. We have Secret Matar versus No Vacancies. I'm Dujek One Eye, and I'm here with Nova Terra Ren. Secret Matar have brought a very similar comp to last match with triple Armageddon Navy and a low end of various armor ships. They have brought one Purifier and a Sentinel and a Carries to round out their low end, which is minorly different from last match. What have No Vacancies brought?
No Vacancies are here with something pretty interesting. It's very similar to a comp that we saw a lot of last year, for example, Shield Octo or Shockto, some people were calling it. It's a medium gun span comp, but instead of its armor version, this is the shield configuration. Triple Ferox Navy up at the high end, is along with a Scimitar for Logi, some Phantasms as well. They've warped in at very far range, and they're very much looking to kite this one out and try to apply to some smaller things where possible. Immediately going after the Sentinel of Breadfish from Seker Matar. It's a rough one. He might just go down right away.
Yeah, the Jackdaws are amazing at killing low end like this. They're very hard to prevent from doing their damage. They're resistant to E-War, and they are very much hoping that they can get the Sentinel, who is going to be a major pain in their ass if they cannot keep it from disrupting them.
Yeah, meanwhile, though, it looks like the Sentinel stabilizing did a good job of pulling up transversal and a lot of damps and tracking disruption as well, preventing No Vacancies from applying optimally. But yeah, Seker Matar now trading back, taking out a Jackdaw, and they're pushing in with these Armageddon Navy issues. Not sure if they're going to catch anything with any of them, but it looks like they're stabilizing.
Yeah, this is on No Vacancies to survive and get kills. They've lost both their Jackdaws, which is going to make the Sentinel way, way harder to kill. And the No Vacancies team are going to have to kite around outside of 50 kilometers from the Armageddon Navy issues, roughly, to not get neutered out here. All their guns use cap. All their hardeners use cap. They're going for an Armageddon Navy issue here, but they're up against the clock.
See multiple ships now from No Vacancies as well. It looks like they're trying to potentially dive towards this backline. Ferox Navy issue of Razor is trying to make an advance towards the Sentinel potentially and the rest of the backline. We are seeing some drones swap around now. A lot of pressure on Atticus Copernicus's Armageddon Navy issue, but still, No Vacancies need to find a way to start trading out.
Yeah, as you can see, Secret Matar have a very small attack bar and a massive control bar, as newts contribute a lot to the control bar versus No Vacancies, who have a pretty good attack bar, but virtually no control at all. We are seeing damage drones from the Secret Matar group for the most part. They're opting for doing more damage and repping Atticus Copernicus less, but Atticus isn't currently dying. Secret Matar are in close on several of their ships. That way, it's harder for the Sentinel to reduce their range, and they're just hoping that they can get damage off the No Vacancies team sooner rather than later. Although they are trading a Phantasm out now for nothing.
Yeah, that Phantasm was very much locked down, had been nuded out for a good while, and once its velocity really dropped off, of course, it was going to die at some point there. It looks like the next target is going to be that Navy Ferox of Razor, who had dived more towards the back line earlier. It's a really good job, I'd say, from this carries pilot as well, who's been swapping around damps to really force all of the team in when they ideally don't want to be necessarily in an all-out brawl right next to triple Armageddon Navy issue. But yeah, they are at least driving Atticus much lower on armor now in the Armageddon Navy. If they can take that down, I think they could still be alive, but losing that Ferox Navy and unable to trade out for anything still, oh, it's a rough one.
Yeah, they've lost a third of their DPS in the top end now. I do not see them killing Atticus anytime soon, or when they do, it will be too little too late, having traded out a lot of their ships for it. They still are being damped by the carries. They're still being disrupted by the Sentinel, which means that when they're staying at the range to not get neutered by the Armageddons, they are also not able to lock or do damage with high damage ammo at those ranges. And Veradun Amar in the Ferox Navy is also taking massive damage going forward.
Yeah, Seker Matar are sort of putting out the cleaning crew at this point. They've really done a great job of stabilizing. Somehow Atticus has not been taking any more pressure on his armor, just sitting comfortably, still around quarter armor and a little bit above whenever he receives reps. This one is really the E-War show, and I think it's so interesting how it was almost on a knife's edge at the very beginning. If that Sentinel had gotten volleyed off, and if some damage might have been able to get traded onto the carries quite quickly immediately afterwards, I could imagine this completely falling apart for them. But instead, they're trading out wonderfully, and no vacancies have struggled to apply the entire match.
Yeah, no vacancies are finding out that when you are neutered out completely in a shield ship, your tank is roughly as strong as cheese would be.
And I think you say that because we did hear from the captain from Seker Matar some interesting information, a little highlight about their team. Which was that they said that they, as a team working together, could eat the weight equivalent of a full-grown human in cheese in a single sitting. Again, that's a direct quote from the Seeker Matar team captain. Yeah, I guess they have turned no vacancies into cheese. I don't think there will be much chance for no vacancies left in this match, unless there's some crazy group boundary violation or anything. But realistically, we see the GFs coming out. I think everyone knows what's happening here.
Yeah, I am always interested to see this matchup. There's a lot of execution involved. I think the first starting seconds of the match, whether the Sentinel and the carries can go down, whether the Jackdaws can survive long enough to deal with that, really changes the match. If no vacancies takes out the E-War that prevents them from doing their full amount of damage at range, they might be kiting around trying to pick off, say, like a Pontifex and a Magus, and eventually isolate those Armageddon navies before they dive in. In this match, they didn't succeed in taking down the support wing of Seeker Matar, and they went for the Hail Mary play, which is to go in, overheat your guns, short range, high damage ammo, and just try to chew through their damage immediately. And they got pretty close on Atticus, just not close enough.
Yeah, and it was also really interesting because you did mention earlier those double jackdaws tend to be really good at just killing off low wing pretty much immediately. And we saw them actually die very quickly early on, despite not like I don't know that it didn't seem like they were able to really get anything done there. But it does seem to be what the ship should be pretty good for, going after carries, sentinel, even that purifier, the stealth bomber, which has been able to apply lots of DPS over the course of this match.
The Jackdaws are interesting in that they are tanky when they're in defensive mode, but in defensive mode, they lose the bonuses to lock range, to damage range, and E-War resistance, which means that as soon as they're being shot, the carries and the Sentinel with a guidance disruptor and damps keep themselves alive by preventing the Jackdaws from killing anything. So you're left with the choice, do I want to survive or do I want to kill the low end? And with that, all the ships of no vacancies are gone and the match is done.
Welcome back. No vacancies, unfortunately, going out with completely being annihilated, all of their ships destroyed. Excellent job by Secret Matar. Mystical Might, that just kind of fell apart for Novak. It seemed to be a bit back and forward at the start, but then it just crumbled. What happened?
Yeah, I actually thought that the Novak team stood a really good chance of winning at the very beginning, depending on the decisions that they made. I think that they did make the right call to try and go for the Sentinel. The Sentinel and the Carries were really the two ships that were going to make it really difficult for them to be able to win in the first couple minutes of the match. The Sentinel's tracking disruptors combined with the Carries' sensor dampeners, preventing you from locking or preventing you from shooting out that far, ensured that the Sentinel managed to stay alive along with its afterburner. It was moving at about like 1 kilometer a second. Burning in, the correct angle to get transversal means that the battle cruisers and the Phantasms would have been unable to hit it since they were burning away from the Armageddon Navy issues. So I think if they decided to swap and just kind of dive in on one of the Armageddon Navy issues at the very beginning and perhaps force the Thalias into them, being able to clear them while the Jackdaws were still alive, they may have stood a better chance of winning. But I think because they left it so late to turn on the Armageddon Navy issues with all the nuke pressure that was coming out, with the fact that they lost their two Jackdaws, it meant that they were in a really bad spot because they're shield battle cruisers and they've been neutered the entire time.
Yep. And Wingnut, bringing those two Jackdaws in here, 9 points each, the cheapest Tech 3 destroyer in Alliance Tournament 21, thanks to the sponsorship of the Caldari State. Why do people tend to bring these ships? Like, what are they really good for in a tournament format?
Projectiles generally are really good for basically murdering anything smaller than a destroyer and including destroyers. They can harass you from 80 kilometers away. They can be really, really punishing. And this, like, I suspect, I thought we are going to see a lot more of them. I'm surprised it's not been drowning every match. We've seen more bombers, I think, than jackdaws so far. So I think we're going to see a lot because they can be really, really annoying. I mean, hell, just fit a scram to them as well, and they've got a backup tackle as well, while also shooting at 80k.
Yep.
It's
Yeah, I
they're
feel like
very potent.
with three phantasms and two jackdaws, there's a lot of medium and small weapon systems there. They should be able to go after something like the Sentinel pretty early on. That bombers are of course very squishy. They like to be far away and just fling torpedoes across the arena. And Misty, that Sentinel, people sometimes sleep on how powerful that is as a ship. When you get a Sentinel on top of a Tech 2 logistics cruiser, it can easily newt it out.
Yeah, so oftentimes when we're talking about the Sentinel, we're thinking more about the fact that it has EWAR, like tracking disruptors, because they can be applied to anything on the grid if you have the correct module, guidance disruptors for missiles, tracking disruptors for guns. But what we don't often talk about is the fact that with three small newts fit, or two small newts and a Nosferatu if you want to, you're able to essentially cap out most things. The nuke power that comes out of a Sentinel is incredible, but it does suffer from having to be within about 20 kilometers of the ship that it's neuting, which means it can also be shot, which is why we don't often see it coming into play that often, and it's why we often talk about the tracking disruptors more so.
It's not just that
Awesome.
it
I
nukes you as well; it
presume you
also
still hear
keeps
me.
you zero. It zeros you. You never get cap again. Like it cycles so fast. Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it seems like my camera's decided to take a little nap. I assure you, I'm still here. We've turned this into a radio show. Welcome to BBC Radio Alliance Tournament. I'm CSP Overload, and today joining me with this lovely walk through the park, Mystical Might and Wingnut Cross. Mystical Might, I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about target selection in the Alliance Tournament.
Of course, I'd be happy to oblige. So, target selection really depends on the comp that you've decided to field. The first match of the day that we saw with Seriously Suspicious and Meta Reloaded, for example, we were talking about target selection going for battleships because the comps were geared towards being able to burst through big ships fairly quickly. The torpedoes on the Seriously Suspicious team being able to apply consistent damage over the course of the match. So, really good. That would be the best target call in that case. In this particular case, with medium gun spam, we have three Phantasms and three Ferox Navy issues. You want to try and clear some of the E-War, especially if you're trying to maintain range like the No Vacancies team were, because tracking disruptors and sensor dampeners will force you to get closer to your target than you want to be, right? So in that case, you probably go for the lower end first and then clear up the battleships last, um, if time allows, if you're able to. So target selection really does depend on the comp that you bring. Many teams will have a preordained idea of what their target priorities will be based on what they've decided to field. And oftentimes their target priorities and how they fly the comps will be part of how they come up with the comp in the first place.
Awesome. Now we have about 6 minutes until our next match, but I am looking at the arena and the previous team is still there. So I'm wondering if they're just refusing to leave, declaring that King of the Hill, they now own the tournament. They own the system, therefore they have won.
I'm the captain now.
Yeah, they are the captain now. Oh, looks like they're starting to get moved now. Excellent. So there must have been a little bump somewhere in the system. But we have about 5 minutes to our next match. So why don't we talk a little bit about the way the banning system works this time around? So the banning system in Alliance Tournament 21 is a bit different from normal. So previously, there's been a number of different iterations. The last couple of years have all been essentially blind banning, where you go back and forward, passing it to a GM, and they kind of like put it into a spreadsheet. Prior to that, it was a sort of ABBA system, which was inclined, and honestly, it was terrifying. And now we've gone for this system, which is more of like your classic kind of esports back and forward. We see this previously in things like Event leagues, for example, used to run a system like this. And it's done in an external tool built by Viter from Event. It's a fantastic tool. Essentially, just we give the links to the captains, and then they see the thing when it's ready to go. They can just click and pick and choose the ships, and it all runs through um, as it should. Now, the cool thing is we can do a live replay of bans. So this is why you see nothing on the screen right now. So if Mr. Discreet Error can start hitting the buttons, and we can see the bans coming in and talk about them as they do it. So Mystical Might, the first ship to be banned, seems to have been weird every single time apart from the Zenithaf. We saw Zenithaf, then we saw Zealot, and now we're seeing the Brutix Navy. What do you think about this, and what would you predict if you are? So this is coming from UA Fleet. If you are White Squall, what do you ban in return?
Wow, that's an easy question to answer. There's only like 1,000 or two ships in EVE Online to pick from, so that's easy. I mean, the Brutix Navy issue as a ban, just to get to that before the what comes next, kind of makes sense. We've seen it fairly commonly in any of the medium gun setups in previous tournaments, and I'm sure it's still really strong in this tournament as well. So it's one of the ways that you may try to weaken, if not remove, a medium gun spam setup. Seeing that coming out from UA fleets, White Squall might be thinking, okay, they don't want to see medium gun spam. What are they trying to protect by getting rid of it? It's likely that they're trying to protect something that probably has a fairly significant lower end, which means they're probably going to be bringing multiple battleships. So you may want to start banning something like the Armageddon Navy issue, please, or any other really strong battleship setups that we see within the tournament by this stage, right? So okay, fine, fuck me.
There you
I
go.
guess they go for the Cenotaph, of course.
Zenithaf and the
So
Arbitrator. Arbitrator
okay,
is pretty good, useful Tech 1 Amar cruiser, very powerful E-War ship here. Wingnut, what do you think about these bans? They've come in pretty quickly. It only took them 30 seconds to select both of those ships. This doesn't look like responsive bans. This looks like we're going to ban the Zenithaf and the Arbitrator as our first bans. What do you think of this, and what do you think will be coming next?
Cenotaph is very much just again, we don't want to see that. It's gonna be 95% of bans. The arbitrator though, last year we saw a lot of tracking disruptors. So I think with this new change of points, they're going, you know what, we're gonna get rid of the most point efficient one and just get rid of them. Just remove them from the equation. Because I think we're gonna see a lot of tracking disruptors again. So picking the
Okay.
Arby, that makes sense. If they got rid of British Navy, it depends if they want to ban multiple comps or just really destroy the armor gun comp. They might go for another armor gun ship or maybe something different.
All right, let's find out. Here
Heavy
we go.
ship.
So it's the Scimitar and the Zarmaz.
Yeah.
So Zarmaz 3 for 3, Zenithaf 3 for 3 in banning so far. These seem to be your sort of ban it or bring it ships. Misty, back to you. Scimitar and Zarm seem like pretty solid bans.
yeah, the Scimitar is a very agile um, logistics cruiser for the shield variety, and it also was buffed this year with a reduction to the signature increase that shield extenders give it. So it's even harder to hit in a tournament setting now. And the Zarm, of course, very strong single rep coming out. So it has a singular rep that it can put on something, and the longer it cycles, the more it reps over time, which is really, really good if only one thing is being shot. Really, really bad if they're splitting damage on your team. I was going to say the banning strategy from White School, I would probably have waited last for the Cenotaph and forced UA fleets to perhaps ban it if they were looking to bring battleships. because you still have the chance to ban it in round 4 anyway. So this is also something that teams will need to think about in terms
Yeah.
of the orders and being reactive to swapping where their bans are in their listing.
Yeah, all right, let's find out the final ban from the White Squall team. And in response, they ban out the curse. So really saying we don't want any long-range tracking disruptors, at least on a cruiser platform. Of course, things like the Sentinel are still open. And there's a bunch of other ships that they can bring as well. But the curse and the arbitrator, and of course the Pilgrim, are very powerful, useful ships for this particular thing. Now, I'm looking at what's coming in on grid. The teams are just landing now, and this should be potentially one of the more interesting matches of the day, Mystical Mouth, looking at that.
I am really looking forward to it. It should be good. And yeah, it's a departure from what we've seen.
It is a departure from what we've seen. All right, let's head over to the arena for UA Fleet versus White Squall with Nova, Terran, and Dujek.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm once again Nova Terran, joined by Dujek One Eye for this match between UA Fleets and White Squall. White Squall bringing a setup with a Redeemer at the top end, what we lovingly call a Flempus, the Tempest Fleet issue, and an Abaddon triple battleship setup against another one. What are we seeing from UA Fleets, Dujek?
UA fleets are leaning heavily into the Kaldari ships being downpointed. They're taking a triple Navy Raven setup with 2 Osprey Navies as well. That setup will do a lot of damage and tank a lot, but not very much else.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning when we see triple Kaldari battleships, sometimes it is sort of a Tinker setup, or especially one fielding cruise missiles. But no, they've warped in everything at 0, at least for the bulk of their DPS, and they are going to be diving in with torpedoes on these Raven Navies. It looks like their first target, it might be this Redeemer right off the bat, waiting to see where damage is applied now. White Squall going on to the Raven Navy, rather, of Bahadro.
Yeah, those Raven Navies are torp fit. They have a good range bonus for torps, so they are looking to get onto a battleship and doing massive damage to it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of similar in a way to like a Hamrush comp, but with a battleship core instead. Really interesting to see. And now they are doing a ton of damage to this Redeemer of Chadflame. It's actually really pressuring the raw DPS numbers from those torpedoes, and with decent application, because again, that is a battleship that they're going into. Really solid, and it's a ton of pressure onto that Redeemer of Chadflame.
Yeah, that's really their one way of winning this match, is getting those torps onto a ship. And the Redeemer is a way less tanky ship than both an Abaddon and a Tempest Fleet issue, so I love this choice for them. They're just going to have to get him off the grid. Redeemers do a lot of damage. They have bonus newts that newt a lot, and that might actually make them able to claw back the hit points on the Raven Navy for a bit as well.
So they have lost the Redeemer. However, they're likely to be breaking through the first Raven Navy here. But notably, their Ashamu has actually caught the Osprey in the backline. That is the logistics cruiser for the UA fleet side. So potentially, if they are able to get something over to it to start applying some DPS, they might just lose their logistics. But it's worth mentioning, for the most part, their ships are caught up and tackled. Tempest Fleet issue of Yabi is the next primary for the UA fleet's team, and he just cannot get over to that Osprey, although the Osprey is burning in towards him.
Yeah, Leviar is only interested in repping the Raven Navy, and he's probably being damped by the Maulus, being forced to come in to rep. Like, he's willing to lay down his life to keep the Raven Navy alive for just a little bit longer. If this match ends up in 2 Raven Navies versus 1 Abaddon, that is a situation they're happy to be in.
This is also a situation where I just think White Squall haven't been able to apply their full DPS, while the Raven Navies have just been chunking them with those torps. Multiple webs have gone down onto different ships in their comp at different points of time, really preventing them from getting all 3 battleships applying at the same time to a relevant target. And that's why these Raven Navies are just not dropping, in addition to the fact that they are still receiving reps. Osprey Navy now of Airrock is taking a lot of pressure, is nuded out in virtually every flavor of E-War going onto him. But yeah, it looks like the Flempist does drop here. Yabi is down.
That is a great situation for them to be in. They're taking some damage of the Navy Ospreys now. I think that the new game plan for the armor team is to get enough damage off the grid that the Deacons can just hold their team alive and battle ball up. They are not going to out-trade with this difference in damage at the moment, and they need to get Navy Ospreys off the field ASAP.
Well, they are succeeding, it looks like, with that first Osprey Navy, but they might be trading an Ashamu for it. And I think the big issue is that they're going to lack tackle potential. And without tackle, it's going to be very difficult to actually get good application with the remaining DPS that they have. It's, yeah, looking really good for this Kaldari setup.
Yeah, they have like this almost the same amount of DPS that they did, but they're up against a much tankier ship in the Abaddon. The Abaddon is just going to try to like pick off one thing at a time and survive. The Sentinel is going to be useful in shutting off hardeners, shutting off the Osprey's ability to rep or even get away with the surprisingly strong newts it has. The low end of that team also cannot really be applied to by torps. Those torps can shoot the Abaddon, or they can do negligible damage to anything else, which kind of sets them in their game plan in this situation.
It does look like the Osprey is potentially dropping for UA fleets now, and that would be their Logi potential, and White Squall does have that as one redeeming thing about their current state in the match. And they are clawing back some points now as well, needing to remove 22 to equalize potentially, and they still have a good amount of time to do it if they are able to avoid losing any more critical ships. It's been interesting to see as well. We saw a Sentinel in the last match and a Carries instead of a Mollis, but similar enough with these damp ships. But the impact that they've had has been so different. Just the damps overall have been way less useful as the UA fleet's comp burned so quickly into the team. They weren't really able to prevent DPS from it. And at the right times, the Osprey also just burned directly in to prevent it from getting damped out at a critical moment when it needed to land reps. So heads up play there.
Yeah, White Squall here, if they lose the Abaddon, they do not have any way of clawing this back on points or by killing enough of other things. White Squall also are one of the teams in this tournament who are very cognizant of winning on points, having previously won a match where they killed nothing at all because they were up on points from the get-go. If a team brings an underpointed comp, your opponents get the points that you did not use.
Bad now, just showing off how it is such a thick ship to try to get through. There is so much armor HP available on that still, and it is now entering pretty low armor, but still could survive for a little while here. I'm interested to see if they are potentially running out of like Ansel charges maybe on these Raven navies, or might be taking a little bit more pressure here. But White Squall do need to find a way to actually get this Abaddon to trade for things if they want to have any hope left here.
The Abaddon has almost certainly got a reactive armor hardener on itself, and UA fleet are going to have to talk between themselves, make sure that they're shooting different types of ammo into the Abaddon. The worst thing that they could be doing at this point is to load kinetic on absolutely every ship and running that reactive on the Abaddon up to 90% resists. The Abaddon is getting the MOA of their XLASB off the field. He's just holding on for dear life, trying to make sure that he survives, but he does not. That is probably the end, and UA fleet are going to have to mop this up.
Yeah, there's virtually no attack bar left for White Squall with losing the third battleship from their core. I mean, triple battleship cores can be incredibly powerful, as we're seeing in this Alliance tournament format so far. But once you've lost all of them, that is so many points from your comp. And so many teams, when they are able to field that triple battleship core, the rest of the comps often just E-war and then logistics, meaning that yeah, virtually no potential here to come back, really, given the points deficit. It's really looking good for UA fleets. Liking the comp they brought, Torp Ravens, triple, that's a really sweet one.
White Squall went into this match bringing a lot of different options for themselves. They were hedging their bets a bit. They had a Redeemer and Tempest fleet, both of which rock 2 heavy newts, one of them bonus. They had Ashamu for webs, Sentinel. They were prepared to go up against a wide variety of stuff. However, they went up against a brick. just pure EHP and damage, no finesse. They got hit over the head with that brick. I think White Squall would have done better had they also gone for the armor variety of this with triple Abaddon. It would have taken so much longer to kill anything. That is obviously a gamble, whether you take a take all comers comp or not. But sometimes just a plain old Kaldari blue brick hitting you on the head will do the job.
And sometimes, it is worth mentioning that ships like Redeemer can be incredibly useful. They do have bonus newts, for example, so they are able to actually really suck everything dry if they're able to survive for long enough. But we did see UA fleets immediately recognizing the threat that potentially provided and chose that to go after right off the bat. You were mentioning triple Abaddon setup. Why do you think that would have been potentially a little better for them here?
Abaddons have significantly more hit points than Redeemers. Like the Redeemer matches an Abaddon on damage and brings the newt utility, as you were saying. However, it is a particularly untanky battleship. It has power grid issues, and it only has 2 rig slots, which means that for all what you want to do with it, it just cannot be as tanky. And the Abaddon also has a tank bonus that would have come in handy against such a heavy damage comp. And the UA fleet's comp also cannot realistically kill anything that isn't a battleship. They just do not apply very well to anything smaller, and they were banking on their opponents taking battleships in their comp. Had they gone up against, say, medium gun spam or the Ferox Navy comp that we saw earlier today, they would just lose a big chunk of their DPS on that alone.
And that is time in the match. Well fought UA fleets taking down White Squall. With that, we're going to be passing it back to the analyst desk right after this.
UA fleet there taking what I think might be our first proper upset of Alliance Tournament 21 over White Squall. White Squall, a very experienced tournament team with a lot of experienced pilots. They went pretty far in previous years, but have stumbled at this first hurdle here up against UA fleet. UA fleet, of course, bringing almost a full Kaldari comp there. Only the Bifrost was not a Kaldari ship. So, as they say, the individual serves, the state survives. So a solid victory from the UA fleet team there. I think it was Dujek in that match, who just talked about how they just turned up with a big Kaldari brick. They just cast Magician's brick at the enemy team and just powered straight through the Redeemer, ignored the Deacons. This is kind of what we thought Seriously Suspicious should have done in the first match, just ignore the Inquisitors. They didn't. In this case, we saw the opposite strategy of just ignore the logistics and go straight for those Tech 2 battleships. Like, what do you think of that?
Well, for one thing, compared to the Armageddon navies, there's no reload to worry about. So there's no respite, there's no escape. If you get those torps on them, it's just going to be instant death. And they also had the best comp to fight, a comp that can't really run away. So kind of, we've seen torp comps tried last year, and they didn't tend to do too well. So maybe they got lucky.
Yeah, I mean the problem with torpedoes in general is that the application of missiles is very dependent on the signature of the ship you're shooting. So if you shoot torpedoes at lots of little small things, this can be quite difficult to hit. The applied damage will be very, very low. But if you happen to load up all your torpedoes and then head in and find you have 3 big, juicy battleships just sitting directly in front of you and slow armor battleships as well, then really there's not much else you can do except just fire and forget with these torpedoes, because boy howdy is that a lot of DPS coming from those Navy Ravens. Mystical Might, what do you think the White Squall team could have done when they saw these Navy Ravens? Now, you called out a very good drive-by scram on the Redeemer, I think, at the start of the match.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to scroll up to try and find the name of the Raptor. But the Raptor pilot at the very beginning, Makadonsky, maybe? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Did a really good play at the very beginning of the match. The Raptor, for those who are unaware, is one of the 4 interceptors that gets an overheat bonus to its micro warp drive that allows it to go like twice as fast as it normally would. So you can get up to like 8-9 kilometers a second in a Raptor for a very short period of time, but it allows you to cross that grid very, very quickly. So the Raptor decided to burn directly into the enemy team, managed to get a scram on the Redeemer as it flew past, but it didn't overstay its welcome and instead decided to continue burning past the entire team to ensure that it didn't get tackled down itself and killed. But just that small delay of having that scram running means that the Redeemer wasn't able to pull away fast enough from the rest of the UA Fleet's team that was burning in, and they managed to secure backup tackle on the Redeemer, and then we saw it die. So very good plays coming in from the Raptor there. I don't think that there was really much that the White Squall team could have done differently. The battleships were essentially required to be in range. I think they could have perhaps sacrificed the Tempest Fleet issue and tried to allow the Redeemer to burn away at the very beginning. But it really depends on how much tackle they had on the rest of their ships to be able to pin down the Raven Navy issues. Screening really would have been a big part of that comp and their win condition.
And Wingnut, the Redeemer seems like a bit of an unusual pick in tournament format. Of course, it can't blops, it can't cloak in the tournament. Why would you bring a Redeemer? It's 41 points versus, for example, the Raven Navy at 38. That's quite expensive.
So in previous tournaments, we had point inflation, so you could use the Redeemer to kind of get what you want without paying as much for it. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the Redeemer pick in this particular tournament and in that particular match. I would have taken or even a regular Armageddon just to get some points back and do something else with it, and switch the other Tempest Fleet out for like a double Abaddon comp instead. Like it's not worth the price, at least in my opinion, in that particular scenario. But maybe there's a better one for it somewhere.
Yeah, maybe you can take those points and upgrade the Mollusk that they brought into like a Kerry's, for example. That might be something that they could look at. But anyway, it was a great match. We have UA fleets going forward. Let's look at our next match, which is going to be in just a few minutes. So this is going to be Barcode versus Rote Kapelle. So make sure you are spamming your mademoiselles for Rote Kapelle in chat right now. And don't forget, you can bet your Twitch channel points. 75% of you bet wrong last time. So you're all back to the start. You need to get good and stop being bad. All right, the bans. Mystical Might, talk me through these bans here.
Sure. So we have the arbitrator ban coming in first from the Barcodes team, which makes sense. It was a very, very quick decision from them, taking about 12 seconds. The arbitrator is a very point effective cruiser to bring in the tournament. It allows you the tracking disruptors that we've already spoken so much about, given we've only had 3 matches. Unlike the Sentinel or the Curse or the Pilgrim, it doesn't have a nuke bonus, but it does also have a drone base. So it means that it can track and disrupt and put out remote rep drones, which is actually fairly strong for any armor setups that are brought, because it, one, makes it very difficult for your enemy to apply properly to your ships, but two, means that you can keep your ships alive longer, and we have seen many ships survive off of pure rep bots alone. So the arbitrator ban does make sense. The Typhoon fleet issue is one that we haven't seen so far, but it did do well, I believe, in last year's tournament. It was either the Typhoon fleet or the Typhoon. I believe it was the Typhoon fleet issue. So it makes sense that these two teams being very experienced with tournaments may be concerned about seeing some of the potential cheese setups that may come out or people recreating comments from last year.
I am interested in the fact that we're seeing a 100% ban rate on both the Sino and the Zarm. Eventually, someone's going to not ban it, and then I'm interested to see what happens when the Cenotaph with its breacher pods gets used in a tournament match for the first time. We've never seen them before. They came out between the last tournament and this one, so this is the first time they've been they're making an appearance in the Alliance tournament. I think they're going to be quite disruptive if one is allowed to be flown, but also they are quite squishy, so it really is going to be a not too difficult target to remove if you can catch it. Wingnut. The Nighthawk ban is an interesting one to me. I see Dujek pointing out in chat that it's because Barcode love rails. Is that a good ban, you think?
Well, these are two very good teams, so I cannot say it's a bad ban. Otherwise, I will probably get lynched in the back. But that's a good ban. I don't know why. I'm sure there's a very good reason that I don't quite get, because I feel like the Nighthawks' time has passed, but they must know something I don't, which is not unlikely.
Yeah, I'm looking at what's landing on grid now, and I think both teams know something we don't know, because this should be an interesting matchup to watch. Mystical Might, you talked a little bit about Typhoon fleet issue. Why is it so powerful and popular in some of these comps?
So the Typhoon fleet issue, and also just any real ship that's able to project but also move quickly. but especially the Typhoon fleet issue. I believe they have application bonuses, but also they are very good cruise missile platforms. You could also do rapid heavy missiles as well as they've been run previously, but they're essentially able to project a fair distance while being fairly difficult to pin down. The Typhoon fleet issue and the Typhoon will also have utility high slots. These are high slots that cannot fit weapon systems. Each ship is limited in the number of weapon systems that it can fit. Sometimes that fills all of your high slots, sometimes that only fills part of them. The spare ones we call utility highs. They can fill those with newts or drone link augmenters or anything else that they want to, which will make it difficult to run into them because they can either put rep bots out across the arena, they can smart bomb off your drones, or they can nuke you out. So they're very versatile ships, which is also why I think teams are concerned about seeing them.
Yep. Okay, so let's go over to the arena for Barcode versus Rote Kapelle with our casters once again, Nova Terran and Dujek.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I have chosen this as my hypest match of the tournament before I saw what's on field, and seeing what's on field, I'm still pretty excited about this. I think it'll be bloody.
Yeah, this
How are
is
you
what
feeling about this?
I think we've referred to this internally at one point jokingly as potentially a potato salad. Triple Dominics on both sides here, really looking back to see that performance from last year's finals even. Dominics, really sweet setup, and the triplicate especially. Really cool to see a Stratios on grid as well for the Rote Kapelle team. Yeah, this looks like a really interesting, mostly a mirror with just some marginal ship difference there.
Yeah, we saw this in the finals of last year, doing extremely well. Nothing has gotten worse about this setup, and they're going to be looking to snipe off some of the support quickly before they get stuck in to kill bigger ships, I suspect.
We are seeing target paints go on to the Dominics of Murray Rothbardo right as things start off. So immediately under pressure there as heavies are making their way across the arena, especially from the blue team, getting those heavies across sooner. It is sentries that were launched from Barco to start things off. And Dominics is pushing in from both sides at this point, with the exception of that one from Murray's, who is burning away, potentially trying to mitigate a little bit.
One of the small but significant differences of this match is the choice of Logi. The Rote team has opted to go for stronger Logi in Thalias in order to have more reps, and the Barcode team have picked up an EOS and another Vexor compared to the Rote team, so they have more damage and are a more aggressive team in this case. They're just trying to burn through Murray, who is not taking nearly as much damage anymore. So they've swapped over to Rima Ambrell in the Thalia, who is taking massive damage for such a small ship.
Yeah, swapping over makes a lot of sense. It was not going to be easy to burn through that Dominics, especially because Murray was doing their best to pull range, mitigate where possible. The Thalia is the first victim, drops off right off the bat, and yeah, potentially those excess points that were spent on those Tech 2 Thalias and the Stratios as well in comparison to that EOS, maybe not paying off, but there is a lot of pressure onto the EOS as well. Rote Kapelle trying to push the EOS down, at which point I think they still very much have a chance, but now losing the entirety of their Logi wing, it's going to be hard from here. And wow, Magus just falling off now too.
Yeah, Striker Eriker was shut down by the Stratios earlier, but is really getting in with his webs now, and they're going to like clean up the low end. They have lost Sid the Kid in their Inquisitor, so they're going to have less reps, but they still have some reps for the time being, and they have gotten up on the trade. They're just ahead in general. Now nobody has Logi, and the real damage is going to come out.
It's also all the command links that have now fallen off from the Rote Kapelle side, and they're still trying to push down this EOS where those links lie for the Barcode team still. And if they're able to get out another cycle or two of those links, the long game is very much going to favor them, even if the bulk of the DPS in the Dominics from Rote Kapelle are still alive. But the EOS is very likely to fall here, now dropping under 20% armor. It's not a really good position for them, but they are trading back a lot of DPS into Murray once again.
In an interesting way of looking at this, it's the fact that Barcode are the aggressors in this. They drop their sentries early, and then they've gone in aggressively. They are the ones on their opponent's side of the field. Everyone has swapped over to heavy drones now, and Murray Rothbato is going down. meaning that triple Dami going up against double Dami, obviously the side you want to be on.
Yeah, having the 3 battleships to 2 is definitely always favorable here. I guess there are a lot of newts though that have gone out onto those Dominixes of Barcode. I'm not quite sure if they've been going on longer than the rest of the newts that have been falling onto the Rote Kapelle team. So maybe there's some world where they potentially cap out a little bit earlier. But so much of the support is still there from Barcode as well. Having that Ashimu, having the links still in the form of the Pontifex, the Eos did fall, but also a couple Vexers. It's going to be so hard for Rote Kapelle from here.
Apart from the smallest amount of utility on each of these ships, like they don't require any cap to do damage, and the amount of caps they need to tank is very limited. I don't like they are obviously going to nude each other, but this battleship shooting battleships. Like even with the omnidirectional tracking enhancers and links being offline, they're going to hit each other. And we're going to see Barcode be up 3 battleships to 2 in just a second as Devin Penkin is going down.
3 battleships to 1 even, and I do think everyone in the chat, if you do want Rote Kapelle to win, you need to spam a lot more Mademoiselles than that, because currently everything is falling apart for Rote Kapelle. They're trying to push Vordak down. Even then, though, it would still be a 2-to-1 lead with these triple Dominixes. And yeah, I'm just wondering, like, is the Stratios and the Tech 2 Logi ever worth it, Dujek?
Oh, I mean, absolutely Tech 2 Logi can be worth it. I think that just depends on how you are playing. I think that in this matchup in particular, if you were expecting a mirror, paying a lot for Logi just doesn't make all that much sense. The Logi against sentry drones and being webbed down by the Ashimu to be killed by bigger drones, obviously you're not getting your mileage out of having better Logi, and having more points in the rest of your comp is going to be great. I think you're happy to make that trade in this case, but if you're up against other comps, you might be feeling more comfortable with Tech 2 Logi.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think, like, especially watching this Pontifex as he burns around here, I keep noticing these command links go off and barely cover the rest of their team, just ensuring that they're going to be at peak armor effectiveness, I guess, while the Pontifex is able to prevent damage from landing on them. They're hovering outside of range so they can't be pressured. And then at the right moment, they always dive in, just barely ensuring that all their team will make use of those command bursts. Yeah, I think it's beautifully flown. Last Dominix now from Rote Kapelle falling. All that's left is the Cruiser Core, Vexer, Ashimu, Stratios. I don't know if they're going to be able to kill anything else.
No, almost certainly not. They had a little bit more I don't know. I don't love the Stratios. I think the Stratios is a little bit expensive for what it does these days. Like having 2 Vexers and an Eos for the downgrade in Logi seems to me like a great trade.
No, I'll say that's heresy right there. Stratios, such a cool looking ship and so cool to be seeing it in the arena. It has to have been a good choice, but maybe our analysts will be able to tell us a little bit more about that after. But still, a couple minutes remaining. I am interested to see if potentially they'll be able to break maybe this Ashimu if they do give up on the Dominix of Huikant. But it's looking rough, and the Stratios is also probably about to fall.
I mean, if we were basing our analysis on how cool the ships are, absolutely put the Stratios on top in this entire match. I can just hear Kaldari crying over their inability to jam drones right about now. Like, not any Kaldari ships in this match, but the Kaldari want this tournament to showcase their stuff, and here they are being killed by their mortal enemies, the Galente.
They are. We did see a boundary violation there, but at this point, it was because the team knew the writing was on the wall. Yeah, Rote Kapelle, I guess, gave it a really good shot there, but I do love the decisions that Barcode was making with how they wanted to take this one down. The Vexer of Asura Zem had very much run the Rote Kapelle. I believe it was their Stratios? No, it was their Vexer, I believe. He ran them out of the arena. It's now burning back to try to help take down this Ashimu, and Ashimu dropping very quickly here. We might be able to see some of these new fire effects on the hull damage.
For new players to the tournament, new watchers, When you're losing, people will often boundary on purpose in order to get the boundary record. That Vexor went 212 kilometers out of the arena, which is quite far for such a slow ship. You'll see much better boundaries from interceptors, for instance.
And with that, we're going to be passing it back for some analysis.
Barcode there taking the victory over Rote Kapelle in a bit of a mirror match, drone versus drone setup. There was a lot of people there just pressing F repeatedly and sending clouds of drones back and forward across the grid. Barcode had it under control, and they were able to dismantle the Rote team relatively painlessly. Mystical Might, your thoughts on that match?
I mean, it was a very interesting match. First drone setup that we've seen this tournament. And I think it highlighted a few interesting little tidbits that people should take into account if they want to use drones themselves. The both comps actually were lacking in both webs and target painters. Typically, when we see drone setups, especially ones that will put out sentries first, you will have a target painting ship to make sure that the signature size of the ship, which is effectively the size of the ship that you're shooting at, is massively increased, which makes it easier for your drones to hit them immediately. With heavy drones, we also often see webs coming out. Okay, Dujak has corrected me. There was an Ashimu, but I don't count the Ashimu as a webbing ship because it's trash. With heavy drones, you oftentimes have webs to make sure that your drones can stay on the ship that you are shooting. It makes it very easy for those drones to apply. So I found it interesting that sentries came out at the very beginning from, I believe it was the Barcode team, but they did the correct choice of abandoning those drones once they got in closer and putting out heavy drones so that they could go through the lower end, getting rid of those Valente Tech 2 Thalias, and then moving on to the rest of the ships there.
Awesome. And Wingnut, we heard Mystical Might just there talk about abandoning drones. Tell me a bit about that. Like, why would you want to abandon drones? They're your main DPS. Like, what possible reason would you do that?
Well, normally it's for situations like flight time. Let's say you've got your drones chasing a target and they're a billion miles away and there's a target right in front of you. You abandon your drones, pull up the next set, and get damage on now. The sentries are because they are over there and they can't come back to you. So you can't pull them back in and they're not hitting anymore. Get rid of them, pull your next set of drones out, and put some real damage down. But it
Yeah.
allows them to do at the start, snipe something, and then immediately transition over to being a brawl comp. So it's a very good switch.
And what do you think of the Stratios here in this comp? I've never particularly been a big fan of the Stratios in Alliance Tournament comps. I feel like it's just the poor man's Ishtar. It's kind of a bit bland, doesn't have a good mouthfeel in these type of comps. Why would you bring that particular ship?
I would prefer to bring a Vexor, which the other team did, which the other team did use to tackle said Stratios. So I just bring a Vexor personally, but I guess it just more raw drone damage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he has some probes and he wants to do some scanning afterwards, but unfortunately he died, so he can't do that.
You can't cloak.
And then, Mystical Might, why is the Ashimu, as you have described it, a Trashimu?
Okay, so I'm sure that there have been some changes to the Ashimu since last it was used properly by myself and my friends on TQ. But my experience with the Ashimu was essentially it ran its mic warp drive and it capped itself out. So
That sounds like a skill issue. Have you
I
tried
know
getting better?
it is just it was garbage. I still think it
Or
is
maybe
probably
you were
garbage.
garbage. Have you
I
checked
wasn't the one
that?
flying it, so
I
it's
see.
But
Interesting.
okay, the Ashimu is an okay boat when it comes to webs, but the webs I think go out to probably about 30 kilometers. The Cruel and the Ashimu are nowhere near as good as the Balgorn in this particular ship line, because their webs are so effectively short, but they do have the added bonuses of being able to nuke someone out completely with nozzes while keeping themselves capped up. I don't know how important that would have been in this particular setup, but when we're thinking about drones and sentries especially, web range is the bigger part of the web component. So a 30-kilometer web is nothing when it comes to trying to apply damage immediately, especially when you consider the starting ranges are probably going to be about 80 kilometers between each other.
Awesome, thank you. The cadence of your voice implied there was more coming, but I see you have decided that's the end of that sentence.
Sorry,
Excellent.
yes, I should have
Fantastic.
toned differently. Yes.
All right, let's look at the bans for our next match. It's going to be Psychokids versus Minmatar Fleet Alliance. So the Cenotaph, once again banned, but no Zarm. Wingnut, take me through these bans here.
Typhoon Fleet again. I think we're going to see a few more of those because they used to be a standard of old tournaments, and I think the old point inflation killed them. Kerry's Morse are very obvious bans there. That's very well done there for sure. Finally, Get Navy gets banned. Finally, yes, we are free, Misty. We're free. We can escape.
They just
And a
bring regular
Sleipnir ban.
Geddons.
Yeah, a Sleipnir ban. I've been surprised we haven't seen an attempt at a Sleipnir rush or kite yet.
True. That's a good point. I
So
mean, the Sleipnir is probably one of the most archetypal ships in Alliance Tournament history. It was a staple of many, many comps for a very long time, very dominant. We don't see it as much these days just because like there's more ships available. The comps tend to be a bit more spread out, and of course, being a battle cruiser is quite point heavy. But I mean, Mystical Might, as Wingnut points out, the carries and the Mollusk, that's a lot of damps being removed. Of course, Celestis is still available and a couple of other things. But what does that say to you that they're banning out all these damps?
Well, I'll take a stab at it. I'll try and guess where they're coming from. Damps being able to reduce your lock range so significantly tells me that they would like to either have I was just a projection or a kiting setup is what I would assume, given the bans. But then the Cenotaph ban is kind of throwing a spanner in the works because if you're a kiting setup, the Cenotaph isn't known for actually being that quick compared to other battle cruisers. It does have a bonus, meaning that webs aren't as effective when used against it. So if you're trying to web the Cenotaph down, it will still be able to move at an okay pace, but it's not particularly the fastest ship that we've seen in the tournament, especially if trying to chase down rush setups. So I expect that we might see some battleships, or they're just comfort banning the Cenotaph to try and keep the ban chain going here.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder how many of these teams have a comp that is fit up and ready with a Zenithaf in it. That as soon as someone doesn't bring one, I expect we'll see if it's not banned. I expect we'll see two in the first match that's not banned. Is what I
there's
would
one ship
expect.
that hasn't been banned this match, which is the first time.
What's that?
Zarm.
Yeah, I did notice that
First time.
actually. So the Zarm is available. I can see what the teams have decided to bring, and I can tell you not only is there no Zarm, but we are going for an interesting set of ships here landing on grid. And of course, Mystical Knights, what's the best flavor? That's right. It's garlic. Garlic is the best flavor. We are seeing some squalls going to be coming. Of course, as we know, the squall is in fact garlic. It goes well with everything. It's a super useful ship. Why is it so useful, Mystical Knight? Why is it garlic?
When you said what's the best flavor, I was going to say salty. So garlic did not come to mind immediately.
I was
This
I
is
was
either
in the same
line,
vein,
buddy.
dude.
The hell?
I was thinking the same thing.
Squalls, when used historically, have been very point effective ships. They are actually fairly tanky for what they are, which is a hauler. But they can also fit missile systems and pump out like 200 DPS with like heavy missiles or light missiles, and like 300, 400 with hams. So they are very, very good on your lower end as a way of just doing some additional damage and having some additional tackle. I don't know if the points have changed from last year for the Squall and whether bringing them is still as effective as it could
They
be,
are only 7 points, which is not that many.
but it's still more than it was last year. That's like a 2 or
Potentially.
3 times increase, I think, actually.
Yeah, I think last
So,
year was like 3 points or something. It
yeah,
was very low.
so I don't know how many we're going to be seeing in the tournament this year, but we'll see whether they remain effective in the tournament setting.
We shall, and we will find out pretty soon. We will find out in just over 1 minute. In fact, 1 minute and 1 second. So let us head over to the arena for Psychokids versus Minmatar Fleet Alliance with Novotar, Ren, and Dujek.
Hello and welcome back one more time to the arena. I'm Nova Terraren, joined by Dujek for this match between Psychokids and Minmatar Fleet Alliance. Minmatar Fleet bringing one of my absolute favorite setups. They had named their golems Tinker, and this is Tinker, or at least cruise missile golem setup for Minmatar Fleet Alliance. What are we seeing from Psychokids?
Psychokids have taken a medium gun spam comp and they've added an Apocalypse Navy to the top. Previously, this was not very popular as you could take 4 battle cruisers and 4 cruisers. Now you can only take 3 of each. They've taken the APOC for more damage. Psychokids banned out 2 long-range missile ships but it was for naught. They're up against 3 golems.
Yeah, and you'll notice these golems are pretty much just sitting there and not doing anything. Typically, these are fit in a way without any prop mod. So they're just going to apply cruise missile DPS consistently all the way across the arena. No matter how far away that these ships kite from the armor setup, it's not going to be far enough. So they're just going to keep trying to consistently apply. Issue here is that so far it looks like the armor setup is pretty stable. The Brutix Navy was the first choice from this golem setup, and they're unable to push them past around 60% armor. Meanwhile, the low end is starting to fall off here from Minmatar fleet.
Yeah, Psychokids are kiting back, trying to pick off some of the support ships, and then at some point they're going to have to turn right around and actually kill a golem. They aren't losing the Brutix Navy yet. They got out of the range of those Squalls rather early. Squalls do up to 350 DPS up close. I don't actually know. Well, I haven't checked what kind of weapon system they were rocking yet. But not taking all the damage at once in order to turn around is the legit strategy. If they trade the Brutix Navy issue for both Logi, both Squalls, I think they're pretty happy with that when they go back in. The Golems are going to have massive tank. They have, they've decided to not have prop mods in order to have more tank, and it's just going to be a race against time. Sycamoria is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I'm expecting to see here some cap transfers start taking effect as well, so that this golem is able to maintain Ensil reps, even without having the charges. But wow, I think the golem might be falling here, all the way pushed into mid hull. Did not expect to see that happen, but the first golem does go down. That's a massive blow to this Tinker setup.
Yeah, this is going to favor Psychokids a lot. These golems are not repping enough. Like, either they only have one XLASB or they started too late. They, whatever is happening to them, they're not as tanky as they should be.
At least with a bit of time here, Psychokids have burned in a lot, so they are able to better apply some close range ammo that will deal a little bit more DPS to these ships. But I am surprised to see that they haven't been going for bumps either to break apart this core of ships that are likely cap transferring back and forth between one another. That is one of the key ways that you can break apart a Tinker like this, especially when those ships are not really moving. But it seems so far, at least, like they have been able to break through most of the comp. I wonder whether they're just going to continue trying to push through the second golem here of Kermes, or whether they might try to get rid of the rest of the low end first. But Minmatar fleet still doing their best to trade back, putting some amount of damage into the Omen of Yoshitoshi here.
I think perhaps the first golem dying was a player error and starting too late, or having run out of charges earlier when he wasn't taking a lot of damage or something. One of the reasons why Psychokids want to stay at the longest possible range they can with the highest damage ammo they can is because golems have 4 utility high slots. They do not get to have Bastion in this or any other tournament. They also, even if they have a cap transfer, they're likely rocking multiple large newts, and that would shut the damage of Psychokids down if they were in at ramming and bumping ranges. So staying at the 20-25 kilometer range of high damage ammo is ideal. Kermes in the golem has run out of charges and has died.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not so surprised to see that happen for the second golem, especially if the first one breaks, that the second one will then, when it's unable to get as many potential remote capacitor transmitters. But the fact that the first one died, I almost wonder whether it's possible that the pilot forgot to set auto reload off on the Ensil booster, which you assume is on these golems. It's typically the way that you want to make the tank work in a comp like this, where you're able to just keep using it forever, even after running out of those charges, because you're able to receive so much cap from your other ships in the core of your comp. But it didn't seem to be the case. They went down so surprisingly quickly. They do manage to kill another ship or two here from the Psychokids side, but with just the one golem in Nighthawk for real DPS, I think it's going handily in Psychokids' favor.
Yeah, the golems have a massive application bonus in the double strength bonus paints. I am wondering how this match would have turned out for them if they had say, killed all the omens earlier and traded more efficiently. The Brutix Navy issue of Psychokids died very slowly in the start, in part because it was so fast. Even if golems can apply to small targets by painting them into a larger size, they're not negating the speed of their target that much with missile mechanics. They might have been better off killing softer targets to put them ahead on trades early. And as people are pointing out, if the first golem had tanked properly, I think they're going to be kicking themselves for that.
We actually just saw a little bit of an interesting battle over on the sidelines there between the Hecate pilot and the Raptor pilot, who I believe the Hecate chased down the Raptor, was able to land tackle, but the Raptor was able to just slow boat away from it for long enough that it was able to then escape. But the Raptor does eventually die. And yeah, now just Golem, Nighthawk, Skybreaker left. I don't think Skybreaker is going to help much. I wonder if they're going to be able to pressure this Augurer at all. It seems like some damage is coming across the Psychokids team now. I've seen the Augurer take damage, the Hecate, Absolution. Yeah, and then there's also some drones who are chasing down an Omen, it looks like.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's not going to matter too much. The Nighthawk here probably is a 4-link Nighthawk with a cap transfer and a NOS and an XLASP. That's the standard Nighthawk fits that you see in Tinker comps. All utility, all links, all strong links, and it just sits there like a brick, enabling the golems to tank more. It can't kill anything. Nothing more is going to die other than the Nighthawk and the Skybreaker.
Yeah, interesting to see these garlic squalls get fielded as well into the comp. It is one of these scenarios where they are able to use their bonus cargo bay even to drop cap booster charges over to the other ships in the comp. They can potentially also be part of that cap transfer, but overall unable to leverage that. It's just the Nighthawk now left for the Minmatar Fleet Alliance team, and we're seeing good fights go out in local.
I am impressed by the Psychokids piloting of this. I think that they made a lot of good choices. Like, they've faced Tinkers before, I suspect. It's good to have a game plan for each of the archetypes you're going to go up against in the tournament. And they were not hesitating. They killed the low end, saved themselves as much damage as possible, went in, avoided the newts, and won the game.
Yeah, looks like we are seeing the Nighthawk try their best to stay alive and apply some additional DPS. The Hecate did get actually dropped into Hull there at one point, so I was a little bit worried for him. It's still possible they'll be able to get something done there, but it's just a race for points here. I don't think Minmatar Fleet Alliance can ever win with just this Nighthawk against such an impressive core that's still left over from Psychokids. Loving seeing this Napok as a potential ship to slot in and make that medium gun spam comp work, despite not being medium guns anymore when they're that Napok.
Yeah, it's specifically taken because it's bonus to both range and tracking. It kind of fits in somewhat.
With
And with
that,
that,
we're going to be passing it back to the analysts.
Welcome back. There you go. So, Psychokids taking it over Minmatar Fleet Alliance. But I will point out, Minmatar Fleet competed in Alliance Tournament 20 in the feeders. They went 0-200 in both matches, killing not a single ship in the entire tournament. And now they've killed 4 ships. So, that's improvement. It's improvement like that. They are arguably, measurably better than last year.
That match was sad, man. Like, I saw so much potential there. Like I saw like this could actually maybe work. And then the first golem died in seconds, and I didn't see a rep go off. I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
oh
I
my
think
heart.
I mean, we've all been there. Anyone who's ever played in a tournament match before, if you've not done it, it is unbelievably stressful at times, especially if you're new to the tournament scene. Even if you're experienced, if you get to the higher matches, like later on, the pressure really does ramp up, and you really have to be paying a lot of attention. And you can get like the old shaky hands, and it's quite easy to make just a simple mistake. And I think that's maybe what happened with one of those golems. Just we didn't see any reps, or at least if it started repping way too late. Of course, we're just speculating at this point, but that first golem died so much quicker than the second one. As Wingman says, if it stayed alive, perhaps that match would have gone a little bit different. Mystical Might, can you kind of run us through that type of composition? That's what we tend to call a tinker or a pseudo tinker. Can you kind of explain that for us?
Sure. So, how a Tinker setup works in the new age is that you will have a battleship core. In this case, it was 3 golems, and then you'd supplement that with a Lynx battle cruiser or 2. In this case, we saw the Nighthawk. You want to make sure that your Tinker, your battleships actually have links, because the links are a huge component of being able to tank properly. And the way that the Tinker works is that each ship will have a cap transfer, and you'll kind of just cap transfer the person that's being shot. There is a module in the game called an ancillary shield booster, which you can load with cap boosters. And as long as you have cap boosters in that ancillary shield booster, you will be blasted with some shields, but it won't take any capacitor. The moment that runs out, the capacitor cost of an ancillary shield booster is massively more than a normal shield booster. So the way that you get around that is, instead of reloading when you run out, you continue to feed capacitor into the person that's being shot, and that allows them to run the ASB from their capacitor pool, so they just keep tanking, essentially. It's a more effective setup in previous years, where we've had things like logistics Tech 3 cruisers allowed in the tournament, because you could basically just feed cap into the Tech 3 cruiser, and then it would tank, and it would be able to rep anybody else that gets shot. So they're less good nowadays, but I still think this one had a chance to win if they just played a little bit better.
Yeah, I think I agree. And of course, those squalls able to carry a lot of cap boosters as well. There was some chatter in our production channel wondering if the Psychokids team were going to shoot the wrecks. But of course, just because the squall's dead doesn't mean that that wreck isn't full of cap boosters. So sometimes it's good if you're going up against a Tinker comp and you're struggling to break them, then make sure you shoot the wrecks. So let's talk a bit more with Wingnut. Wingnut.
Uno momento, 1 second, 1 second. Before we move away
Mystical
from
Might
the
University of New Eden.
Sorry, what before we move away from shooting the wrecks, because that's a really big part of bump, man. I don't know how many of you understand that there is collision in the game. You know, you can ram your ship into something and it moves it, depending on how much mass you have and it has. The Tinker relies on being within like 6 kilometers of each other, because they don't have any bonuses to the range of a cap transfer.
And
So
no
if you
prop mods.
and no prop mods. So if you break their ability to cap transfer, they just don't tank.
Yep.
That's it.
Or you can just ask them not to tank, and then they die.
Well, yeah, pay
Apparently
them
that
out, and then the guy will
Yeah.
just die immediately at the very beginning and throw your team's chances. Yes, that's
Yeah.
also a potential option.
So in terms of strategies for this sort of cruise golem tinker, for cruise missiles can reach out and pretty much hit anything in the arena. You don't have to move around; you just shoot things. There are 2 really advanced strategies for this. Strategy number 1 is rep when being shot. Strategy 2 is target calling. Now you can hit anything pretty well. It was mentioned during the fight by the casters. The golem gets a pretty significant bonus to its target painters, so it can hit smaller things like the omens. Wingnut, the augurer, it's Tech 1 resists. Why not shoot for that? Oh, here we go. We see about target painting. Yeah, so target painters increase the apparent size of the target ship, making it more vulnerable. There you go. Makes it appear like it's a big thing, so that you can shoot your big missiles at it and do lots of boom boom damage. But Wingnut, why would you not shoot the augurer? That seems to me like an obvious first choice.
Yeah, I think you just answered the question there. Why not shoot the augurer? Now, they may be worried that they had a lot of rep drones potentially that they couldn't maybe break through, but they had a lot of DPS drones and even E-War drones. So surely they had no drone bay left for rep drones. So at some point, you should have just gone, you know what? Screw it. That thing needs to die. And it can't run from you. It can't
Yeah.
escape you. You can shoot most of the arena. There's nothing it can do. They just kind of had a gentleman's agreement to not shoot the augurer, I guess. Maybe he paid them off.
Yeah, even at the end, we saw the augurer was getting a bit of pressure just from the skybreaker alone. So I feel like 3 golems firing missiles into it would have either forced it to run really far away and just try and get to the literal opposite part of the arena and hope he's out of range, or sig tank it. Otherwise, it's just going to die. And then even if he does run really far away, you just swap onto something else. I mean, Mystical Might, that seems like they went for Navy Brutix. Do you think that was basically a wrong start?
I was just going to point out, I mean, it wasn't 3 golems that would have shot that augurer, because 1 disappeared. So it was only ever 2 that was gonna be able to shoot the augurer. I don't mind the Brutix Navy issue call at the very beginning. While most Tech 2 Kardari ships have a naturally high resistance to thermal and kinetic, like 80-90%, Golems and Marauders in general, I don't think have that Tech 2 resistance. I think they have something in between Tech 1, Tech 2, maybe even just Tech 1 resistance. So it's not a bad call. The Brudix Navy is a Lynx boat and also something that pumps out a lot of damage and is also able to apply to their lower end, as we saw with the Bantams at the very beginning. But I do think that they probably would have had a better shot if they'd gone for the Augurer and then cleared perhaps the Omens and then killed off the battleship. I think that target selection may have been the better choice, especially since they had the Skybreaker to get rid of any rep bots that would have come out onto the Augurer, keeping it alive for longer. So again, it's difficult to say. It's easy for us to kind of just sit here in our little spinny gamer chairs and say, "Oh,
Yeah.
this was the correct thing in hindsight." But for them,
Hindsight
Well, we
champions
knew
right
this,
here.
we knew this from the start, obviously.
yeah,
I mean,
obviously.
shout out to Minmatar Fleet Alliance for bringing a Tinker in the first place. We don't see them super often. I always think they're fun. Some people hate them, some people love them. I'm kind of on the love side. All right, we have a couple minutes before our next match, so let's look at the bans for that one. It's going to be Standard Protocol versus Portal Pilots. And there is no Zenithaf ban. No Zenithaf ban. So this is it. Is it going to be pick or... well, I'm assuming someone's bringing it. So we have Blackbird, Armageddon Navy issue, Sentinel, Ferox Navy issue, Phantasm, and Raven Navy issue. So, Mystical Mind, what does this say other than that you're going to bring a Zenithaf?
I am wondering whether the bans for every ban in this case is based on just what they've seen today. We've seen Phantasms a couple times, so I guess the Phantasm
any
ban. We've seen
Blackbirds.
Raven
No
Navy
Blackbirds,
issues.
yeah.
We haven't seen Blackbirds, but everyone hates ECM, so that's
Yeah.
understandable, to be fair.
I mean, I'm looking at what's coming in right now as the teams are starting to warp to the grid, and boy howdy. I know we say this before every match, but this one, especially extra boy howdy on this one.
Taking
seeing
bets on
what's coming in.
Cenotaph likelihood, guys.
Okay, so
Let's take bets.
I mean, the Cenotaph is open, right? And I was cooking up a little something in the background, trying to think like, where would a Cenotaph fit? And essentially, I think it just replaces Nighthawk from the triple Nighthawk double Loki comp that you would have seen in previous years. I think that's probably the best case scenario that you could use for a Cenotaph because you still get a fairly strong lower core. I don't think that the Cenotaph is good outside of Shield Rush, basically. So I am expecting to see that coming in this next match based on the fact that the Cenotaph is allowed. I will be interested to see if there is a mirror of Cenotaph on each side, though.
I can tell you right now there is not. And this one is an interesting one. So I think I'm going to give it to the casters a bit early so they can talk over it. Wingnut, what are you still doing here? You need to get into the arena. Because
I'm
we're
already
gonna hand
there,
over for our
baby.
Standard protocol
Actually,
versus-
wait. Before we go.
Why are you ruining it, Misty?
What range are you meant to warp to the beacon at?
Between 0 and 50.
Interesting.
All right, let's send it into the arena with Tian and Wingnut for this interesting matchup.
Tian, that's all right. Welcome to the arena. We are seeing weird things. We are seeing very weird things. There is a Baba Roga and a Cenotaph on the arena, and one team warped to the wrong range. They will be force warped to 0. Tien, there, you there, my man? Okay. Well, we have to wait for them to all get warped to 0 here. And I think they're missing
Me, your
people
friend,
as well. So this is
CCB Overload. I will help you out,
Yes.
Wingnut. I've run in from the arena, from the studio as well. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, undermanned, almost undermanned completely Trigallian comp except for the random Oneros versus a Cenotaph with a lot of damage.
Yes, so this Zenithaf is going to be able to just start getting dots, and I guess it's a good thing for him. There's less people to even get dots on, so he can get onto the whole team, presumably in the next couple of minutes. But I mean, this Barbaroga is 50 points. That's a lot of points. Now, of course, there was a bit of a misunderstanding, and for some reason they all warped in at like 100, so that's why they're all at 0. I'm not sure they're that bothered about that because Barbaroga, 3 Icaturses and 2 Draugrs, basically says, let's roam in.
I suspect it was maybe a joke on their part to do that, but that's just me expecting everyone to be smarter than me. We'll see how we go as match is underway and let the chaos commence.
Yeah, so let's see where the blue team chooses to go. Are they going to just burn in? I mean, that's what I would do if I'm them. And Misty was pretty much bang on. He said sort of almost like a shield rush, and this is kind of what we're looking at here. Red team come flying in. We're going to see the dots start to land from that Zenithaf. They're choosing to go for the Neros first, which, to be honest, good shout because the rest of the team are just going to be a lot more tanky.
Oh, what a face-hugging rush as well. They will just charge straight in and they're just going to obliterate their own Neros. There's a bunch of rep drones on it, and I'm telling you, it's not going to matter. That's so much damage.
There's a lot of damage. And the Barbaroga, it in theory, it can do a lot of damage, but it does take a long time to spool up, and it's better on single big targets. So
Their
really, you want
entire
to,
team takes a long time to spool up. Everything
yes.
does. They have nothing but spool.
They have nothing but spool. Well, they didn't bring the Zarm. They could have had spooling Logi as well. That would have been even more fun. But I mean, they really want to go up against things like comps with battleships because they can just spool on them. That's not really what they want to see as a bunch of cruisers and battle cruisers here.
These guys want to spool
Hello,
so
hello,
damn
can
much
you
they're
hear
going to be spooling into the next match. So
I
much.
think I
spool.
heard Tian. Did we just hear Tian?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, welcome.
Yay!
I'll leave you to it.
Yep.
I am
How's
very
it
sorry
going?
for
Welcome
that.
back.
Apparently, I had some Discord issues. I'm here now. Yeah, right in.
You missed the most crazy start to a match we've ever seen. Well,
Yeah,
probably
it's
not. But, you know.
crazy. Okay, so Standard Protocol seems to be still very much untouched, and they have all the damage going out from the Cenotaph, with the Barbaroga suffering in half armor, and the Ictersa also really struggling under those heavy damage of the Cenotaph, and Standard Protocol still pretty much untouched. We see some damage on the Scalpels now, but they seem to be able to keep each other alive. So yeah, this is a crazy quick snowball.
Yep, we might see our first Barbaroga death in the tournament, but he is actually untackled mostly and is trying to pull away. But now, actually, never mind. You see all that comp now rushing over to unload all of their missiles, fresh delivery straight to him.
Yeah, so I think they missed a bit at the start to really get their spool up, and they couldn't survive long enough under that heavy Cenotaph damage. Of course, it's very exciting that the first match with the Cenotaph is not banned. It immediately gets fielded. And the
First
Barbaroga,
Barbaroga
for the
down.
very first time, goes down. We see the
There
really
we
nice
go.
explosion.
Well,
So
some
yeah,
some
with
say
the
he's still spooling for the next match.
so yeah, that looks like probably being a 200-0 clean match for Standard Protocol. But I really have to respect that all spool come to really try to put out all that Juglavian damage, but the Cenotaph just reducing them to nothing. And
Yeah, big respect to Portal Pirates as well, bringing an undermanned full spool comp. Is it successful or even efficient? No, but it is damn cool, and you got maximum style points, even if you're getting obliterated.
absolutely, absolutely, they got max star points for that. And looks like when Ictersa is about to die and the next one's gonna drop shortly after, it's just too much damage coming out from that Cenotaph. And of course, the forced warp into zero really didn't help them out there because they were immediately in range of that Cenotaph and they could just put out all the damage of the world. And yeah, with that, I think it's going to be a pretty clean 200-0 with that last Ictersa now in half armor, really rapidly heading towards Hell.
Yes. Well, for the final one going down, thank you very much for the match, Portal Pirates. You made it interesting with your warp in and your ship choice, but this is going to be a clean sweep for Standard Protocol. Let's go back to the studio and see what they think of it.
There you have it. Standard Protocol versus Portal Pirates and Standard Protocol dropping that. Nova Terraren does join us. I'm assuming there's a webcam coming at some point as our producer right now is either running off to make a coffee or is back and currently trying to fix it. So, well, there he is. That's the face I wanted to see. Welcome to the desk, Nova Terraren. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks for having me. Yeah, always cool to see that a Cenotaph does get through and then gets to showcase what it does pretty well, I would say. But yeah, rough situation overall. Already one team coming in undermanned and then getting a force warp to zero on account of the miss warp in. It's not very good against a ship that is going to deal like thousands and thousands of DPS when the entire comp is warped in at zero. So, a little rough.
Yes. Well, you joined us at the right time because we have a full 14 minutes to discuss and get into the deep details of what just happened. So pull up a chair, everyone. Get ready. We're going to start analyzing this thing. So first of all, Mystical Might, you pointed out before we went in. Tell me about warping to an Alliance tournament match. How does the process go down?
Absolutely. So, for those of you who have not been involved in the Alliance tournament before, when you are ready to be moved into the arena, you're not moved directly into the arena. You're moved into system at different beacons dotted around in space. which I believe you get to pick, like
Yep.
blue A, blue B, whichever one you want. And then you can warp from there to the arena between 0 and 50 kilometers. Now, when you warp outside of that range, say 100 kilometers from the center of the arena, you will be moved to 0 of the arena, whether you want to be there or not. So, my
And if you warp
recommendation.
to 100, that kind of implies you definitely don't want to be at 0.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, anything outside of 50 means you definitely don't want to be at 0, and thus you will end up there. So, my recommendation would be do not walk outside of 50 kilometers if you don't want to go to 0. If you do want to go to 0, then it's a very funny way of doing so, which, given the fact that they brought a full Triglavian setup, I do expect that they were hoping to basically just brawl at some point, but perhaps immediately was not exactly the time frame they were looking for.
Yeah. So I will shout out the Portal Pirates for bringing this comp. I think it's great when teams who are maybe undermanned because they just don't have enough people or someone drops out, they still commit and they don't just pull out. They try and bring something that is maybe a bit different. They rely on the cheese factor. Sometimes you turn up with your normal amount of cheese and it's a bit kind of bland, but then someone comes along with like a spicy cheese and it can just cause all sorts of chaos. Like the other team comes in, takes a bite of that cheese, and then turns out they're lactose intolerant. So you never know. You always find those crazy comps that have that 1% chance of winning. And when they do, it's very funny, especially if it's an experienced team. We see that sometimes. An experienced team essentially getting memed out of a match because the other side brings something they're not supposed to bring. They bring a comp that doesn't work. They bring a comp that's not proper. And yet somehow they just aren't prepared for it, and then it does do something. Now, Nova, what do you think about the Barbaroga in tournament format? This is the first time we've ever seen it. It's also a new ship. Is it any good?
It's a really interesting question because I do believe it just costs one more point than the Leshak. And given that that's the case, there are certain advantages.
What a
that-
great graph we see right now. Thank you very much, stats. This is, I mean, technically, this is actually wrong,
Yeah.
Mr. Bayart J. If you're going to do a meme graph, you got to at least get it right because there has been one that's lost. So nice try. 2 out of 10 effort, but I appreciate the meme. So sorry, no, but please continue while
No
Bayart
stress.
J goes and does 10 push-ups of penance.
I think one of the downsides compared to the Leshak that is that on the front end, when you start applying with the weapon system that it has, you're actually dealing less damage than the Leshak immediately, but the potential for spooling damage does increase a little bit with the Babaroga comparatively, so you can, if the match goes really long, get more DPS out of it. It also tracks a little bit better and gets better range, and that can be really interesting in certain situations. I think there's a world where you could field that in a comp that is looking to stay alive a lot longer and not just go into an all-out brawl. You do have a Tech 2 resistance profile as well, which is worth mentioning, so that can definitely be of benefit. But overall, it was a weird situation for them comp-wise because they simultaneously wanted to stay alive for a while, but were also sort of forced to brawl given the rest of all the ships they brought. So I don't know if that's where a Babaroga would shine. I feel like it could be possible, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I feel like it's spill time is just too long for a lot of comps, especially when you have 10 targets and if they're not a bunch of battleships, you're just never going to be able to reach that max DPS.
They are also 50 points, which I know we haven't really gone too much into points and like what the highest point costs are in the tournament,
I
but
think
there
it's
are
pretty much that.
there are 4 ships at 50: the Balgorn, the Barghest, the Rattlesnake, and the Barbaroga. And the
One of these
Barbaroga
is not like the others.
the Barbaroga is not like the others in this case.
You know that meme of the three-headed Hydra when there's two heads are like looking really fierce and mean, and like there's like Balgor and Barghest, and then there's the other one. It's just the Barbaroga. Someone in Twitch chat make that meme. That's a meme I want to see. We still have another 8 minutes, by the way, to talk about this. Misty, tell me a bit about the Icaturses.
Oh, absolutely. So, okay, Icketasses, especially on Tranquility, great, wonderful little meme ships to fly around with your 15 favorite friends, right? In the tournament, I would say less so. Having one or two is okay, but I feel like they are not as good as any of the other cruiser options that you could bring, right? So if we're thinking about the cruiser category, in an armor setup where you want to basically do medium gun spam for your low end. You've got the Omen, you've got the Omen Navy issue. Dujek did mention when I was commenting on the Zealot earlier that it's not actually that expensive point-wise, so you also have that option. You have the Deimos, you have a Vigilant if you really want to bring that along. You have the Exec Navy issues. You have a lot of other options that will apply damage immediately, do fairly good damage, not run into issues where if you're jammed, then your cycle resets or any of that kind of stuff. They don't tank as well as the Ikatersa, I will say that. The Ikatersas are actually fairly good when it comes to tank. So if you're using it as a screening ship and just spalling on the target that you're tackling down, that may be an effective way of trying to break and split reps on the enemy team. But I feel like they didn't really pick it for any of its strengths. They just picked it because it was a Triglavian ship and they wanted to do a Triglavian comp. And with that in mind, they succeeded.
But why didn't they bring the Zarmaz then?
It's just not cool.
That's
Doesn't do
That's
damage.
too much Triglavian. You never go full Triglavian.
Yeah,
Never
I
go
think
full
it's
Triglavian.
it's also just worth mentioning they are a lot of points on the Ikatersa to bring. It's like 26 points or something. And
Yeah,
at that
it's
point,
26.
it's a weird position because a lot of the other, even if you wanted to bring a heavy assault cruiser, which just cost a lot of points for what you're getting in many, many cases, it doesn't really do what other heavy assault cruisers do when they are fielded for their merits. And so that does put the Ikatersa in a really strange place where potentially, if you're trying to use it for its potential good application, the gun does track reasonably well, for example. The range isn't too terrible, especially if you're loading like faction ammo. Yeah, then maybe you could make something work there. It's just really, really hard to make that ship work if you're fielding, especially three of them, as some mainline brawly ship. I think that makes it especially difficult.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
wonder what the paper top level DPS from this comp is. Like if they're all spooled up and applying perfectly to something, I wonder what the number is. I bet you it's bigly large number.
yes, it would definitely be a bigly large number if they were given the full 10 minutes to shoot a single target and spool. But the realistic number is 0 DPS because they die. It is not a very effective comp, I think. And as Nova was mentioning, the Ikatersa being 26 points, every other cruiser variant that I mentioned as an alternative in that long list before is 23 points or under, right? Down to like 16 or 10 points. So there are so many options that would have freed up more points for them, but they were also undermanned, right? So they're just trying to make effective use of the points that they have. There's no point skimping on points for this ship when they have so many points to go around.
Exactly. Like if you bring, so we have, everyone has 200 points, and up to 10 pilots, and every ship has a points value, and you have to use your 200 points. If you don't, the other team starts with the remainder left over. This is how we talked about it briefly earlier on. White Squall managed to secure a win last year by coming up against a comp that fielded 199 points, giving White Squall 1 point. The match went to time, and nothing died on either side, but White Squall won because they had that 1 point. So it can be important to try and squeeze out those 200. So that's clearly what they've done here. They've squeezed 200 points out of a slightly undermanned comp. Now, before we talk about the next match, Nova, I just want to talk a little bit about the Zenithaf. It is the first time we've seen it. Can you kind of run me through how the breacher pods work and why the Zenithaf we think might be quite impactful?
Yeah, essentially the medium breacher pod launcher functions really similar to sort of a rocket launcher on steroids. It's very short ranged and it does need to function like a missile, as in the thing needs to stay in its range in order for it to go off. Once it does start going off, it's essentially a damage over time effect that reduces a percentage of the ship's EHP, like first from shield, then it ticks through armor, then it ticks through hull. But the amount of raw DPS that it can provide is absolutely massive. It's also worth noting that you don't just do that onto one target. If you're able to get in range of another one, you can then apply it to another one and just repeat this loop ad infinitum. It's an incredibly strong ship against rush comps for that reason. I think we were mentioning earlier, it's also a little bit slow, and because it is short range, you often will have to use it in something of a rush as well. At least that's my guess of how we're seeing it. But yeah, not super surprised to see that when things come in pretty close to it, it does start getting rid of things. I do notice as well, someone did mention that there was a funny interaction that happened where someone had coasted into the range of the Cenotaf's breacher pod launcher, and then the Cenotaph then, of course, fired on it. but they were able to coast out of range actually, or burn away from it in enough time so that they were unaffected by the projectile or the missile effect essentially of it rather. Which was worth noting. It turns out you can, if you are on top of it, you can potentially burn away from it. It's not the fastest missile effect ever, but yeah, it's incredibly
people in
powerful,
it.
especially when supplying.
Can't go too fast if you've got people inside that get squished. Obviously. All right, let's look at our bans for the next matchup. It's Deepwater Hooligans versus Brotherhood of Spacers, aka Boss. Misty, we see this arm, we see the Xeno again. Mollusk carries, we've seen that a few times. Basilisk, Hugin. This seems like a pretty standard set of bans to me. The Hugin, though, jumps out. What do you think here?
It's interesting to see the Hugin ban, especially as it wasn't actually something that they deliberated for that long on. All of the Brotherhood of Spaces bans came in fairly quickly with 17 seconds for the first round, 33 seconds. In fact, all of the bans in this match were basically like snap picks that they already kind of had in mind. The Hugin is an interesting one out of all of these because it implies that they don't want to see long range webs, but the rapier, the hyena, the Asherman, the Crow, the Vigil Fleet issue, all varying degrees of like strong webs, are all still open. And I believe I'm actually going to double check, but I believe the Hugin and the rapier are probably going to be about the same amount of points, if not the rapier being cheaper here. So I'll be interested to see what they decide to bring.
Yeah, Nova, what about you? Anything jump out here as being unusual or unexpected?
I'm just thinking, especially in comparison to the last few bans that we've seen, there is the Basilisk ban here, but this time without a Scimitar ban. So that is still potentially open for either team, of course, to bring. But overall, yeah, the thing that really jumping out at me, both of these teams had bans coming incredibly quickly. I think both teams knew exactly what they wanted to field ideally already, or how they were going to react to the other team's bans. So yeah, excited to see it.
Awesome. And the teams have landed on grid or are just finishing landing. So we'll go over there just in a moment. Just waiting for the rest of them to finish landing. Mystical Might. Sit still. Mystical Might. Any predictions for this matchup?
I am gonna go with the I'm trying to figure out Deepwater team.
Deepwater team.
Yes, the
Interesting.
Deepwater Hooligans.
Deepwater. And Nova, what about you? I'm going to ask you for a
I'm a
prediction as well.
I'm a Boss fan. I'm interested to see what the Hugin ban was all about. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, the ships have now finished landing, so we can go over to the arena once more with Tian and Wingnut.
Hello and welcome back to the arena, this time with sound. Okay, for the blue team, we have, it seems like, another Kingslayer, which is really exciting with the triple Armageddon Navy issue, a Shimu, all those long-range webs, Vexor Navy, Magus Pontifex, Vexor, and Rebel Inquisitor for the Lordship.
Yep, and the other team, we've got both teams doing triple battleships, and I think they're all rapid heavies, so similar idea, but the Typhoon fleet was the original version of this back in action. That's cruise. Hold on a minute.
Actually,
that's a
those
cruise Typhoon
I
fleet.
just checked, they are cruise Typhoon fleets.
Wait, hold on a second. That's not what I was expecting.
They worked around that Hugin ban by fielding 2 hyenas. It's really interesting. So that Hugin ban really didn't affect them very much, and they brought the double hyena to counter that.
Triple cruise Typhoon fleet. Okay, okay then. Someone has been cooking real good in the kitchen. We'll see if this works for them.
Yep.
Match is underway.
Okay, the match is on the way now. Of course, red team is a bit positioning at first. See how they can hide around a bit, make use of that long range, and what they can snipe. And it looks like their first target is going to be that Ashimu, which is not really known for its high tank, and it does have the long webs, so it is a good primary target. Not the tank it needs to have, and the long range webs, which are a big danger. But of course, you also see a lot of damage on the Purifier immediately. You want to get those bombers off grid because they have a lot of damage and they are squishy as hell. But it seems to be tanking with the help of those deacons.
This is going to be crazy. They've got 2 hyenas, which will both have target paints and probably also webs. If they can get rid of the Ashimia, that leaves 2 real tackle ships in the Vexor and Vexor Navy. And they're going to have 3 cruise missile kiting Typhoon fleets. Like, we are living in a very interesting world as they do get the Ashimu down.
And immediately with the Ashimu, the webs on the Typhoon, the single tackle down battleship immediately gets free again, and they can freely run now. It will maybe suffer a bit under those Navy Armageddon nudes, but will it be enough to turn off the MWDs? I'm not sure, especially since they're really putting out the damage on the Vexor now, trying to get rid of a bit more of that tackle, as their first Hyena and the Purifier are both suffering, but they're not taking as much damage as they should, and maybe doesn't look that
Well, the
Hyena gets enough
Hyena of
reps. It might go
Rain,
down here.
he's dying to an absolute
Suffering a lot.
wave of drones. There's an absolute wave of drones on Rain Road. So one Hyena may be about to go down. Oh,
They're getting
wow.
reps. And 1%
No
health, he's
way.
catching reps.
1%.
Holy shit, he's catching reps. The
Let's go. And
Inquisitor
yes,
of Fraternity is now taking damage after the Vexor goes down. And we now see damage on the Vexor Navy as well. That's probably mostly drones on that Inquisitor. See?
if
Oh,
they get
it's
rid of
actually
this
not
Vexor Navy, at
drones.
that point they should, I think, be able to outrun the Armageddon Navies, and they do have better range than the Armageddon Navies do with the Rapid Heavies. So they could start really
Yeah.
start trolling and harassing them. And yeah, Rain Road in that Hyena at 1% structure, that man is living, and he's now booking it, trying to
Living for
get
the
some reps,
win.
and then outrun the drones. My
That's
God.
crazy. And the Purifier is also still alive, as the Vexor Navy is really suffering now. They cleaned up all the low end, well, most of the dangerous low end for now. But they are trading a bit of armor in that Typhoon, but it doesn't seem like it's really suffering much there.
We've
It's not
reached the
really
problem
taking
with
a lot of
the Rapid
damage.
Heavies again. They have not been able to clip
Exactly, the
through this
reload
Tempest,
time
this
is
Typhoon,
just
and they can't
so
kill it.
long.
Yeah.
Can't really put any sustainable damage onto that Typhoon. And yeah, they're just getting pummeled by those cruise missiles hitting all the time. We saw a bit of damage on that second Hyena, but that's also not really taking a lot of damage, as the low end of boss is now really getting cleaned up. Both the Inquisitors are almost out of shield, and one is rapidly heading towards Hull. So
Yeah, so the
soon all the
Inquisitor
low
of
ends will be
Spud is now
gone.
being shot at by the Drauga, so that's what's killing him off. And yeah, this is the problem with Rapid
Oh,
Heavies. You need to
yeah.
clip through a target. They are starting to slowly get through him, but by the time they kill him, their Armageddon Navy will go down.
Yeah, and then it's 2 Armageddon navies versus 2 Typhoon fleets, and they have that huge disadvantage of the long reload. So
Another quick note as
they
well,
will
actually,
have
is the Typhoon
those
fleet's
45-second
locations.
clips.
Like, one Typhoon fleet
Yeah.
is like about 80k away from the other one and still able to shoot. So even if they catch one, they have to then burn over to the next one. These guys are very
Yeah,
well
exactly. They
separated as
might
well.
even do some. The Typhoon fleets might actually even do some MJD plays just to make sure they can stay away.
Yep.
But yeah, for now it's just clean up crew. With another, but the third time I get a Navy down, and no real damage on either of Typhoon fleet HQs, and no real damage on the red team anyway. But the Inquisitor is still suffering, so it looks like those Armageddons are probably in reload again, and they don't seem to be really tanky because the Typhoon fleets, even though cruise missiles are not known for their huge amounts of damage, are still getting through those Armageddon navies rather quickly. And the Purifier is still alive, so that's also still putting out 5, 6, 700 DPS.
Yes, they very much did commit to the Kingslayer comp here, and they had some good tackle and anti-support with the Ashimu and double Vexes, but they could not utilize them to murder the small side before they got absolutely murdered themselves. So they are going to be gone,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But look, actually, never mind. They heard you. Purifier's gone. They heard you.
Yeah.
Never mind. I was wrong.
And the Inquisitor is still tanking, so. And the
That
Jogger
man's
is
holding on for
doing
dear
a good
life.
job there, trying to get the rest of the low end down, and it looks like it's going to die here now. Yeah, the Inquisitor dies. And now it's only one Logi left, and the Armageddon of Dark Lord Ranger is already in low armor, soon to be dropping into Hull. Ryan Rover is taking damage again, so we'll see if that Hyena, the heroic Hyena in 1% Hull, will go down, but he seems that his Deacon buddies are still with him, keeping him alive with all it has. And the Dogger
I
is
think I saw
now.
missiles coming out as well. Yeah, they are firing rapid heavies into a hyena. That is some desperation shots there. I think that's not going to do
It's the
anything.
emotional damage. They want to kill him for staying alive in 1% Hull.
If it wasn't for you, we would have won this match. No, you wouldn't have. But we can think that.
Dark Lord still catching some reps on that Inquisitor, but the Inquisitor dies shortly followed by that second Armageddon Navy, so it's one Armageddon Navy and its links against World. So we see a lot of damage on Nulks now, which is the last clip of that Armageddon Navy. I have to see if we can survive to get another clip into Nulks, which might even kill this Typhoon, but remember he still has Logi, so during that 45-second reload of the Rapid
He's not
Heavies,
gonna
the
get
Typhoon
through,
fleet
yeah.
issue will claw a lot of armor back. And,
I was gonna say Rain Road
don't
and that
think they can
hyena
take
is
anything
definitely
more.
flying it like he stole it because that thing is gonna
Yeah.
come back in pieces. Oh man, this has been a very fun match to watch. I did not think I was gonna see kiting cruise missile typhoon fleets today, That was not on my bingo card, but now I'm kind of wishing it was because this is an amazing match.
Yeah. I also love how that jogger is basically soloing the low end, like he's just flying around having a good time. First cleaning up
Yep.
those Inquisitors, and now he's on the Megas. Just
Yeah,
flying around
once
doing
he's
his
killed
thing.
off all the cruisers, he was free to do whatever the hell he wanted. He immediately went after the
Yeah.
Inquisitor, that's why it went so low. But he couldn't quite finish him off until later on. But yeah, a roving Draugr can be
Yeah.
very dangerous. There goes another one. Draugr claims another.
Oh, we see a lot of damage on Rain again. It's those Rabbit Heavies trying to finally get that Hyena down. But he is speeding up here a lot again, so we'll see if he can actually live. And
He's
yeah, the
burning
Deacon's
over to
gonna
his
have to
Logi
rep
friends. Come
Hyena
on.
again.
Come on, we
Yes,
believe in
come
you.
on.
Don't die.
Save him, save
Don't
him.
die.
Don't let him
No,
die
no,
now.
don't. No, are you kidding me?
After
Why
all
would
of
you
that, he
do this
still
to
dies.
us?
Come on. How could you do that?
Oh, mate.
That is
What?
sad to witness.
Moral victory.
Absolutely.
Well, they're getting through the
Yeah,
last
okay.
Armageddon Navy now. And at that point, we'll see if the Ponty goes for a border record, but I think he's actually tackled, so that he's not going to be able to do that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. At least they could let Ponty go, try to go for the record, but it's now a race. Who will die first, Yamageddon Navy or the Pontifex, which is actually getting shot, guess by what? By Jogger again, which is
Yep.
still just enjoying his time cleaning up the low end.
This is
And
that
yeah,
moment where
it
you
looks
feel
like
like a
Yamageddon
god, where you
Navy
get to
is gonna
kill
die
everything on
here.
your own.
Armageddon Navy now in half hull, seem to be dropping. The Jogger is taking a lot of damage, so that's the Armageddon Navy's last hooray, trying to take that Jogger down. But yeah, there he dies. Really nice explosion. So now it's just Pontifex. He's pinned down, so he won't be long for this world. And, yeah,
You said the
tungsten
words.
armor. And he's gone. So I think with that, we can send it back to the desk for some analysis on that match.
Welcome back, and of course the red dominance continues with Deepwater Hooligans taking that W there. In fact, the only blue team to win thus far was in match one. Since then, it has been red dominance all the way down the schedule. So put your Twitch channel points on red. Seems to be the strategy. It's definitely what you should be doing. That is probably the best strategy ever had, to be honest. So Mystical Might. Interesting matchup there. We have some cruise floons just roaming around with their pally hyenas, webbing things down and just flinging missiles. Interesting comp. What do you think of it?
I mean, I've always been a fan of the cruise foons. I remember they were used, I think, by the Volta team. I would have been in the hyena in those situations. They are very fun. They're very strong. Um, I think this is probably one of the better case scenarios of what they could have come up against as well, given the fact that they would have outranged um, if they're able to move far enough away from the Armageddon Navy issues, but also there are a lot of other comps that perhaps they wouldn't have done so well against, like Shield Rush, for example. Like a
Yes.
proper Shield Rush with the Nighthawks and Lokis and like some Ram Raptors would have probably been very difficult for them to perform against. So I think the lack of tackle as well coming out from the boss team definitely played into their favor. That said, the Hyenas may need a little lesson in locking the correct Vexer. We did see a normal Vexer burn directly into a Typhoon and tackle it down about 2 minutes into the match, while the Vexer Navy issue was heavily webbed by both of the Hyenas. So I think maybe better distribution of webs and better kind of organization of the evil wing stuff would have served them better, but they still pulled out a win. So it's a constructive piece of criticism.
Yeah, and of course, shout out to Rain Row. I think she managed to survive on 1% structure, get out of range, get those reps come in. Did eventually die in the end. But looking at the kill mail, it looks like she tanked nearly 15k damage in a hyena, which is a great show of piloting from her and also from the two Deacon pilots. And I'm presuming there's some rep bots involved in this as well. So excellent job there from the Deepwater team. Nova, I want to talk a little bit about the concept of rapid heavy missile launchers and burst damage and sort of what that means and how you need to play it. We saw 3 Navy Armageddons. They are fit with rapid heavy missile launchers. Why is that important and what do you have to think about?
Yeah, well, there's very high DPS potential while rapid heavies are firing, essentially. Not only do they apply reasonably well, all things considered, you can get rid of some pretty small ships with them. You can also go after substantial targets. The reason why you typically always have to go after substantial targets is that yeah, when you're choosing to field these ships, you're going to have this massive reload time between all these cycles where your entire team is virtually doing nothing other than repositioning, maybe choosing the next target, lining them up. But you need to be doing something every single time that you go through all of your rapid heavy charges. It's a massive reload time. You need to have really good target calling priority, I would say. It was interesting as well. There was the removal of the surgical strike resist nerfs. So I guess it's sort of a buff to overall EHP, which can make that a little bit more difficult to work optimally to try to burn through something that's a very large target. But overall, that's that Kingslayer setup. I think you're typically very comfortable trying to go after like a Logi cruiser or below. Talked about that a little bit earlier with I think an augurer that potentially a rapid heavy team could have just potentially blown out of the water. Um, they also have reasonable range, which is a nice thing to have. You can start trying to go after things right away. If they do try to kite out of your range, you can push in. But what they don't have reasonable range versus is cruises, especially when the cruise comp is able to burn away so well. Um, I thought immediately it felt a little bit rock, paper, scissory when they showed up and then they got kited away so well for the first moments. I think Boss had a substantial chance there when they did still manage to catch that Typhoon. But all things considered, it was just a little bit too late. The other Foons had made just enough distance that they were able to pull it back, and that first Foon was nowhere close to breaking after the first reload cycle as well. I think they did try to swap like one set of rapid heavies at the very end of a clip onto the Hyena to try to burst it down, otherwise drone damage, but it wasn't quite enough there as well. So then having to reload and then spend a full another cycle to get rid of that first Typhoon, it wasn't going to go anywhere good from there.
One of the things you'll sometimes your casters say is like they have clipped or it looks like they're about to clip, and that usually just means that they're hitting the end of the cycle and they need to reload, and you need to sync all these things up. There's nothing sadder in Alliance Tournament when seeing a ship about to die and then realizing that all the people shooting it have clipped, because that means that the ship about to die can just get repped back up and you have to do it all over again, and it can really just be an exercise in frustration. It's very, very disappointing. It's like when you think you're about to bite into a delicious onion ring, and it turns out to be calamari. You're just not expecting it. All right, so let's figure out what these teams are actually playing for. Of course, there's pride, there is honor, there is cool skins, there is cool ships, but more importantly, there is an actual fucking trophy. Let's have a look at it. This is it. This lives in the office, the CSP office in Iceland. It weighs, I think, like 15 kilos. By the way, it is extremely heavy. It is metal, anodized metal. With all of the sequential alliances that have won the Alliance tournament up until now, all just engraved on it. And of course, we have Tempest Calcif winning the Alliance Open as well. So the winning team from Alliance Tournament 21, their name will join on this trophy and be immortalized both at the office and, of course, for things like FanFest, where we have it on display. You can come see it and take a photo of your name. It is so heavy. It is unbelievable. I dropped it onto a table and I nearly broke the table. It is really quite a substantial piece of kit. All right, let us look at the next bands for our next match, which is Kitchen Sinkhole versus Sons of Bane. These are the wrong bands. These are the bands for Deepwater Hooligans and Brotherhood of Spacers. There we go. They're just going to casually move away, and then I don't know how long it takes for them to casually come back. I was told specifically if that happens, and this was direct instruction to make fun of ArtJ's ability to copy and paste. That was his exact words. He told me specifically to do that. So this is me doing that. Okay, here we go. Kitchen Sinkhole versus Sons of Banes. All right, so we have Arbitrator, Dominix, Eos, Kerry's, Zenithaf again, and Armageddon. Mystical Might, your thoughts on these bands?
So I think it will be unsurprising to see a Cenotaph ban in most matches. Again, I don't know how good it would be in the arena, but I'm sure many teams don't want to stake their potential AT run on getting cheesed by a Cenotaph, so we're unlikely to see it for a little bit. I think that the bans are interesting in the sense that it feels like the Sons of Bane's bans very much they do not want to see drone-focused setups. So the Dominix and the EOS are probably the two most essential drone ships that you could have. So to see those two removed means that we're very unlikely to see a proper drone setup coming out. The Armageddon is just a very good armored battleship, both because it has drones, but also because it has a range bonus to its neutralizers as well. So it's a lot harder to play around, especially if you are trying to kite or maintain range, because when the capacitor is empty, the micro drive is off. So understandable to see that removed as well. And it seems like Kitchen Sinkhole has really just gone for removing some of the forms of E-War that they may find annoying. The Arbitrator is, I think, an interesting ban because I'm unsure as to the specific point cost of the Arbitrator, but I feel like it fits fairly well into some of the armor control setups that we could see, where they focus more heavily on the battleship core at the top. So I think that makes it a little bit harder to run a proper battleship core with the tracking disruptors, but I'm sure you could still throw like Sentinel or Crucifier in there if you really wanted to.
Awesome. And Nova, any further thoughts from you? I really like the idea of banning out drone setups. In this case, like Mystical mentioned, I think they've been quite powerful. We've seen a couple of drone setups being brought so far. What do you think?
Yeah, there's a world where something like some version of a Florida Man setup, like something with alligators, for example, could potentially still come out. But virtually, with the bans going the way they did, I think it's going to be very difficult to build something around drones. Also, Arbitrator, interestingly enough, is often a really good ship to field in a drone setup. So yeah, I think that's pretty unlikely. I think there is one ship that is conveniently missing from these bans, which is a Zarmaz. I'm really interested to see if either of these teams are going to field it.
Well, we'll find out now. So let's head over to the arena for Kitchen Tinkle versus Sons of Bane with Tian and Wingnut.
And Nova immediately cursed it because the Zarmad has immediately showed up, but not on its own. It's brought double Blackbird as well. So we have an ECM plus Triangle comp, and both teams bringing a lot of extra damage backing it up. What are you seeing here, Tian? Tian? Did he mutilate himself? He might have mutilated.
Yeah,
He did.
and I'm unmuted again. And we actually see 3 Blackbirds here because they're the third one on the blue team. And we also see double Jogger on the blue team, which is really interesting because I think those will go after the Blackbirds right away. And yeah, you're right. Armageddon Navy and Tempest Fleet, so a Flumpest, it was called earlier. So
I'm
double
not a fan of that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Same, yeah. It looks
So yeah,
like the match is
Zarmaz does
on the
work
way
very
now.
well. Zarmaz does work very well with ECM comps. We've seen it with Widows, and it basically can keep a Widow up forever because they can't target anything else. But with a double Blackbird comp, there may be a hole that can be exploited by the Sons of Bane team. But we'll have to see as the match is underway, and here they go.
Yeah, Sons of Bane seem to be just waiting here for a bit, wait for the raid team to rush in and see what is potentially good first target to come in. Don't see a lot of damage at the moment, but lots of control, the Ewa going out, and immediately that Zarm's bullying on the Vexor, which is apparently taking the first damage. So it's just positioning play for now, and everyone trying to find a weakness in the enemy's team.
Yeah, those double Blackbirds are going to make it very awkward for these core battleships to actually engage something. You see some counter damps as well coming back from the Celestis, which might be able to force these Blackbirds onto the Celestis instead. Which actually, yeah, look at that. The Blackbirds are damped out. They're already damped out.
Right, so we can expect to see a bit more damage here because those battleships can immediately apply a lot more. And that's a really good job by the Celestis to focus the ECM off. And they still have their own Blackbird, which can also put out some stuff. The most important jam I see here is on the Sentinel because there's tracking disruptors to get rid of them. Hopefully jamming out the Sentinel is going to be very important for that Flump has to apply its damage.
I'm not gonna lie, I was so triggered by the other Blackbirds, I didn't realize that third Blackbird had snuck into this match. So they have a Blackbird and a Celestis. I'm not the fan of the single ECM ship there, but so far their comp's holding pretty well as not much damage is really going down.
Do see some damage on Barold now in the Armageddon Navy issues, so they seem to just have to go for the big high end and maybe snap off that Armageddon Navy, or maybe they're just trying to take some spool out of that Zarm, make it focus on the Armageddon, and then with a quick swap, maybe snipes off some of the low end, maybe a Blackbird, maybe defects, not sure. But,
Also, I just
yeah, there's not a
looked
lot of
because it's
damage
been.
trading at the
I
moment.
don't know why I didn't look, but the Armageddon Navy's here. Not a single one is rapid heavies. They are all lasers. So we have a lot of
Oh,
laser
that's
lines coming from these Armageddon Navies, which is nice to watch.
yes, it's true. That's also really interesting because that makes the Sentinel even more valuable here. As I saw earlier, it seemed to have mostly tracking disruptors and no guidance disruptors, which is a good read, I guess. As those tracking disruptors will make it pretty hard for them. We see a lot of damage now, finally applied to that Vexor, which is suffering a lot, but it is still catching some reps from that Zarm. So I have to see if it will eventually break here.
Yeah, the Vexor is the easiest target for them to engage there, so they might be able to get through them, even with these Blackbirds starting to become more and more annoying. But there's even newts going out to Deacons as well. There's a lot of evil going in every direction, and people are just trying to make a hole.
I'm currently watching this joggers because I think they might be able to sneak around, and it looks like Lord Virginia Slayer is doing that now to sneak around and maybe get some tackle on those Blackbirds, try to get rid of that pesky ECM in the backfield. It's going to be very
I'm actually
interesting to
surprised
see if they can actually manage to
these Draugrs
go
are in
through
the
there.
fight right now. They're not anywhere else. The Draugrs could actually do have free reign to leave, but they're staying on the brawl in the middle. There's nothing stopping them from
Yeah, yeah.
rushing the Zarm, rushing the Blackbirds, even rushing the Sentinel. They could go do it. In fact, I think that no, the Draugrs not doing it. They really have an
I
opportunity
thought for
here
a
to be
second was
really
doing it,
annoying.
and it seems to actually stay in the blob while it's taking a lot of damage, so they potentially trade this Jogger for the Vexor, or maybe not even the Vexor, but just losing the Jogger like that.
I don't think they're going to get the Vex with that Zarmad's rep. So this is not really going to work.
No,
They need to
not
start
really.
splitting the DPS out. And that Drauga, is
Yeah,
he?
or
Thing?
potentially even just go for the Zarm and try to get rid of it, because the longer it stays on field, the more valuable it gets. As those Triglavian reps do spool like the Triglavian weapons, and the more they rep, the harder they get to break.
It's going to be hard for them to go after the Zarm itself, but at least start splitting some damage a little bit. Maybe go after a Blackbird. These Draugrs were free until now. But it looks like the Drauga of Lord Vagina Slayer. he is free to go do some damage. I didn't realize that was his name.
Yeah. It seems they are trading a Jogger for a Jogger now, because Guy Gekon on the red team of Kitchen Sinkhole seems to be suffering a lot here, but the Zarm seems to have switched onto its reps onto this Jogger, which might mean that they could break the Vexor now if they would switch DPS quick enough. That the Zarm is
Exactly
focused on that Jogger.
There's also a
doesn't
big
seem like
old
they're
bunch of
actually
rep
splitting
drones as well to supplement the reps from the Zarmad as well. They're bringing a lot of sustain in this comp.
It's very interesting. And neither the Tempest Fleet nor the Armageddon Navy have smart bombs, I think. Otherwise, they would go in there and maybe try to smart bomb off some of those red drones. But I don't think they actually do have smart bombs. The Armageddon Navy will use its utility high slots definitely for newts. And
Yeah,
I'm not sure about Fleet Tempest, but I guess that also has newts to complement the comp.
both teams brought like maximum rep drones generally. There's a couple of combat drones around, but there's a lot of rep drones just everywhere on every ship. It's ridiculous.
See that Nurgle now taking a lot of damage, but so is the Sentinel of stupid Coyote.
Here we go, the Sentinel. There you go. Lord Vagina Slate went after the Sentinel with his Drauga. Yes, here we go. There we go. See?
And the Armageddon
never
Navy
mind.
issue of Baroid is suffering at the moment, because okay, the Zarm Raps are landing on the Sentinel now, but that Armageddon Navy is suffering, so it may be managed to distract that Zarm for a second, and the split damage on Sentinel and Armageddon really make it take a choice.
Wait, that's a VI. I'm an idiot. Yeah, the Sentinel has now neutered out the Drauga to try and stop him from hurting him, but now Sentinels have to keep focusing on that and keeping him off of him. But now I see, the Drauga of Gui Gekon, Guy Gekon? Well, I don't know. He's now gone after the Drauga himself, so he's going to go down, unfortunately.
Yeah, see Jogger on Jogger violence here. And it looks like Lord Virginia Slayer is going down. And yeah, there's a lot of split damage at the moment, but that Sentinel, it is dropping. Will it catch some reps? It's not sure. No, it's not.
They
It's
got
gonna
it?
drop.
Okay.
Together with the Jogger. But they got it, so that's I'm not
something.
sure if that's a beneficial trade, but at least it's a kill, you know? A
Yeah,
lot of damage
it's
on that
something.
Blackbird of Chapel now.
With some of these
maybe they can-
control war comps, you want to start like breaking down their control to start getting some more damage through. With that ship gone,
Yeah.
their ships can now apply better against these battleships, so they could maybe start breaking through. But it's still not looking good, as the Blackbird now, unfortunately, of Kapelle is now being primary by, I think, a lot of drones and an Armageddon Navy. There he goes.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not sure. I didn't watch, but I'm not sure how that Armageddon Navy managed to tackle the Blackbird. It's generally not something that should happen. But Beryl is now taking a lot of damage and seems to be bleeding into hull. They do try to split up the Zarmas by just shooting one target and then switching back to that Armageddon Navy. And it looks like it's working for them, because I think this Armageddon Navy
It's
is
now
going to go
overheat
down.
time, boys.
Should be-
Overheat everything and they get
It's
him. Hell
down.
yeah.
So that's a really good trade for them. And they still have a chance with that. I think they should somehow get something on that Zarm. Maybe they could smuggle the Nurgle through, I'm not sure. But I think they should have maybe tried to somehow get on that Zarm with something at least, maybe even just some drones, but to force it a bit further away, you know? Don't let it just sit there freely. It's best keeping everyone alive.
Are they just going to go for the next battleship
So
again? Are they just going to try and brawl out the battleship and just ignore the control? It looks like that might be what they're doing here. Yep. Absolution has the other
yes, but
Armageddon Navy tackled, so they're just going for the brawl.
yeah, but it seems they are trading it for their logic because that Deacon of Brahim, I don't think it's going to keep up here, and I think it'll probably go down once again by that guy Gekon. Amazing piloting by that Draugr to just go through there with like less than half hull and just try to clean up the low end. So that first Deacon is down, and the second one won't be able to do anything, and you can immediately see the Draugr just going in there, cleaning up the second logic frigate. This Deacon can now just hopefully.
We have a minute
more
30
time.
left. And at the moment, Sons of Bane are ahead by 2 points. And I'm not seeing much going down quickly. If they
Ooh.
can kill a target or hold, they might be able to get away with this, which would be ridiculous.
Yeah, but I think they are going to lose this Deacon here because it's under so much pressure. It's grabbed down by the Pontifex, and now the Vexor is here. The drones are on it.
Well,
Don't think
Blackbird's
the
getting hit
Deacon
by
can stay
something.
alive.
Blackbird's starting to
Maybe
get
if they
pressured
lose
as
the
well. They
Deacon,
could
but
maybe do
the
this. It's going to be
Blackbird,
so close. 1 minute.
yeah. So now, okay, it's now 8 points ahead for Kitchen Sinkhole.
They got to
So
kill
it's
something
gonna
now.
be
Come on,
interesting to
kill something,
see.
please. Please.
Even just the Vexor, if they even just kill the Vexor, they are ahead of 1 point. So they would just have to get through one thing and keep the rest alive. I think they can still do it. They seem to split their damage now on both Blackbirds to really confuse that Zarmast a bit. They have 38 seconds to kill something. I'm not sure if they can actually do it, especially with their Nurgle now really suffering, but this is still a close match.
They need to nuke something. They can maybe nuke the Draugr. They can maybe nuke a Blackbird. They're going to be quick. About 30 seconds left. They're not shooting the Armageddon Navy. They have broken free from it, but I don't know if they're going to have enough time for this. No, they're going to
Yeah,
lose a
and the
Nurgle. I
Nurgle
think
is now
Torch's going to be it.
rapidly heading towards Hull. Yeah, I think that
Nah.
Nurgle it is going to go down once again to that Draugr. Really did an amazing job there cleaning up the low end.
Well,
And
well done to Kitchen
with that,
Sinkhole. Very well flown here for sure. The timer's running down to the
absolutely.
last 5 seconds. So congratulations. That was very well flown. A very, very heavy control comp. And let's head back to studio and see what they think about this one.
Welcome back. Kitchen Sinkhole taking that victory at the last minute from Sons of Bane in a very tense matchup, coming down to just the last minute or so, where that Deacon of Commissar Kierig went down, giving Kitchen Sinkhole the edge on points. And then they kind of managed to pick up another Nurgle towards the end there. But up until that moment, I did think, oh, can they do it? Can they hold on with just 2 points and then take the win, or maybe try and kill one other thing? But it just was not to be in this instance. It's always an interesting match to watch, Nova, when you see sort of control versus control, because control comps traditionally don't necessarily have the highest amount of raw DPS. They focus on basically preventing the enemy from doing things that they want to do, or you just slowly whittle them down. And one of the worst possible things you can go into with a control comp is another control comp where they also have a Zarmaz, because you don't have enough DPS to kind of blast through things quick enough before that can start to spool. We also saw a difference there with one team bringing 2 Blackbirds and one bringing just 1. Tell me a little bit about that, Nova.
Yeah, tons of things to talk about that match in general, but yeah, something I think is really interesting to note was ECM ships in general, especially Blackbird. Blackbird is a great one that you will see in armor comps like this, especially these armor control setups. Um, Something you do with them, especially when you bring a pair of them, is you actually separate them a good deal. And I noticed that actually from the Kitchen Sinkhole team, they did a really good job of keeping them just within the optimal ECM range of one another, but without ever getting very close. And the reason why this is so advantageous is, well, one, it's nice having 2 ECM ships rather than just one, because when you're trying to jam things, it is a numbers game. You're rolling dice essentially. Sometimes you're going to hit your gems, sometimes you're not. If you're a really experienced team, you're going to be communicating like absolutely crazy whenever you're in the arena, and you're going to be screaming, I got a jam on this guy, I got a jam on this guy, or I missed my jams. So the other Blackbird in that case is able to then notice that you missed on a certain thing that you're trying to hit a gem on, and then can use their own gems. So you're not wasting additional gems to try to jam something twice, essentially, which is good. Second is when you keep your blackbirds separated like that, if one of them actually does get caught by something, say that Nurgle had burned in and gotten a scram on it earlier on, you're able to actually use your other blackbird to jam the things off of it. Once upon a time in EVE Online, when you jammed something, it couldn't lock anything. Now it can only lock the thing
The
that's
good old
jamming it.
days.
Yeah. So of course, yeah, really nice then when something that does get jammed out, especially if it's something with tackle modules, it just if it rams that jamming ship, you can use the other one to just say, no, stay away from my friend. Yeah, really helpful. And we can see on the screen now a little bit of explanation of ECM. Yeah, really powerful effect, especially in these control setups.
Yeah, and Mystical Might, you have intimate familiarity with being jammed in an Alliance tournament format. What's it like being on the receiving end when you're, for example, in a very important ship in a very important match, and you just get that one jam lands on you?
Yeah, I mean, my experience in the tournament has really enlightened me and opened my eyes to the scam, which is the ECCM module. Absolute trash. Don't even bother fitting it. It's whatever. Remote ECCM, also trash. Don't bother fitting it. It's whatever. Um, in the This happened in the historic days, in the dark days of EVE Online where you couldn't lock anything. That's when my AT runs fell apart thanks to Lone Kitsune and a Lone Blackbird. Nowadays, it does, as Nova says, require a lot more coordination between your teammates, and it's often why you do want to pair them together with blackbirds, like in pairs, so that you can actually jam damage off of each other. It's also interesting to see that the singular blackbird and the Celestis, I think, also works in a different way. The Celestis did a really good job of damping out the two blackbirds, preventing them from getting gems out at all, which I really thought was gonna be able to swing the match in their favor. Unfortunately, things began to fall apart a little bit, and then eventually it snowballed into a loss for Sons of Bane. But the Celestis pilot did a really good job of shutting down the Blackbirds on the enemy team, and giving room for their own Blackbird to try and get some jams out on the Zom, to try and burst through something while the Zom was unable to lock.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, the rules of the tournament change relatively often. Some things change more than others, and right now we're very much in the middle of a system where you can only fit ECM and other EWAR modules on ships that have bonuses to them. So you can't just be slapping, multi specs onto any free mid slots that you have. You can only bring them on ships with bonuses to ECM. Same goes for things like tracking disruptors, guidance disruptors, damps, and all the other ones as well. You can only fit them on ships that have the specific bonus to them. Nova Terroran, I believe you have a point.
Yeah, the one exception there being a target painter. The interesting one
Yes.
about that as well is that that's also the only form of electronic warfare in that way that you can use a Tech 2 version of, not just meta modules.
There you go. So that's facts with Nova here on Alliance Tournament 21. All right, let's look at the bans for our next matchup, which is going to be Slow Children at Play versus Rusty Hyena Clan. So Slow Children at Play banning out the Loki. Interesting first ban. Didn't take them long to think about it, but they banned the Loki. Then it was Sentinel, EOS, Geddon Navy, Nighthawk, and Zenithaf. Nova, I'll come to you this time. What do you think about these bans here?
Yeah, really interesting. I think Slow are saying that they don't want to see some version of a ham rush setup. I guess with both the Loki and Nighthawk bans, I think that's probably what that most targets. Interestingly, they did leave that Cenotaph to the very end and essentially gave the option of it just not being a banned ship whatsoever. So maybe they do have some other comp that they've prepared with that. But yeah, that's otherwise some of the similar bans that we've seen. Some other things a little bit less heavy on bans against drone ships, but not super surprised seeing Armageddon Navy issue ban.
Now, my understanding and the way this tool works is the timestamps are essentially one long timeline of when these things were banned. So this was incredibly fast. They took 2 seconds, or sorry, 4 seconds. Is that a six or an eight? I can't tell. 2 or 4 seconds to
That's a
ban
7.
time for each round. Okay, so it's not cumulative. I mean, told it's time for each round. I was going to say that was 4 seconds to pick two ships. That's impressive. But it did take them nearly 30 seconds, which is pretty slow. However, they did spend 3.5 minutes thinking about banning the Zenithaf or not. Now, I want to know what kind of conversation you have for 3.5 minutes about banning a Zenithaf and then decide to ban it anyway, because that is a long amount of thinking time. But some would even say slow. Mr. Gomad.
I was gonna let that sit for a bit, but that's fine. I think there
You're
may have been a
contractually obligated to
discussion.
laugh at my jokes, remember?
Sorry, my bad. That was very good. That was very good.
Thank you.
I think there may have been a discussion or a conversation. I think that the Armageddon Navy ban may have made them change the comp that they were planning to bring at the very beginning. So they spent some time before submitting that last ban trying to figure out what they wanted to bring and whether the Cenotaph could play a part in that, or if there was something else that they could ban instead. And then I guess they eventually settled on banning the Cenotaph and still probably bringing like battleship setup anyway, just with a different flavor of battleship. So I do expect to see battleships coming out from that team.
Well, I know there's going to be one very happy, excited Australian, so let's head over to the arena for Slow Children Play versus Rusty Hyenas Clan with Tien and Wingnut.
I'm in heaven, boys. There's 2 Vindicators. Let's go. All right, we've got a triple step near autocannon rush versus a double Vindicator comp. I'm so happy. It's got a backup carries as well, but they're going to be brawled down. And while I do love my Vindicators, I'm a little worried they might get absolutely murdered here. What do you think, Tian?
That's going to be an interesting match here. We have high damage versus high damage. Those Vindicators are indeed blaster fit. We're going to have so much damage here on grid. The autocannon high damage potential right into those blasters with the strength bonus webs of the Vindicators. So those Sleipnirs will suffer, I think. I think
Yep.
they can just
Don't
roll
blink.
right
Don't
through
go to the
it
toilet.
on
Do
the
not go
side.
get a coffee. This match is going to end in seconds. This is going to be ridiculous. All right, match is underway. Let's go.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, red team does what I kind of wait. What? Blue team is pulling back actually.
The Vindicators are pulling
Just
back.
a
What
little
is
bit.
this cowardly smart stuff? That's not allowed. Both teams are pulling back. What is this
You're
double
supposed to go
cowardly smart
full.
stuff?
You
Hold
are
on a minute.
supposed to go
Hold on a
full
minute. What's
in.
going on here, guys? Hey, I was promised blood and death, and you're both running away.
We see Jones
What?
chasing Jones here.
What in the?
Okay, blue seems to wait. Does red rush? Do they follow up with their name? Is it a rush comp? Are they gonna rush or no?
So the thing is, actually, the Sleipnirs can use barrage and other guns and shoot beyond what the Vindicators can shoot, so they can just harass and
Yes.
hooray and start doing damage. So they don't have to go in. Doesn't mean they shouldn't.
Pretty much the only chance they have, to be honest, I'd say, because if they go in close, they're just gonna melt under those Vindicators, their damage. But yeah, now the Vindicator is leading the charge, going in, trying to web something down, and
Yeah, they're starting to try and pressure the Deacons here. So far, the Deacons are holding. I want to see if any drones are being killed by stuff. Keeping an eye on the jackdaws and who they're shooting at. But at the moment, I can't. It's hard to spot when a drone goes down, so it's very hard to keep an eye on that. But I think we're going to see a lot of drone death here.
Yeah, all 3 Technos are now completely pinned down. So
5-star in the Hugin. He's starting to get primary now as well.
Yeah, the Hugin is taking a lot of damage. It's not really known for its huge amounts of armor tank. I mean, it can be armor fitted, but it has a huge kind of rep clones. I just realized that, all supporting that one little Hugin. It seems to be stabilizing quite well here, while we see a lot of damage on the Keres, though.
Well, that Keres did actually pull away from his friends there. He's quite a distance away. They could maybe snap him up, but I think he's going to get back in time. This is not what I was expecting from these comps, guys. I was expecting face melting blaster rush. Never mind, they're in. Here we go. It started. It's party time.
Now, Keres dies as the Vagabond is already being forced to use its XL and cell charges because taking a lot of damage, but so is the Vindicator here. I'm actually surprised how well this Minmatar rush is doing against these huge, big damage blaster ships, Vindicators.
I think my math could be entirely wrong. I'm just going off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure this is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 3 to 3,500 DPS that is just ripping into these Vindicators. So while they've got a lot of tank and damage, this is a lot of damage incoming.
Yeah, and we shouldn't ignore the low end with Double Hound here, actually, which are quite squishy, but at the moment they seem to be quite out of harm's way, just taking drone damage, I think. Yeah, it's just drones on him. So it's going to be interesting.
Come on, Vindicators.
Do a lot of damage.
Kill him. Yeah, one down.
Vagabond gets volleyed. Vagabond gets straight volleyed through his Axel. And the side could really not do anything. And they continue with that barrage of damage, and they just treat the second
The
Vagabond right
second
away.
Vagabond is directly within Vindicator web range. He's been webbed by 2 Vindis, so he will die very quickly as they both are now sitting at 0 speed and shooting him. So if they can kill the
And it
second
looks
Vagabond, they can maybe start tanking this until the
yes,
Amulet runs out.
especially with the Hound going down. That Hound is now down due to drones and being tackled by the
Boom!
it was. And the Vagabond dies, so maybe SF Razor can now actually start tanking again in his Vindicator.
Come on, boys! You can do it! I believe in you! Now they're going for a
He's
slap
actually
down. Look how much
slowly
damage
clawing
they
back his
do when
armor.
they hit. They almost volley his
Yeah,
shields in
it's
one go.
crazy. Lightning is really suffering here. It definitely has to run through its XL charges. That second hand is now also really suffering and it goes down, so even more damage just gone from the battlefield. I think that the
This is
Vindicator
starting to
now
look very good for
really
my
can
favorite ship.
stabilize.
Come on, boys. Look at
The
the giant ball
Jackdaws
of
are taking the drone damage. So those drones just keep chasing the low end and doing all they can. And yeah, that Vindicator is stabilizing, and that Lightning won't be long for this world because I said it again.
He said the words.
Because-
Okay, well, as he said the words,
because I think that
Sleipnir is
answer
going
will
into
be
low
gone
shields.
soon. And the South won't be able to keep that Sleipnir up. I don't think so, at least.
Yeah, Slow did very well with this, using the range of their Sleipnir to start harassing and haraying the opposing team. I did miss the point when the Vindicators went in, or they went on the Vindicators. But the moment that happened, this all fell apart. As now the Sleipnir is about to go down. At that point, it's game. They can't break through anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. After the first second, when the Sleipnirs decided to go in and try to do something with Barrage, potentially, the Vindicators decided to turn around and just go for it. And that Hugin really made the difference for them here, because they don't only have the bonus Vindicator webs, they also have the long range webs on the Hugin. So even if they can't get close right away, they still have some power over a great distance.
Yeah, that Hugin long web is definitely a very potent combo when you mix with these double Vindicators. And they are just ripping through. Also, the Scythe, no one has been personally going to kill it until recently. The Scythe was just kind of slowly dying to drones. That's kind of the weakness about it. It has 1 XLASB and a dream. That's all it can really do. It's gonna
Yeah,
die
I
to
think
drones. It's gonna die to drones.
I think that's mostly the Arbitrators, maybe Hugin, maybe Vindicator drones even, and that Scythe goes down, just like that. And now it's just
Maybe
2
someone was
Sleipnirs
shooting
and
it,
2
but
Jackdaws versus the world.
maybe someone was
Bit
shooting it, but
surprised that
all
there's
I saw
Jackdaws.
was drones there, which makes it even funnier.
Yeah, same. I'm a bit surprised that those Jackdaws didn't go to help out the Scythe by defanging some of those drones. But, okay, yeah, Sleipnir gets bullied. I think it's time for it to die.
Yep. Oh yeah.
One more. And it's gone. Same time as that
This is gonna
Jackdaw
be
just
clean.
gets bullied. This is going to be 13 versus 200 point match. So they just
I'm
lost that
so
one
happy.
at the beginning.
All right, guys. Now we need to maintain this now. Vindicator 80-21, 100% win rate. I can promise that, guaranteed. Please don't test it. We want to leave it here. We want to be ahead.
I'm also really surprised because I just realized Dresky was actually 1 point down at the beginning of this. So that's why Slow actually has 13-point advantage, even though they only lost to Keras, which is worth 12 points. So with 1 point less, they still have this huge, super strong comp, and they just came and wrecked everyone. That last Sleipnir is melting. I think it's going down here.
Yeah,
Yep,
there we
it
go.
goes. And I think with that, we can send it back to the studio for some analysis on that amazing brawl.
Slow Chosen at play, taking the W there over Rusty Hyenas clan. There's our other way around. I'm just used to reading that red wins. I thought that was the script that CCP Zulus passed me, but apparently he's changing the script. So in fact, Rusty Hyena Clans wins this one over Slow Children at play. That was some classic historical AT play, and by that I don't mean world beating. I mean those were just old comps. That was like watching like the really old ATs when it was just Rush versus Rush. You had the Blaster Rush, classic Galente Rush, basically almost into a classic Minmatar Rush there. And of course, Mystical Might, what's the first thing you do in a Rush comp? That's right, you burn away. So how did that match go for both of those teams there?
Moderator moment. I think that the Slow team really did have a chance at winning at the very beginning of the match. I think that unfortunately they just weren't able to break through the Vindicator in time before they managed to lose both of their Vagabonds. I think it's very difficult to determine exactly what went wrong for the slow team. There were a bunch of like minor things that I noticed, like at some points the Sleipnirs were burning around so much that they ended up flying like 10 kilometers from the Vindicator when it was very low in armor. That's time spent not doing your optimal amount of damage, which may have helped break through the Vindicator at the very end. But I think it was a very minor thing. I'm not sure really if they could have really done much more besides just shooting those Vindicators. Maybe trying to clear some of the remote reps coming in as well by forcing the remote reps in close while they were shooting the Vindy, swapping to that while they still had their 5 DPS ships, and then swapping back to the Vindicator once those were down.
Yeah, I mean, two Vindicators surviving is going to give a nice healthy boost to the stats of the Vindicator. I think we have a graph. Maybe we can throw that up here. So this is the historical use of the Vindicator in Alliance Tournament matches. You can definitely see some spikes back in ye olden days. And it hasn't been so popular the last couple of years, in fact, declining. But two Vindicators fielded today, two surviving, is definitely a solid start. And of course, they more often die than survive. So these two are actually beating the odds. And actually winning as well is unusual for the Vindicator. It's big, it's bold, it's brash, but it does lose a lot. Now, I want to shout out the two arbitrators on the Rosahina clan side. I think they were doing a lot of really important work for those two Vindicators, essentially, by just tracking, disrupting the Sleipnirs all the way down and just really reducing the range that they're going to be able to be effective at. Nova, do you think that without those arbitrators, maybe this has gone the other way?
Yeah, I think that's entirely possible. It was really interesting early on when we did see those Sleipnirs just immediately turn tail and seemingly run, because I think, like at that moment at least, I was thinking, wait, did we get this wrong? Are these artillery even? But it was a good call from the commentators as well that they had realized if they reload to barrage, they can actually stay outside of the Vindicator range. But then they also become much more vulnerable to those tracking disruptors from the arbitrators. So I think they had a couple moments of realization. I saw them actually get at range. They reloaded to a different ammo type, started shooting that different ammo type, and then ended up a few seconds later realizing they had to burn in. At which point they then again had to reload to a different ammo type. So potentially without those few pauses, it could have been a big deal. At least in the ability of potentially breaking through one of those vindicators. And yeah, I think the arbitrators are one of the reasons why they ended up making those decisions to then close in, even having to swap ammo in order to do so again.
This day, we don't see the classic rushes so often these days, especially unusual to see rush into rush. Why do you think that that's kind of fallen out of vogue a little bit?
I think it's partly because there's so many different options that you can bring. I know that people may feel like their options are limited nowadays when they can only bring like 15 different comps to that are really strong in their own rights. But I think historically, I mean, the amount of comps that people could really bring were fairly limited at the time. So I think nowadays, because there's so much variety, there's so many different comps that can project out fairly well. You got the medium gun spams, you have the multiple battleship comps, like the cruise typhoons that we saw earlier today, for example. Um, when you're playing Rush, you effectively put all of your ships on one target, and then you have to burn over to the next target, and then the next one. So if you spread all of your ships out, you have that travel time in between, which you have to contend with as well. Um, but alongside that, I also think that the different points that we find year on year with the slight tweaks that are made by CCP Zealous means that people are more willing to try newer comps and try and see if different things work than they are to just fall back on the rush comp every single time, especially as it has to change every single year. It's not just something that you can pull out of retirement and go, we're going to slap that in and that's going to work immediately. You have to tweak it. You have to consider which elements you want to keep, and then obviously use it. In this particular case, I would have said that a Cenotaph, double Nighthawk, double Loki would have been better, but I think the Cenotaph was banned, so
I think so.
wouldn't have been an option. They could have done triple Nighthawk, and that still would have been effective on points. And I think I would have favored that more than the Sleipnir. I don't think the Sleipnir is necessarily the apex rush ship that it used to be.
But
I
in
agree
this
with
case,
that.
I believe both the Loki and Nighthawk were also banned. So
Yeah,
I think there was a situation that was really interesting that happened with the bans and how that ended up playing out, where they left the Cenotaph ban to the very end, and then there was that long pause that we saw the other team then decide whether they wanted to ban it or not. It was possible they were just looking through and then seeing, do I have a rush comp with the Cenotaph that I feel is viable? And is there a substantial risk of running into then essentially a coin flip mirror match, for example, of just two AC rushes even with a Cenotaph, and they decided they would rather play something else and not have to deal with the Cenotaph. They ban it, and then the team that ended up banning out Ham Rush said, "You're not going to expect our rush now. We're just going to bring an AC rush." Um, Interesting, yeah, metagaming there, I think, but yeah, didn't quite work out.
Yeah. I think the Rush is also a pretty good entry comp in terms of execution skill for maybe newer teams with less experience. It doesn't require that much big brain thinking to hit approach F1. And when it works, it does work. It is one of those things as well that as teams get better and more experienced, pretty much any comp should be able to survive against a rush. Either you screen people off or you reposition. You should always know how to defend against a rush. But it is also just a great starter comp. It's not too difficult to fit up. It's not too difficult to execute. And sometimes, in theory, the other team should almost always win against a rush if they're doing it right. But theory never quite works out, and all it takes is one person to, mess up. For example, we saw Goal Milleron just apparently forget to run his booster and died. So all you have to rely on people making mistakes, but people make mistakes a lot. Turns out we're all really bad at this game. All right, so one of the things that people are competing for, obviously, is cool prizes, and one of the prizes that people can get this year round is an amazing set of skins. So there's the Kaldari Victory skin, which you see on the screen now, and that will be on 9 different hulls: the Basilisk, the Kitsune, the Cerberus, the Kestrel, the Stork, Nighthawk, Scorpion Navy issue, Roke, and Ferox Navy issue. So every team that wins a match in the feeders and in the main tournament will get themselves 10 skins for every victory. And these skins tend to be pretty valuable for all the previous years. So by just winning a match on Thunderdome, you're already guaranteeing yourself a decent chunk of change on TQ. Or if you want to, of course, you can inject the skins into your your characters and look absolutely ballin', which is exactly what I would do. And I think these skins in particular look very, very cool. Misty, what do you think about these skins here?
I want to see if they have like the holographic effects. I think that'll be probably the most interesting point for me. It's hard to tell from the static pictures, so I'm gonna wait until I can actually preview these ships in game, and then be like, oh yeah, okay. I don't know if I'm gonna splash. If anybody has any spare skins, anyone does a lower bracket run and decides that they have too many, I will take one.
Okay, there you go. All right, let's look at our bans for our next match, which is Can I Bring My Drake versus It Worked in Testing. Nova, take me through these bans here.
Yeah, seeing a lot of similar drone ships in some cases. Dominic's, we saw that banned earlier. EOS, definitely a really popular one for a command ship, one of the strongest armor command ships in general. So not overly surprised to see that. Armageddon Navy issue seems like a classic, but Raven Navy issue, I think, is probably the most interesting of all of these.
Yeah, I don't really understand that ban right now. Maybe it's just because I'm not smart enough. But Misty, do you have any insight?
Sorry, into which particular ship?
The Raven Navy issue ban.
We saw it work ish earlier with the Torpedo Raven Navy issues, and it's not
So
the
you
first
think that
time
that's just someone trying to ban out the Torpedo Raven Navy issue?
this isn't the
comp?
first time we've seen the Ravy Navy issue ban today.
The Ravy Navy.
Yeah, the Ravy Navy issue.
The
We
Ravy
saw
Navy.
this ban like a couple bans ago. The Raven Navy issue's been banned a couple
I can't be
times, I think,
expected to
today.
remember these things.
I mean, neither can I. But hey, I actually think the most interesting part of this ban is the 3 minutes spent on the Loki and the fact that the Cenotaph isn't banned, which I think again
That's a
goes
good
back
point.
to what was mentioned in the previous ban thing, which is they get to the final ban and then they contemplate whether they want to bring a battleship setup because the Armageddon Navy issue or something has been banned out, and then they decide, no, we're not going to bring a battleship setup, so they can leave the Cenotaph open. Whereas we saw the reverse last time, which was they did want to bring battleships, the two Vindies, so they banned the Cenotaph.
Yeah, so that's a good point. The Zenitaph is available. So so far it's been ban or bring. We'll see if that holds up. Of course, there'll be no Ravy Navies, no Ravy Geddons. I'm not sure if that's still a thing. And of course, Loki, EOS, Dominic's Blackbird. The Blackbird's a pretty solid ban. Nope, nobody likes ECM. So I think I hear that we are ready to go to the arena. So let's head over there now. It's going to be Can I Bring My Drake versus It Worked in Testing. I'm not sure that's going to be true. Versus with Tian and Wingnut.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. My name is Tien Zaharin and I'm joined by the one and only Wingnuts Cross. And again, as soon as the Cenotaph is not banned, we have another one with a comp based around a Scorpion Navy issue. That's really interesting. What do you see on the
Yeah,
red team side? On the blue team
the old
side, sorry.
tournament queen there, but we have on the other side triple artillery Sleipnirs. A version of Boom Headshot has returned, as far as I'm concerned, with authors backing up and others various ships. This is going to be the potential to delete small ships in one volley.
That's going to be very interesting to see. Because the red team really relies on those small ships to hopefully get their Cenotaph to put out any significant damage. So we might actually see a first Cenotaph loss in the arena here.
It also kind of defeats the Cenotaph as well. Like Cenotaph, like, hey, I got to put a dot on you and kill you. You can't put a dot if you can't catch me.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be very interesting to see. So, Archie Sleipnirs, I didn't expect to see that today, but here it is as the match goes on the way.
We see it at least once every tournament, but I definitely was not expecting to see it in Vedas. But I'm very, very happy, especially from this team as well. And look at that volley on the flycatcher. Puts him straight into half shield. They can maybe get another volley on him, but I think he might be saved. Maybe. Never mind. I just realized I don't think I've got Logi. Never mind. They're all going to die.
Yeah, I also just realized that.
They're all going to die. They're all dead. This is artillery against no Logi. Every damage is free. Okay, well, this is game. Well done, Bazzer and the boys.
Wow, okay, that is very interesting theory crafting.
wow.
Seeming to work out. We see a lot of damage on the Osprey now. Not sure if the Cenotaph actually got a dot off on that, but another ship just dies away. Their flag hatcher now being deleted. Now they get into the higher end, so they will take a bit longer to kill stuff. It seems like they're losing the Osprey, but even if the Osprey dies now, it's still just Logi and no Logi. No Logi and no Logi.
They're trying to trade a Carrick Navy for it, and hopefully they do get it. The Osprey is about to go down. He's tanking for as long as he can to buy his team time. He's still holding on. He's still alive. He should be gone. Come on, he should be dead. Well done to Costas there. Just taking the longest amount of time he can before passing. He's still holding on.
Jones trying to get away, and he's still alive. That's crazy. He's taking so much time for his team right now. That's absolutely ridiculous. And they actually trade the Caracal Navy before the Osprey. That's crazy work.
Yep. So he finally does go down, but yeah, this team has started to be picked apart already. Well done to it worked in testing, and well done to Costas there buying some time. Hopefully this team can finish this job.
Looks like they're shooting the Cenotaph now, so probably that Cenotaph will go down, and I think that's the very first Cenotaph dying in the Feeders tournament. So,
I
see
also
if the
missed
red
something,
team
by the
manages
way.
to catch anything.
One of the flycatchers did not get killed. He boundaried. So that did not help this comp situation. I missed that.
Yeah. I thought it just got deleted by those RTs.
Honestly, yeah. Can you tell the difference between an artillery volley and someone boundary? It's basically the exact same result.
Yeah. Looks like there's a lot of damage on the Caracal Navy now. They have given up a bit on that Cenotaph, it seems, but it doesn't really matter because that Cenotaph, it's not that fast. It's not the fastest ship at the moment. It's moving with 500 meters per second. It's not going to reach anything.
He's going to an MJD beacon. He's going to an he's not even chasing. He's going to MJD. He's going to try and go for it.
Maybe.
Okay?
That's a risky play, but I respect it because
it's the only chance he's got, man.
The last chance they have. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We see this often. People have like slow comps chasing a kiting comp, and instead of trying to MJD, they just slow boat chase them and just never catch them. At least if you MJD, you've got a chance.
I really like that play, yeah. Is now at the beacon and he seems to be aligning to get ready for that jump. We'll see if he has any success with it and if he can actually pin something down.
I think he actually
went a bit too far. Is now suffering a lot though, so losing more and more stuff. He is now MJDing. There he goes.
Yep. Where are we going? Aiming for the small guys or trying to get ahead of the comp?
No, I think he's trying to catch Bjorn in his Sleipnir. He for that, and he lands quite close, but I don't think that's close enough.
No.
Nah, that's not close enough. He might try again. He might go for another MJD beacon, try the same trick again. But yeah, he's not super speedy, and their Ferox Navy issue is now suffering. It will take the blue team a bit longer to grind through the high end with those RTs, but still, eventually they will probably all go down, and they still have
good situational awareness as well, by the way, of Bazzer. Bazzer was actually burning towards the center when he jumped, and we saw it and moved out the way smoothly without losing speed. So well done to Bazzer. That's just simple flying like that can honestly win or lose a match on the spot. So what? No, honestly,
Absolutely.
good to see that.
Also, just
Ow.
noticing that there are tons of tons of Ewo Jones here in use against that Cenotaph, and he's just swarmed by this one at ECMs. So that's a really
Oh
interesting
no,
choice of Jones, I think, here.
I have been there. It is the worst feeling. And the best thing is, in a battleship, you can be perma-jammed by them. You can't even lock them in time before the jam cycle runs out.
Yeah.
That's pain.
Ferris
But they're
Navy
gonna get the
is
Fergus
now
Navy. There
in
you go.
armor into Hull. The Basilisk is taking some damage, but that seems to be just mostly Jones and maybe some null grazing shots. It's not going to be enough to kill him, especially because I think that Sleipnir probably still has an active shield booster. So if they get him a bit lower, he'll just drop up again. Just chasing him right now, but it doesn't seem like they can really catch him. Do you see that Fergus Navy issue of Loser heading for the middle MJD beacon? So he might try an MJD play as well here. Let's see.
Sorry, just that name just had me chuckling a bit too much there. They're trying MJD there. He's got all the ECM drones on him, so he can't do anything. There's even a Kerry's damping him just to make his life extra painful. That man can't do
Extra
anything.
miserable.
He can't do anything.
That sucks. I hate ECM Jones.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It does seem like
I
he's
have
lining up for an MJD
PTSD.
now, potentially. But
Yeah, he's gonna try.
see how successful he is with that. At least he will escape the ECM Jones for a second.
Yeah, there's a bunch of drones on Bazza, but I don't think I've even seen him cycle an XLASB if he has.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Baza is heading into armor and he's not yet trapping. Maybe he does in fact not have an answer shield booster, or he's just enjoying the bait tank. Playing a bit with
Maybe.
his
MJD from the
his
Ferox
food.
Navy. It looks like he's bouncing potentially to another beacon. And yeah, Bazza hasn't
Ooh, he's in
revved.
deep
I
heart.
wonder
Can
if he
he
has
make
used
it?
XLASB. If he's an XLASB, maybe he's used it up and I just didn't notice. But yeah, he's about to go down.
Yeah.
They won't
The
go
Ferox
down
Navy actually
lightly.
managed to MJD and he is still alive, so they kept that Ferox Navy alive. I respect the attempt, I really do. I don't think they can win the match off this, but respect the attempt to still make something happen. Ferox Navy still being alive and super low hull.
It might have Bazza might have burned his prop and potentially got breacher podded. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the thing that happens.
And there goes loser.
Yeah. Finally, the Ferox Navy is down. It's just the Cenotaph and the Scorp Navy left. They can
Well, we've
look
got
into
let's see. We
waiting for
have
them.
exactly 3 minutes left of this match to sit back, relax, and watch them slowly shoot two of the tankiest things they can engage. So, how are you doing
Yeah.
today?
Yeah, I'm doing quite well. Enjoying the feeders. I think we had some
Yeah.
quite fun matches today.
I can say this: you're definitely doing
Yes.
better than Can I Bring My Drake at the moment because they are just. This is Sufferville for them for sure.
Yeah. It's nice to be in this position. I see 4 different E-Wars all on that Cenotaph. I just realized that's all the 4 main E-War types all on that Cenotaph. It's just missing the newts and the weapon scram, but it's just completely doomed, I think. Can't really do anything, but it's not
He ain't
taking a lot
doing
of
much.
damage, so
He's MJDing again, so he's going to try that again. But I don't think
Ooh.
there is nothing in range.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Ah well.
They are well. At least he positioned next to his Scorpion Navy, actually, so at least they can hold hands while they are slowly dying.
I was just say the pain of it, right? He just landed, he's aligning around again, and before he even turned towards the enemy, ECM drones have already landed on him.
Oh,
That's
that
just
sucks. I really hate that. Have 2 minutes. The question is, can they still break through that Cenotaph? Oh no, it has an answer. Just saw it left there a bit.
They
So,
can. They got the Authors
actually,
providing consistent damage. They've got the Jackdaw as well, and the occasional volley from the
yeah,
Slipknot. They can kill it in time.
maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, they got a minute 30. They'll be fine.
Yeah,
Don't worry
easy.
about it.
Maybe they can ask the Scorp Navy to help out a bit, you know?
I
I
think
just
the Scorp
realized the
Navy's
skin
got
on the
much
Scorp
choice of
Navy.
anything at the moment. The Scorp Navy just
Yeah.
exists in a little life of pain.
That's those local Dario ships. I think it was just maybe a lost matchup from the start. They really didn't have any chance to do something different. I'm not sure what they could have and to be in a better spot than this one.
You always got to
Potentially
be
just
aware that
relaxing at the
a
beginning.
shield kite comp can exist at all times, at any time. if you're not ready for it,
Yeah.
something like this can happen, and you can just be outplayed, outpiloted, and just removed.
Yeah, I think 2 Flycatchers and the Raptor is not enough to really counter a kite comp, so I'm not too sure what they could
Maybe
have
if
done
Fast
better.
Fletcher did Boundary.
Yeah. 40
All
seconds
right,
to go,
well,
it does look like that Cenotaph is going to die, though. Then it's
yep,
just a
they're
Scorp
gonna get
Navy
one.
probably
Is that
living
the
this
first
one unless
Cenotaph
it's
death
going
in
to
the AT?
Boundary. I think it is, yes. I think it's actually the very first Cenotaph dying. There it goes, floating in a nice fireball. Deathlessness.
Oh, it works in testing.
Now we see
Well, that
damage
definitely
on.
worked in testing.
Yeah.
Not gonna get it. It's
Now
20
we see
seconds left.
damage
They're
on that
not killing the
Scorp
Squall
Navy,
Navy.
and
They're not gonna do it.
now
It's
they
like
realize the
15
Scorp Navy
seconds.
has no tank.
It's not gonna happen, dude. That's some wishful thinking. Right?
Yeah. Oh, the Scorp Navy is MJDing. Then 4 seconds, can he take it off? Ooh. Maybe able to MJD in time. I
There
don't
we
think
go.
so. The match is over here. I think with that we can send it back to the desk for some analysis.
Oh, we are back. Welcome back to the desk. I was just sitting waiting to be told when we were coming back, and then suddenly saw my face appear on the stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Can I bring my Drake? Didn't bring Drakes, and unfortunately, it did not work for them. It worked in testing. It did work this time, and they managed to take the W. I mean, to be honest, in that one, we saw them rush in. We saw the Raptor as hard as he could. They caught that Osprey, and they were able to basically kill him pretty quickly. And it was one of those things where it could start to snowball a little bit for it worked in testing. But after that, the experienced team, they managed to split up, fly around the arena, and just kind of keep away while deleting things from range. The only other person to die, somehow the Basilisk managed to get himself caught by a Zenithaf, and he got dotted. We can only assume he accidentally accepted a contract where he gave away all of his capacitor, and that's why he got caught. But a solid victory for it worked in testing. Mystical Might. Could Can I Bring My Drake have done anything different?
Absolutely. I was making sure I didn't hear the Discord sound. Absolutely, yeah. They could have not brought the Cenotaph. I think would have been an excellent choice. This proves, guys, that when the Cenotaph is open, you don't have to bring it. It is very slow, but it is very tanky. I think that the main issue that the team ran into is just their inability to catch anything, right? Like you said, they managed to burn the Raptor to trade for an Osprey. The Calco Navies at certain points did get tackled, but the ECM drones coming out from the It Worked in Testing team just meant that anything that they tackled down, they managed to break locks on. So yeah, it was basically just burning around in circles and waiting to lose, unfortunately.
And Nova, what do you think about the Navy Scorpion? It's a lot of points, 42 points, quite slow. Is it worth it?
I think it can be in certain comps. I'm not necessarily sure if it's worth fielding there in a rush over something like the Ravy Navy, as we saw that earlier. But I think it can be reasonable in certain setups. But the thing that I think was a little bit questionable about it to me was the lack of logi that they were also bringing. It's a lot of points to choose to spend on something like a Scorp Navy when you're also conceding that if it does go long, you are going to be at some disadvantage, especially if the opposing team manages to keep their logi up. In this case, they were able to kill the logi from the opposing team, but still, when you get into that situation where you're unable to actually catch anything, they're kiting, and realistically, it's just your drones that you're going to be able to use to try to put any amount of DPS onto them. It was also cool to see the drones that they were using from the kiting comp there were a collection of Hornet EC300s and also light shield maintenance bots, meaning that they were able to keep up. In some cases, they were keeping up with a small amount of chip damage from random drones of the opposing team. And then otherwise, they were using it to try to break tackles if they would land while they were clearing out the mid to low end. So I thought that was really intelligent overall.
Awesome, thank you. Now, we have played through the first half of all the matches today. Don't worry, there's plenty more explosions coming a little bit later. We are going to go on a short break for about 20 minutes, and then we'll be back with more explosions in a little while. See you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of day one of Alliance Tournament 21 feeders. We have more matches. We have many more matches to do. We have more matches tomorrow. We have more matches next week. And then that's just the feeders. There's still an actual tournament to do as well. There are so many more matches. If you like spaceship explosions, then you are in the correct place. because we have them for you in just about 5 or so minutes. I'm joined by two new faces on the stream with me right now. I have Ali Aras and moderator. Ali, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Overload. How are you?
Thank you for asking. No one ever asks me. It's always me asking everyone else how they are. Misty didn't ask. Wingnut didn't ask. Nova didn't ask. They just don't care. But you, this is why we like having you on. You come on and you're asking me. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you for seeing me. I'm great. Thank you very much. Moderator, how are you?
I'm doing great. Ollie, how's it going? How are we all doing today? We had a good half of spaceships. I'm ready for the second half, which I'm sure will be just as exciting as the first.
I am sure there will be. Is there any highlights so far? We've seen a bunch of matches. We saw Barbaroga. We saw the Zenithaf being fielded a couple of times. Ali, what's been the highlights so far watching the matches?
So I did really like that we got to see the Cenotaph, and I like that we got to see uh, both maybe why it has been. It didn't look that good, but everyone who's banned it out because they wanted to bring something that couldn't beat it. The thing that beat it was kiting, running away. It's slow. It can't catch you. Um, it. I'm very happy that we did see it on grid. I expect that we will see it at the top of the ban order for most of the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I expect as well. Moderator, what about you? Any highlights so far? I mean, and obviously, I just want to say thank you for joining us from the void. I know it's you're coming from a long way, so straight from the void, straight to our stream.
Yeah, I'm in a C6 black hole right now, presently. I've got the space shirt on. But yes, coming to you live from the dark blackness out of space. I'm excited really for this next match between Init and Nerve. Initiative being kind of tournament perennials, and Nerve being a conglomeration of the Alliance, champions in Fraternity, that core from 1819, combined with some of the snuffed out members that made a Genshin Impact Alliance, have merged into this team. And I think Nerve could go pretty deep.
Okay, interesting. Well, it's one to watch out. So keep an eye out for Nerve. We'll see if they can pull one over on the initiative. We have that match coming up in about 5 minutes. So let's take a moment to look at the bans and see what these teams are doing. So Nerve or NERV banning out the Sleipnir. Initiative responded with the Zarmazd and the Armageddon Navy issue. Nerve turns around and says no golems, no sentinels, and finally Initiative saying no EOSs. Ali, what do you make of these bans here? Look pretty standard. I do notice the Cenotaph, again, not banned.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I that jumped out at me right away. In terms of we saw avoiding the Cenotaph by just kiting it out, and plenty of kite setups are available here. You have the Sleipnir, best shield kite Logi if you want to fly a traditional shield kite setup. We could see another Typhoon kite like the one that Deepwater brought earlier today. None of the ships for that are banned out. Zarmazd has been a strong logistics. Golem is a little bit interesting. I'm wondering about that. When we saw golems earlier in that Tinker setup, they didn't look that good. Maybe it's someone's seen something with a little bit stronger execution that's really been scary.
Yeah, I suspect this is maybe like looking at those bans. It says to me at least that they're really afraid of something that can reach them even if they're kiting. Like a golem, famously, of course, can fit those long-range cruise missiles. The Sentinel can force you in if you're kiting, and the Sleipnir is just great at volleying small ships if it's just a little bit transversal matching. So, moderator, what type of comp do you think they might be wanting to bring here if they're trying to get rid of long-range stuff?
Really, this says that to me they want to get rid of the Golem for the Tinker setup, and Sentinel is essentially an archetypical ship in a lot of control compositions that they don't want to see. So they don't want to get potentially rushed by a Sleipnir or kited by it. Um, I think these are just generically very good, comfortable bans, and Nerve is basically not really showing their hand too much with this. From Init, I see basically they don't want to deal with a lot of the drone kind of control setups with the EOS there. Armageddon Navy issue is kind of the archetypical ship in this either 2 or 3 battleship core, and Zarm is typically the strongest raw HP outputting armor ship. So not wanting to maybe run into control either from the Zarm or a Kingslayer from the Armageddon Navy.
Yeah, so I'm watching the teams start to land on grid now, and I feel like I should just have like a button that I push, and it just makes me say this one should be interesting, because every time I see teams warp in, I go, "Ooh, this one will be interesting," And it usually is, to be fair. The matches have been quite good quality so far. There's been a couple of like crazy rush comps. There's been Tinker. There's been armor control versus armor control drones. We're having a real variety of different comps and different archetypes being fielded so far in day one here of Alliance Tournament Feeders. But this one is a classic archetype from around the Alliance Open, but it has been modified for Alliance Tournament 21. So I think without further ado, let's head over to the arena and give the casters a little bit extra time to talk about this one. So let's head in for NERV versus Initiative, and our casters GM Ren and Kevin Grimman.
And welcome down to the arena today. Hey, we're looking at Nerve landing right nearby here in a Cenotaph ham and a control setup. Oh, what are we looking at on the other side, Ren?
We are looking at pretty much the same. There is more what looks to be missile boats, and I have not checked yet if they are ham as well. Have you?
It looks like we will be running ham on both ends of this spectrum. It's not a very close mirror, but it's a mirror of style here. Looking a little bit heavier on the more bottom end for the red side of Nerve here for double Loki instead. And that'll let them use some kiting at least to try to hold range, especially on that Cenotaph, try to keep it away from the heavy elements in the back. What do you think
Yeah.
on the other side?
The other side may have trouble applying. I see a stealth bomber there. Torpedoes are notoriously not good at hitting moving targets, so having less webs means less applied damage there.
Absolutely, and Nerve landing at a little bit of range might lend them more towards that getting away. They try to space out to decrease the effectiveness of the enemy Cenotaph. This is going to be very dependent on whose Cenotaph gets more damage over time off more often and can spiral that into more and more DPS as both sides go right into each other.
We can see the Manticore taking a few hits immediately as the Hawk burns right into the fray and lands tackle on what looks to be one of the Lokis of Dark Daz, and immediately low shields. While on the far side, the Manticore is almost dying and getting its shields wrapped back, as the scythe is instantly removed from the field.
Exactly. Those Logi taken off the grid very early. That Manticore will probably follow soon after, as the Loki is tanking remarkably well with these Kirans repping it up. That damage over time from Gemini 3 on the initiative's Cenotaph isn't getting in all that much, isn't getting in the dots that it needs, but it looks like on the other side, there's lots of dots and lots of DPS coming out as they're going into anxiety.
We are seeing Ancient Lexi taking damage. We're seeing Subject and the other Nighthawk taking damage. We're seeing the Jackdaw at range taking damage. I'm not sure what that is being chased by, but it looks to be the pair of Jackdaws burning to that end.
Yep, the Jackdaws dueling each other out from the looks of it, as both Nighthawks of the initiative bleeding down very quickly under the DPS pressure of both these heavy assault missiles and the damage over time in ticking away, bleeding away at the shields that they have remaining.
Similarly, now for Nerve, their core, their Drake Navy, Nighthawk, and Loki are pressured in shields, half shields to low shields, as Ancient Lexi is losing all their shields right now and might not live much longer. Whole and gone.
Yep, even though it looks like Remillion, has not done as great of a job as Gemini of spreading out those dots, it might be too little too late here, as there's still both of the battle cruiser DPS non-Cenotaph are still up and shooting away while they have shields left. It looks like it's starting to definitely favor Nerve here in this trade.
Yeah, maybe they can claw it back, as Snow Kid Fox and the Drake Navy is going down at the same time as the Init Loki, losing them even more control and maybe even less applied damage. Currently, we can see their focus shifting to the Caracal of Theleon being beaten through its shields and into armor, and that too shall pop like a ripe grape.
And there's just not much left here for the initiative. Even with the Cenotaph on grid, and them being very, very tanky, depending on how you fit them, there's still just so much DPS left for Nerve. There's going to be no way they pull this back, especially not with both of the Kierans of Nerve still being up. There's not a lot to do here.
Yep, up and unthreatened, far to the side. They are fine at the moment, as we see the last bits of Init being mopped up. Maybe the desk was right, and we will see Nerve go far in this AT.
Absolutely. It looks like, especially getting that early Logi off, I think really swing the balance of this match towards Nerve as they could maintain the shields on their ships with both of the Kierans up, where the initiative without that scythe just could not hold.
Just didn't wrap any of the damage back. Nope. With that said, Init has been removed from the field, and Nerve takes the win in this feeder bracket.
NARV showing their tournament pedigree there as they dismantle Initiative in a very short match. It was only about, I think it was 3.5 minutes. Yeah, 6:22 on the clock when it ended. So Initiative, when they don't have a bunch of Sinos and 2 full fleets on standby with Papa Shines ready, proving that they are maybe not quite as competent as a tournament-winning team. And to be fair, that's not too big of a surprise. Ali Aris, what do you make of that? Now, I was going to ask you, I wrote down in my notes to talk about the choice of bringing a Scythe for 19 points versus 2 Kirians for 20 points. Pretty close. Obviously, you used 2 people instead of 1. But then you told me that it doesn't count because it died so early. So what do you think about that choice?
So the thing with the Scythe versus the Kierans is the Scythe is not a very survivable ship. I was honestly, sometimes these rush setups, there's a wide variety of logistics options for those. Sometimes people take Tech 1 Cruiser Logi. For Tech 1 Cruiser Logi, the Osprey is usually favored over the Scythe. It's just a better ship in general. The Scythe has more speed, but you don't really need speed if your plan is to just all huddle up in a giant ball at 0. You can take 2 Tech 2 Frigate Logi, the double Kieran option, or you can take 2 Tech 1 Frigate Logi, which is to say you take 2 extra logistics drones piloted by members of your Alliance Tournament team. In this case, the Scythe was acting more like the logistics drone. It showed up, it has Tech 1 resists, it has bad capacitor, it can run away, but not at the start of a match when everybody is in a rush comp that has a bunch of tackle and fast stuff. So the Scythe was dead the moment it loaded grid. It did not survive very long. What surprised me is that Init didn't try to trade it back on the Kierans. Once you lose your Logi, it's great if you just kill the other team's Logi and now you're at parity again. Instead, what we saw is they traded for the Loki. Loki was good, but then they weren't able to even, it didn't look like they were even looking for the Kierans. And at that point, they were taking dots from this, Init was taking dots from the Cenotaph. They were bleeding hit points all over the place. Meanwhile, the Kierans were just happily heating their reps, doing their very best, survived the whole match. And in a damage race, the team that can tank more damage has a major advantage.
Okay, awesome. Now, moderator, I want to come to you for something else. So I've noticed it in Twitch chat a couple of times. People saying, and I quote, "WTF is a Zenithaf." So it's a new ship, pretty new. Why don't you explain what a Zenithaf is and how it can be important in these matches?
Well, the Cenotaph is a deathless ship that was introduced between Alliance Tournament 20 and 2021. So this will be the first time we've ever actually seen it in competitive tournament play. And what it does is it has this thing called a breacher pod, which puts a dot on you, which does effectively raw damage. And the effect of that is that it does significant damage to things like a Nighthawk, right, that have very, very high resist where other ships cannot. The downside of it is that it has about a 12-kilometer range. And in this match, we saw Fifi McAfee, a 5-point ship, the cheapest ship that Nerve had in their entire comp, isolated Gemini 3 Cenotaph away from literally everything else. So we saw that the Ceno of Remeline, former AT captain when Fraternity won 2 years ago, put dots on everything he wanted to, whereas Init didn't get to put dots on anything they wanted to and had to put dots on a Skybreaker of all things. So despite Nerve coming in with a much lower attack bar, right, theirs was full the entire time and Initiatives just never was. Nerve really surgical execution and demonstrating very early on what the Cenotaph can do when executed correctly.
Awesome, thank you. That's been our hourly explanation of the Zenithaf. We'll be back in approximately another hour to re-explain this. Please pay attention out there in Twitchland. And I have noticed, like, a lot of people are asking me, is it pronounced Zenithaf? Is it Zenithaf? And whenever they ask me, I always say the same thing. How dare you talk to me? Now, we have about 10 minutes before our next match. So, is there really anything else that Initiative could have done in that match, Ali? Because, I mean, they had one Loki versus two, and they took an extra Nighthawk instead. Could they have played it a little bit differently? Like you mentioned about the trading for the Kierans and the Scythe, but what else could they have done?
So, in any kind of mirror match, and this is a conceptual mirror match where we have both teams have the same type of strategy, you have to look for your little edges in the strategy. And so, the edge that Init had coming in is they did have more damage. So, if they were able to somehow, if they were able to use their Cenotaph as well as Nerve was able to use theirs, if it hadn't gotten controlled in that way, um, it that could have, if they'd been able to use that damage bar to apply that, get some more trading in, that would have been great. The whole damage, and this comes back to sort of the thing that I was saying about the Logi trait. Now, yes, trading onto Kierans is hard. Kierans are hard to hit. Your ships are using heavy assault missiles. But one would hope that in your comp you have the means to cause your heavy assault missiles to apply to small things. It's difficult, but especially at the start of the match, you should have all of your target painters available. You should have all of your webs available. You should be able to just focus and go, okay, we're going to snap this, we're going to snap that. Especially for something that has to be in close range. It's not like the Kierans can go hide out where you have to shoot javelin at them or something like that. So trying to use that extra attack bar, trying to use like whatever little advantage they had, that's probably going to be the way to do it. They're not going to be able to use a range advantage because the double Loki is just going to keep them webbed off.
Awesome. And I've been told we have a couple of little explainer videos to cover things like the arena and a little bit of information about the tournament, you guys. So let's go over the arena first, because if you're first time watching Alliance Tournament, first of all, welcome. Happy to have you here. How are you? Fantastic. The arena itself is 125 kilometer radius, so 250 kilometers across. I'm expecting a video to begin playing imminently. Here we go. So the teams get teleported into the system, and they're teleported to beacons, which are out of D-scan range from each other, so they can't tell what the other team has brought. Then they have to warp between 0 and 50. You'll note 100 is higher than 50, so don't do that. If you warp out of 50, you get teleported to 0. Inside the arena, there are a bunch of MJD beacons, micro jump beacons, which you can activate and ping yourself around or out of the arena if you so choose. While you're in that arena, if you cross the boundary, 125 kilometers, you are instantly exploded. CCP Zealous has no mercy for those who violate his boundary. He's right there, ready to blow up at a moment's notice. So that is the arena that the teams are fighting in. We sometimes see some exciting matches where teams are trying to kite away and being chased down and trying to sort of pincer maneuver them in to try and stop them getting out the edge of the arena. Moderator, you've flown in a bunch of matches. What's it like compared to, say, like kiting and doing small gang nano stuff on TQ?
Well, the difference between small gang kiting stuff is that you have the entire grid. You can go wherever you want. You can warp in and out if you're getting shot at, much the same as you would in fleet combat. However, we have this giant 125 kilometer fear of death, which instantly kills you if you go outside of that. So you're very much constrained on where you can and cannot be, and that's part of the competitive balance, right? That will allow kite setups to not just be infinitely better than rush or in close setups. You can kite, but you can only go so far before you exit the arena instantly in a ball of death.
Instantly, of course. There's a bit of a unspoken competition to see who can get the furthest out. You cross the line and you get blown up. Now, if you could cross the line, for example, on a micro jump drive, by activating one of the beacons, you can time it so you're approaching the edge, you jump, and you can get a lot further than you might expect. And I think the record, if I am not mistaken, is still held by Goonswarm Federation's Azure and Argent with 232.5 kilometers. I believe that's still the record. I'm sure someone will correct me if that is not the case. But that is a phenomenal record that shall stand the test of time. It used to be held by Casper24 for a very long time. To be fair, that was just down to the sheer amount of attempts that he had at that point of boundary violating. So, sort of, you throw enough at the wall, eventually something's going to stick. So we have about 6 minutes until our next match. Let's take a look at the bans and see what these teams are going to be choosing to ban. So we've got Critical Mass versus Evasive Maneuvering. So it looks like, in fact, no, moderator, why don't you walk us through these bans here?
Sure. So Critical Mass is electing to immediately go with the Carries and the Dominic's Nighthawk. So Carries has been, a ship that has been part of the tournament meta and archetype for the last 15 years, and that's because of the incredibly effective dampening ability it has and the long-range scram, if you were to opt for that. Meanwhile, Critical Mass, or Evasive Maneuvering rather, has banned out not just a couple, but well, really three ships that are effective in kind of control and then also rush. So the Loki can be used either in a heavy missile kite or in a ham rush, along with the Cenotaph, as we saw in the previous match. And the Arbitrator is a relatively inexpensive way to get tracking or guidance disruption. And this is me, if I'm evasive maneuvering, saying that I'm not really showing my hand about anything. These are all very, very, very standard picks. Critical Mass. Dominic's tells me that they might know something. It's been good earlier today. We saw Barcode, a very good team, run that. It was very good in the grand finals of last year's Alliance Tournament. Not much has been changed really in terms of balance to really make it any worse. So it makes sense to me to get rid of it.
Yeah, and occasionally you find an absolute Giga Chad who fits blasters to their Dominix or Domi Navy as well, because big number on DPS. It's one of those things. Sometimes there are some ships that have big numbers when you do them in Pyfa, and you think, hey, that might be good in the Alliance tournament, and in fact, it tends not to be. The Blaster Domi Navy would be great, but it just isn't that good. The other famous ones, of course, the RT Maelstrom. There's a huge Alpha Strike. Looks great on paper, but you can kite an RT Maelstrom with a pause. It's just not going to happen. And then we saw the first attempt of a Barbaroga, 50 points, but a long spool. Ali, do you think we might see more Barbarogas this tournament?
I think it's gonna be tough. The spool is very long, the points are very expensive. The Python number is big, but the biggest number happens when you fit the Bastion module on it, and unfortunately, in the tournament, you are not allowed to fit the Bastion module because that would just be no fun to watch. So, I think when we saw it so close to Leshak, many people were like, "Oh, wow, that's amazing. It's such a powerful ship," but, actually, it might be kind of just a Python number situation.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was Alliance Tournament 13 was the last time we allowed the Bastion module to be fit and used in tournament. And it was somewhat predictable that 10 ships would enter, 18 would die, and 2 Marauders and Bastion would sit and slug it out for the next 8 minutes. It was not perhaps the most interesting of rules at the time. It did have some moments, I will say, but it's. I'm glad we don't have the Bastion module. I will say the Vargar and all the Marauders actually they have a bonus to cooldown for local MJDs. So in theory, there's a weird MJD Vargar kiting comp that exists out there where you just keep pinging around the arena. No one has been brave enough to do it, as far as I'm aware. Which so clearly teams are sleeping on the Vargar MJD kiting comp. Moderator, why is that?
Because the Barbaroga is a ship that should never be brought to Alliance Tournament 21. The team that did it so far was Triglavian Role Playing. Actually, something that people are a little bit wondering about in chat is why is there so much Russian spam? Well, that's because Evasive Maneuvering is a primarily Russian-speaking team. They're the practice partner of Truth, Honor, Light. For a very good reason, captained by Faffy Waffy. They're perpetually one of the teams that's in the running for the podium, and the Russian-speaking community is here to support them. They're an excellent team, and as people are pointing out in chat, before I even saw what was on grid, just from the names that came up, I bet the house on Evasive Maneuvering because they're that good and have been for forever.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Moderator endorsing Evasive Maneuvering. And it looks like you agree. 2.8 million channel points on Evasive Maneuvering to just 500,000 on Critical Mass. Evasive Maneuvering have the opportunity to do the funniest thing in the next match, should they choose. These are feeders, they could live up to the name. And stranger things have happened. I'm sure we all remember Alliance Tournament 16 when Hydra Reloaded, one of the best teams in the business, lost their first match in weekend 1 and had to do a now famous lower bracket run through the entire tournament. I can't remember how many matches it was. I think it was one of the highest number of matches in any in any tournament until I think maybe Odin's Call a year or two ago played more. It was a very, very long run for them. But I mean, this is how you separate the good teams from the amazing teams. They can get knocked down from a bit of a cheese comp and then turn around and then continue to just take it seriously and win. So it looks like we have a bit of an issue with one of the teams being moved in. So it might be a couple of minute delay on this next match. So we could just like keep talking. So what do you guys want to talk about?
Hey, Ollie, what do you know about their opponent's critical mass? I looked at their roster, and truth be told, I didn't know anyone on it. Is this a good luck tier moment, or who are they?
Honestly, it's sort of the same boat as you, and this is this has the potential to be very exciting because we don't know who they are. We have all these stories of evasive maneuvering being a great team, and evasive maneuvering certainly has all this tournament experience. Critical mass, they could be a team that has been just rigorously studying the Alliance tournament and flying nano every single weekend on TQ until they are just like 10 players working as a single synergistic unit that is going to just completely blow evasive maneuvering out of the water. And that would be an amazing story. As CCP Overload said, that'd be the funniest possible thing for your channel points. And since
Yes.
you're on the deck, we'd get to see your live reaction. It'd be amazing. Um, but who knows how this will go exactly. The one thing with the feeders, of course, this is qualifiers for the main event. So for the teams that we keep seeing winning here, we will see them again in October. Um, but a single loss does not mean you are out of this format. So we'll be seeing many of these same teams, even the ones that have lost today, back tomorrow or a later day where they will play for more uh, chances and skins.
Yes, and skins, most importantly. And everyone knows skins factually make you better. If you're flying in this tournament on Thunderdome, no less, where everything is free, and you're not flying with a skin, then to be honest, you're not really trying. Like the skin game is just as important. As pointed out in Twitch, red makes it go faster, useful in a tournament format. Now, I'm looking at our match timer. It is counting down, implying that the match is ready to start in about a minute. But I'm a little bit suspicious of this, so I'm not quite ready to throw it to the arena yet. Also, because there's nobody there, so that probably wouldn't help. But I'm waiting to find out from our referees. Our referee team are working hard. There's and so many of them doing an awesome job. We have a bunch of our GMs. We have GM Balder, Kronos, Peanut, and Rex, and Vision. We have Sothrasil, who's helping out with refereeing from the Anga games. Next one is confirmed. CCP Zealous, of course, is shepherding them around, and our head ref is Amy Muff. So they are working through whatever issues that the tool is showing. It takes a lot to put these things together. So can we have a nice 07 to the refs in chat? Anyone's had to interact with them over the period. If you've ever flown in the tournaments, you know how professional and polite they are. So hopefully we'll see a team appear soon. I'm seeing people appearing in locals. We might be ready to go in a couple of minutes. Soth Giselle actually is head ref this year. There you go. I thought it was Amy Muff, but I don't really read anything anyway. Moderator, what are your predictions for the main tournament? Do you think we're going to see a crazy meta this year? Do you think it's going to be kind of staples until? Because think about it. Normally, it's 2 weekends, so teams have time to react. This time, it's over 3 days. There's no 2 weekends. There's no time to react.
So one of the things that I think is underrated, and we will see definitely in the last couple days of the tournament when we get to maybe top 16, top 8, is that the main major balance pass that's happened between last year and this year was some of the reverting of the surgical strike patch. So essentially what that means is that ships now have much greater resist. And what that does, it will favor ship compositions that have more control, that have maybe more sustain but less DPS output, and can grind you down through a combination of neuting, ECM, and essentially just really just breaking your tank slowly over time and grinding you out instead of just knocking you out in the long run or knocking you out immediately. So I'm expecting a lot more matches to go really the full clock instead of maybe being a rush that ends within the first 2 to 3 minutes, really.
Yeah, the fastest matches we've seen so far have been about 3.5 to 4. We've only seen that happen twice. So I think you might be right there. I'm being told by the referees that the teams are now in local. I see my UI has updated to imply that. And we're just waiting for them to be warping into the arena. So we'll be able to go back over to the arena pretty soon. I'm going to wait until I see them before I throw it over to avoid any embarrassing moments. But they are landing now. So we're going to be going to this match only a few minutes late. Our first delay of the day. It doesn't happen often. And it turns out it's not even our fault. One of the teams put a pilot in fleet, wasn't in the roster. You can't do that. That's illegal. So, all right, let's hand over to the arena for this match with GM Ren and Kevin Grimman.
Welcome back to the arena where we have evasive maneuvering against, what was it again? Critical mass. We are seeing from Evasive Maneuvering, who are the blue team on grid, we see a triple T3D with double Hackade Confessor, backed by a Zarmast, and their main comp is Astarte and double Absolution, it looks like.
Absolutely. And on critical mass side, it looks like we got 3 crews, maybe even sitting all the way at range with the Hugin to back them up. So we're looking at a medium gun spam versus is a cruise range kite. So it looks like right off the bat, critical mass is going to be pulling range, try to make best use of their long range with the backline, at least, as the Ravens actually push forward into this fleet.
Who knows what the Ravens have in store, as we see Sam Punisher absolutely blast towards the red team here in his Absolution, beginning to bleed into armor, but let's see. I imagine the Zarmast can keep him up easily. The small stuff is turning sideways to stay out of range of the medium gun spam, I imagine. Not entirely successful, as the first Bifrost is immediately removed from grid.
Indeed. And I misspoke. Just double check the weapons. These Raven Navies are rapid heavy fit. So they're going to do an excellent job of cutting through the bottom end, especially of this comp. It's more of a Kingslayer style composition. But it looks like they're not able to currently push through that Absolution of Sam Punisher, or as they start to lose their Hugin, which is going to let medium guns get into close range ammunition and just tons of DPS into whatever they want here on critical mass's side.
Yeah, and currently we can see the Ravens are still target painting, and I'm seeing even web effects still on the Absolution of Sam Punisher, right in the middle of the arena next to the Ravens. But he's taking next to no damage, as is the entire evasive maneuvering team. They are evading any damage for now.
Indeed, those rapid heavies are on clip currently. No DPS coming out from them, unable to clip through the Absolution. That might have been a too early commitment onto a ship that was too far away that they couldn't push through. And it looks like they're paying the price now as they keep losing a low end, going on from the Hugin into the Stork. Without that Hugin, and that's a lot of the strong paints of this composition that are going to be gone, and it's going to be harder for them to push through things. But it looks like as those rapid heavies come off of reload, that the Hecate will be on the chopping block next.
Yeah, and can the Zarmast switch quickly enough and keep him up, or will he just get cycled through and follow that Stork into a big explosion? There he goes, following it up.
Absolutely. The Storks, without those Storks providing links to this composition, it's going to fall apart all the faster. These ships are having so much difficulty actually getting much done here. I'm quite surprised by that. Given it's a shield Kingslayer, it should have heaps of DPS and be struggling up maybe a little bit more on in the application end of things. And without that Hugin, those issues seem to be getting exacerbated quite a bit.
Quite a bit. I misspoke, by the way, because it was not the Stork that fell, as it does now. It was the Kirin that fell and followed quickly by its sister or brother, Kirin. So the critical mass team has lost their Logi completely now. There are paints going off onto the Confessor of Fafi Wafi, but I think he is just out of range for the rapid heavies to reach that. That seems like far away.
And with no low end to support and the Raven Navies already being demonstrated that they cannot actually push through the top end of its composition by evasive maneuvers when they committed to that absolution earlier, that it's going to be even more difficult for them to pull anything back here, or is evasive maneuvers get in close. They're starting to close the range, get to close range damage, and get these battleships down.
Yeah, they're trying to grind through the Executor Nave issue of Avel Ashai now, while the medium gun spam is trying to chase down the Skybreaker, it looks like, successfully so, as that turns into fireworks.
Absolutely. I think that very early on in that match, when they didn't manage, they spent a clip going into an absolution that they didn't kill, and then they didn't get anything with the rest of the clip, really has snowballed against them. As these medium guns are able to apply to the mid range of critical mass, they were able to get rid of the Hugin, get rid of the Kirans, and then take the rest of this composition apart. Without those reps, they can't hold this grid for long.
Nope, and they are threatening Aval Aishai in the Exec Navy still, but the Zarmast seems to be spooling up and pulling him back from the brink of death, and he looks quite healthy now as he pulls some distance. We see the Absolution, both Absolutions actually going to, well, pretty much zero on those Ravens as they are taking the first one through its shields.
And with that, those Ravens not having nukes, very surprisingly, to pressure at least the capacitor of these laser battle cruisers, could be trying to turn off those guns, try to shut off some of the DPS coming in, but we're just not seeing anything out of these Raven navies.
They might as well be jammed at this point or guidance disrupted, because there's not much going on as they try to take some shots at Fafi Wafi, who is clearly too fast for them to hit, with the Zarmast at the ready to save him if any damage goes this way.
Absolutely. These Raven navies just unable to push through anything, especially without having those support ships to tie down on targets to keep them in range, to keep them from wasting those clips into these ships that will just pull away and live. There's not much else that can be done here for critical mass.
Critical Mass in a last attempt is trying to target the Zarmast, who took some hits, but I think it's pulled range now because it has stopped taking damage completely, as we see Arst of Critical Mass go critical and explode.
Yep, and this is just to clean up at this point. Without the funnily enough critical mass of DPS required to push through anything in this comp, they aren't able to push through, and will end up losing the match here, or as time goes on.
We have about 3 minutes on the clock, so you have to imagine that Harry Gordiv will explode by gunfire from the enemy team as he goes through shields, now through armor, and will rapidly be turned into fireworks. There
Absolutely.
he goes. Well, I've spoken too soon. There he goes.
Finally, I think, and there it is.
Evasive maneuvering evasively with a nice solid W there. That was well flown, well executed, and pretty much what we expect from an experienced team like that. Now, Ali, that was an interesting matchup for the Kingslayer team there, going into a Zarmast. Tell me a little bit about that.
So the Kingslayer team, we saw one of these earlier today. They're featuring rapid heavy missile launchers, which means that you have a limited number of missiles. You shoot through your clip of missiles, and then at the end of that, you have to take a pause and reload. And what that means is what you really want to do is you want to pick one target and you just go all in on that target, unload massive DPS, overwhelm the logistics, and kill it before you hit your reload timer. That's really important. Uh, the Zarmast has the Triglavian spool up thing, but for repairs. So what it really wants to do is it really wants to target a single target and repair it. And the longer it sits on a single target, the better the repairs get. So if you want to counter a Zarmast, what you need to do is you either need to split your damage or you need to switch targets very quickly. But the problem with the clip mechanic is switching targets really quickly is bad for you. That is how you don't kill anything in a Kingslayer. And so they were kind of they're screwed both ways. Either you focus on one thing and the Zarm repairs it up easily, or you switch targets and then you switch and you like put 3 missiles into something and then you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I got to reload. So really bad matchup from a comp diff perspective, and evasive maneuvering piloted quite well, and did not throw away a very large advantage landing on grid.
Nice. Now, moderator, when we saw that match, that comp from evasive maneuvering, it's has shades of what we used to call medium gun spam. Tell me a little bit about that comp and like what it's good at.
So medium gun spam is a comp that has been used generically, I would say, with some variations as balance changes over time, where the core conceit is that you are taking a number of ships that have medium railguns, your medium beams, and you're really just trying to apply damage at kind of a mid-range with fairly inexpensive ships. And you're also getting the bonus that you can get absolutions and a starts as well to be the link. So you get all your links, you get very good resistance, and you get a lot of damage, a lot of mobility. The downside of it is that it has very, very little control, almost next to none. So in order to really kill a lot of things, you either need to track very well against a lot of like afterburning frigates if it's logistics or Sentinel. That is really hard to hit. So in this kind of composition, they were almost able to really use it as a bit of a rush, get on top of critical mass, and bring this one home. A little bit earlier, before we started this match, we were just talking about some of the resist changes, and this is one of the things that I was bringing up, is that the Navy Ravens, they don't have a damage bonus. Mathematically, you cannot break an ABSO by just dumping your clips into it with the Zarm repping you. It just doesn't work out. You have to kill the Zarm in that situation, and Critical Mass didn't have anything to control the Zarm, so it was never going to die.
Awesome, thank you. I see the bans for the next match have appeared on screen as well. I take that as a hint from production to hurry up and talk about the next match. Next match is Exodus versus Punishing Grey Raven. And the bans here are Armageddon, Arbitrator, Kerry's, Dominic's, Eos, and Loki. Ali, what do you make of these bans here? I mean, Geddon, Arbitrator seems like pretty solid bans to me as well.
Yeah, notably, there's no Cenotaph banned, but we have some of the best battleships banned. So the natural prey of the Cenotaph may also not be fielded in this match. Arbitrator carries are both very good. E-War and combined with the Loki make me think that perhaps Punishing Grey Raven really doesn't want to have anything controlling their range. Maybe Punishing Grey Raven is planning on kiting, and Exodus doesn't want to fight chonky bricks of EHP in the Dominic's, the Armageddon with its new control, or the Eos, which it's a drone ship, but it's also just one of the best armor links platforms that you can bring out for a really more controlling setup. So uh, they're banning that. They don't want to see it. They're not going to bring it. Maybe they're not planning on bringing any particularly big battleships either. So maybe Rush versus either Rush or Kite.
Well, I think we can head over to the arena. We're back on schedule, so let's head over for Exodus versus Punishing Grey Raven, and your commentator is GM Ren and Kevin Crewman.
Absolutely. Welcome back to the arena. Right now, we're looking at Punishing Grey Raven in a medium gunspan and composition with 3 battle cruisers of DPS and 3 cruisers of DPS. It's landing at range, ready to snipe off something small, hopefully, at the start of the match here. Or what about on Exodus's side?
Across the arena on Exodus site, we see triple Armageddon Navy backed with some drone boats and some control, and double Inquisitor for logistics. Let's see where they take it when this match kicks off in a second.
Absolutely. For Punishing Great Ravens here in a medium gun spam setup, one of their win conditions is going to be sniping off small ships at the start of this match. That's probably going to look like trying to kill the Inquisitors the moment that timer hits 0 and cut off their option to just face tank them all match on Exodus' side with these extremely tanky battleships that will take a long time for these medium guns to push all the way through.
Yeah, and removing the control aspect of those battleships will be key to winning here as well. Let's see what they can do as the countdown has begun. Links are up, and we are seeing where they will go. with immediately the entire core. Looks like
The Armageddon
returning.
Navy issues are MJDing.
They are
They're going
MJD.
right into a brawl. The Armageddon Navy's MJD on and right on top of the entire backline. And those dudes are going to be wreaking havoc in those smaller ships, especially those Mollis, is they're not going to be able to play the game much. And that Zarb is tackled.
So it is. And we are seeing on the other side, one Inquisitor has already popped of the Exodus side. Let's see what the second one does. Well, that one also goes down rather quickly. So the medium guns doing what medium guns do best and pick off the small stuff that could not MJD after their core. Did the Gaddens catch anything?
It looks like they had an initial grappler on the Zarmas, but it's managed to slip away and get back behind its friends and try to live here. But it looks like those Vexers closing in on it and aren't going to let it get away that easily.
No, but they have paid for that maneuver, having lost all their destroyers and their Logi frigates already. But there we go. There's the webs and the scrams on the Zarmast, and it is being taken out quite rapidly here. Maybe at the cost of 2 Vexers, though. So we'll see where that trade leaves them at after it goes down.
Yep, the MJD on the Armageddon Navy is a very bold move for sure, and it did let them get it on top of and force the positioning of the Zarmaz. But it looks like without that initial tackle being hardy enough, that with that Zarmaz being able to live 2 minutes into the match, they've traded a lot to get it, and it looks like they'll be losing more before they can push into the next thing here, or as that Prophecy Navy is starting to hit.
I was going to say the next thing has been caught, and is the Prophecy Navy issue of Kit Kat, caught by the Vexer of Armageddon, Iscaria. And slowly the rest of that triple battleship core creeps up behind it, and it's starting to put some hurt on that big battle chicken.
Indeed, it looks like those red drones are not rep drones. Those are primarily DPS drones, which means that they will have a lot less tank for this Vexer and these battleships as the match goes on. And the Prophecy Navies do get a solid bonus to the amount of tank that they get individually. So it's going to take a long time and maybe more than one clip to get rid of this Prophecy.
As you say that, though, it is hit hull, and it's about to go up in flames at the same time as Exodus is losing their last Vexer. So all Exodus has left right now is their Hugin of, I believe that is their captain, Aaron E. Vega. And we can see that Punishing Great Ravens is laying into, well, that same Hugin of Aaron E. Vega now next, choosing not to go into the massive HP pools of those Geddon navies, which might be the smarter move.
It looks like they might be switching onto Zaraxel of the Armageddon Navy as the Hugin is able to pull back out of range and start getting behind its big, beefy friends to defend them. As the Omen Navy starts to bleed down. With no Logi on either side, this match will be entirely dependent on who can win these DPS races. And it's going to be very difficult for Exodus to pull it back without any sort of tackle that can really stick in. This Hugin is very squishy, especially without any rep drones going on to it.
Yeah, but you know what else is squishy? Frank Letank did not tank much at all, as he is caught and killed, dispatched by the Gaddens and their newts. Those don't do you much good if you are caught in a Kaidi cruiser like that. Very hard to engage. Let's see where they go next. We see Aaron E. Vega turn his attention towards what looks like the Astarte, but I'm not sure if those are web effects on him quite yet, as the Astarte is just kiting away at this point.
It looks like the Omen of Seth is the one that's currently webbed as Zoroxel gets into a hole and is bleeding down very quickly. Without any rep drones on him, this Armageddon Navy cannot tank under this DPS. There's just no way for it to do it. Sorry.
There is a giant cloud of drones from Punishing Grey Ravens heading from one Armageddon to the next and hopefully chew through that one. They are now on Vitoni as Exodus manages to take out another ship. There we go. Maybe they can claw it back. Let's find out.
Yep, that Hugin doing excellent work of moving around the arena, not dying, despite these guns being very good at applying to them. It's still alive and still providing the tackle that these Armageddon navies need. I don't know about the wisdom of leaving this Hugin up from Punishing Grey Raven's side. It's getting a lot of work done as this Omen Navy is about to drop as well.
Yep, there are definitely web effects on that Omen Navy, and there it goes. But at the same time, we see Vitone in the Armageddon Navy going into half armor and below half armor as that entire blob of drones is following it around. And I'm not sure if they can deal the damage. They are currently, though, Exodus is ahead in points, but not if they leave or if they lose that Armageddon Navy issue. And they'll be about 40 points behind, and I'm not sure if they can claw that back.
The Hugin's still right up in the face of his Punishing Grey Ravens fleet. As the Armageddon Navy, these are MJDing up to try to get some DPS on and make use of those strong webs and strong target painters. And Vitone, having an MJD'd, is very far away from the drone ball, which will buy him a few seconds of life at least.
But it might not be enough as the drones catch up and it's being pushed through hull. And the last 5%, and there it goes in a ball of glorious golden armada fireworks.
Indeed, the MJD getting a second use out here is really going to be the deciding factor in this match of if the Armageddon Navy can, and now that it's in range, actually push through anything. I mean, the Omen Navy's in armor, but not taking damage here, or as I suspect they're on and reload for the Armageddon Navy, waiting for that chance to get anything else out of it.
Yeah, and we have not talked much about the Maulers that Punishing Grey Ravens brought. It is currently focused on the Armageddon, and the Armageddon is still shooting, so I'm not sure if the Damps did much at all there. So, but it seems that that kind of control was not needed, as the other side's control, the Exodus control, was removed first.
Indeed, and that interesting topic that Mala is, who has been in this match the whole time, but it hasn't been felt all that strongly as between the Hugin and Armageddon navies. They've been able to switch between targets relatively quickly, even though now as time goes on, that Armageddon navy is having a harder and harder time actually getting in range to do much of anything.
Yeah, I believe at this point, Punishing Grey Raven is just playing keep away, letting their drones do the things to sabotage in the final remaining Armageddon Navy, who's dropping lower and lower into armor. And they're just playing keep away, playing the clock, the last 2 minutes remaining as we speak. So I think they'll just grind out a win here.
That initial MJD play right at the start of the match, getting into the backline, not quite paying off as they weren't able to catch and kill that at Zarmaz quick enough. And with that Zarmaz being up, they couldn't make any more progress into the rest of his composition and had to burn so many of their ships, their links, their tackle, their logi to get rid of just one Zarmaz. And without those ships to back up these Armageddon navies, they're not able to push through here.
No, it would have been an entirely different match if they had some smaller, faster ships to put tackle on the remaining cruisers and battle cruisers. But we're not seeing that right now. And Aaron E. Vega gave the good fight and is now blown up. And with that, back to the desk.
And there you have it. Exodus, a bit of an upset there as they drop down to Punishing Grey Raven in, honestly, a very exciting match. We saw some excellent piloting on both sides. I think, Ali, you were mentioning just in the last desk segment, the idea of going with a Kingslayer against a comp with a Zarm and how you have to get rid of that Zarm because it's just going to be able to spool on whatever you go for. And then we see almost exactly that. And Exodus are one of the most storied and experienced teams in Alliance Tournament history. They've been competing in Alliance Tournaments for nigh on all of them, probably from like Alliance Tournament like 7 or 8 or something like that. So they are really experienced as a team. And that was just obvious. They come in and they recognize immediately, like, oh, hell, like that Zarm is going to be a real problem. So they do a pretty skilled job of just trying to MJDs right on top of it and try and blap it down. Unfortunately, the execution didn't quite work out and they did drop. And a lot of you lost your channel points, which is a real shame. Don't forget you could do !refund and get some back. But I mean, how did that go down for them there, Ali? Like, was it just a case of they didn't get that Zarm quick enough, or could have done something else?
So really, what this was really effective response from the other team. So they jumped in on the Zarm, and that's again, they absolutely just have to do that. They were ultimately able to kill the Zarm. Part of the reason they had to jump in is both because the Armageddon navies don't have enough range, even natively, on their rapid heavy missile launchers to shoot a Zarm throughout the Zarm's entire rep range. So you could have the Zarm over here, and the missiles just coming at it and can't get there. Um, but also there was this Mollis, and they were damned to heck. So they have to go in. They had the tools to go in. They had the Armageddon Navy newts as well. They were able to flush the Zarm out. They were able to get tackle on the Zarm and eventually kill it. But the defenders were able to react and were able to just make them pay for the Zarm. So they had no choice but to go in and get it. But they did have to trade out a lot, and ultimately it was too much.
Yeah, I mean, Maud, do you think they could have really done anything else? I think personally, it seems like the right move was to try that MGD play and try and just blab that Zarm. Is there perhaps another route to victory?
Route to victory is to take 2 Navy Armageddons. This is something that myself and my colleague Mystical
They
Mike
did. They
harp
did have
on.
two. They had
They
two
had
and a
3.
spare.
They had 2 and a spare. The
So
problem,
three includes two.
unfortunately, you're partially right. Exodus was. I'm not trying to harp on them too long. Some of these people are my friends, but 3 doesn't work for the very simple reason that you run out of points to do things with. You are forced to take Inquisitors, and you have to bring Magus Pontifex. The problem is that the Inquisitors die very quickly, and then your Magus Pontifex die very quickly. 2 battleships work, but the problem is that 3 of them, they're slow. They can't catch things. We saw that Vitone, Zeraxel, and Sabotage had to sit on one of the Navy Omens and the Navy Prophecy for forever. Meanwhile, the Astartes are able to just chill out at range along with the rest of their medium gunspan ships. And the Molluses, these 2 ships were absolutely wreaking havoc. There were times where none of the battleships could empty their clip on anything whatsoever, and were just dying horribly in a ball of fireball, putting out nothing on their attack bar. You just sacrifice too much going for triple battleship core in that comp. It doesn't work, and it falls to like the most common archetype we've seen, the medium gun spam. If it doesn't beat the default setup, don't bring it.
I mean, and let's just call out punishing Grey Raven for their execution as well. Like, it's one thing to say in theory that you should win this. It's another to go up against a team like Exodus and still actually win it. At one point, like Exodus, again showing their experience, started to kind of claw it back, and it got within a couple of points. But by that point, the Logi had been traded. It was just a DPS race, and there was just more applied DPS coming from that punishing Grey Raven. So excellent job by those pilots. I'm sure they're very happy with that particular win, and they should be. That's a solid win to take. Beating Exodus is, it's no mean feat. They're a very, very good team. All right, so we have about 5 minutes till our next match. So it's going to be Doro Sweetpunch versus Odin's Call. Let's take a look at the bans for this one. So the Zenithaf only took 5 seconds to think about it. It's out of here. Then we have Armageddon, Navy Issue, Zarmaz, Dominix, Loki, and Jackdaw. Pretty standard bans, I think, are starting to form, Ali. We're starting to see the same suspects, like the Geddon Navy, the Xeno, the Zarm, the Domi, and the Loki coming up time and time again. Jackdaw is a bit of more of an unusual one. What do you think about that one?
So the Jackdaw is the best destroyer in shield projection setups. Those light missiles are just absolutely bonkers. It can reach incredibly far, high alpha, very good application to low end. And this year, you can bring as many Jackdaw, up to 3 Jackdaws, without paying extra for them. So if you're bringing any type of shield projection setup, 3 Jackdaws, very good place to be, assuming you can fit them in the points, because you will just be able to take those 3 ships and destroy the opposing low end. No frigate logistics, no Hyena is safe from your wrath. So taking that Jackdaw out is going to be a real thing if Odin's is planning on doing some sort of kite, or we saw them in a shield gun spam earlier. So that's what the Jackdaw's doing.
In the olden days of a couple of years ago, you used to see the Jackdaw fielded a lot in armor control comps. It would just be fit. It's a huge amount of mids to fit E-War to it, so it would fit tons of damped tracking disruptors, all sorts of things, and just fly around really far away from everybody doing that. But as I mentioned earlier on, you can no longer fit those on just any old ship. It has to be a bonused ship, and the Jackdaw, of course, is not bonus to these things, so it becomes back to its normal role. Moderator, what do you think we might see comp wise? Like, it has been a real variety so far today. It's hard to pin down what the meta might be shaping up to be, other than perhaps a wide meta. What's your thoughts?
So my thoughts are kind of initially that Doro Sweetpunch is a team that's essentially new to this tournament, but their bans are very, very mature. I actually know a good amount of these players are the Korean speaking PvP small gang community, like Donrin, Rakina. A lot of these players are very, very good. I played with them on Tranquility years ago, and they're some of the better players I've gotten to play with that are not part of like the kind of US EU community. Odin's Call is no slouch here. This is going to be a real vibe check for Doro if they can be able to take on Odin's. Odin's has gotten a little bit weaker, having lost some of their players to Rage Quit Cancel Sub, but they're still a very strong team. Doro having very mature bands. I like getting rid of the Xeno, Dami, and Loki. They're just good in a lot of different comps. Odin's getting rid of Armageddon, Navy, Zarm, and Jackdaw. Just like Ollie and you said, they're good default bands against a lot of things. No one's showing too much of their hand here, really.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this matchup goes. I can see what's on grid, and we're seeing a couple of ships we haven't seen yet today getting fielded. So I'm again, I need the button. Maybe Beardo can just get me a sound effects button. I want an air horn. I want clapping. I want sad trombone, and I want me saying this should be an interesting match. And then basically my job is done. I don't have to do anything anymore. I'll just sit and push soundboard effects. I'm sure we can easily manage that. So we have about 2 minutes into this match, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, someone says it in local. I'll just go ahead and spoil it. Someone has landed from one of the two teams and said, "Oh baby, a maelstrom." That's right. We are seeing the infamous tournament maelstrom. In what form? I do not know. We'll find out in a couple of minutes. Is it the infamous arty maelstrom? I hope not. I hope for all that is love and holy, it is not the arty maelstrom. I hope it's the AC maelstrom. Because also big number, but it actually applies, which is nice. We have about a minute and a half, so we can just throw it over to the arena and let our commentators, GM Ren and Kevin Grumman, have a little think.
I have news for you, Mr. Overload. That Maelstrom is, on my screen at least, that looks suspiciously like 800mm autocannons. Besides that, Doro has brought triple Ferox Navy issue, double Phantasm, with a Stork, Moa, Vigil, and an Osprey as their logistics cruiser.
On the other side, with Odin's Call, we're looking at a Balgorn, two Abaddons, and Magus Pawnee, Carries Thalias, and then two Maulers. This heavy metal composition is going to do an excellent job of just going into this brawl and having a very good chance of winning it straight up, especially against that Maelstrom. These battleships are incredibly tanky, and with T2 Logi sticking behind them, they've got a lot of support for them.
I do want to ask if this is the first Balgorn we've seen today? Question mark.
I believe it is.
Let's see where it goes. It looks to be steaming straight ahead into the Doro group. Let's see what Doro can do in response. It looks to me like they're taking evasive maneuvering, as the first targets are the Doro, or the first targets seem to be the Doro Phantasm of Reazael, who is mitigating some of the incoming damage, and on the other hand, Martin Conrad in the carries is taking some pot shots, but nothing is really coming through right now.
These medium gun spam comps especially thrive on being able to kill these carries, these small ships right off the bat, and without that snipe off at the beginning of the match, it's going to be very difficult for them to do it later on. With this carries being able to spread out damps and keep DPS off of itself, it's going to force these battle cruisers especially into shooting the frontline battleships and maulers, both ships that that have bonuses to resist, bonuses to that how much they can tank, and it will absolutely just eat DPS all day long, as this Ferox Navy issue of Saladin is bleeding down burning charges to try to keep up under this weight of DPS.
Right, that one is stuck, caught by a mauler and shot by the entire core. But in the meantime, Doro does get the carries of grid in a as the phantasms have managed to burn all the way around and have gotten to the back lines. We can also see the other phantasms and feroxes now having landed on the Thalias. DB Wildcat going down as by now the first ferox has fallen. So we are seeing trades here. And we are seeing damage going out on the second Thalia of Show Doing.
Indeed, there was no Deacon ban, but they opted for Thalia over Deacon. Probably wanted to make sure that they weren't going to get neuted off, they weren't going to get it out controlled by damps or jams, but it doesn't look like that's worked out for them, as the tank difference between a Deacon and a Thalia are significant. The Thalia is popping very quick, and the Pontifex following suit. These heavy metal ships not able to catch reps anymore.
No, and I'm actually not sure what they are up to right now. We are seeing them shooting on the next Ferox Navy issue. Tindi Erkinen is being shot by at least one Balgorn, but I'm seeing also shots missing. So I'm not sure if they have the application or the control. One of those.
And with all of that low end now missing, it's going to be harder and harder to get those maulers onto additional targets, especially those phantasms. Without a lot of webs, it's going to be very, very difficult for these battleships to apply down onto a bonus AB cruiser, as they keep committed on into the Ferox Navy, because they don't have a lot of better options available to them.
They do not. And on the other side, do we see Doro actually trying to grind down one of the Abaddons, as Kravidi is going into like a third of its armor? Tindi Erkinen is unfortunately out of this game, as he is bleeding shield, bleeding armor, bleeding hull, and there he goes.
And Alan, those two maulers are currently chasing down the Osprey of Rakina. It looks like the mauler will catch the Osprey. That might actually swing this match quite significantly. Without that Osprey on grid, these battleships can leverage their tank and DPS even better to actually make some ground back against these shield ships.
Yeah, that Osprey is hard tackled by one mauler. The second mauler is burning in, and the Magus is helping with a painter.
The Osprey does go down here. That's going to open up the match a whole lot more to these battleships, that they can apply at quite long ranges. Even if they are loading large pulse lasers, they can load Scorch and apply out to 60, 70 kilometers range and apply to far away targets. But it looks like that won't be necessary, as the Balgorn of Cyblade, it has the Maelstrom tackled, and that looks like it'll be the next target for this fleet.
That will be the next target, but we'll see which one goes down first. Kravidi still has about 10% armor remaining. It's resistance bonus armor by its whole bonuses. And we see the Maelstrom trying to claw back some of its shields. I'm not sure if that's local tank. That must be local tank, because the Osprey has gone down already.
Yep, the Maelstrom does get a local rep bonus to the amount it can repair each time. So that extra large Ansel running on the Maelstrom is keeping it going to do a lot more than you'd expect on most battleships. But without a lot of other bonuses to feed into that, it's not as tanky as you might think, even with that bonus, as they drops into deep hole now.
Yeah, but they did take down one of the Abaddons, so there's a chunk of DPS gone now from grid.
And that Maelstrom still just barely holding on, and it does go down. That's another big chunk of DPS as this match slows down. I think it favors more and more this armor composition that can apply at range. And it doesn't favor this shield comp that doesn't have any reps left. That if they want to be dealing damage, they need to be in range to take damage. And it's going to become this dance between these ships trying to keep range and get DPS in, and at the same time not stay so close that they get killed off, as this Magus is going to be the next target, and it's going down very quickly.
Yeah, that Magus is being chased down by the entire lower end at this point, but they're trading for a Ferox Navy issue at the same time. which is
Mhm.
hard tackled by those two maulers who have been putting in work.
They're excellent as tackle pilots, burning around, catching things, and making sure that those battleships can keep putting out DPS on something here. Or without any dams left on grid, it's hard to push the DPS off from these cruisers, especially now, as the battle cruisers have run out. Lots of DPS missing from this grid, and Doro is on the back foot for sure.
Yeah, Doro is about 40 points behind at this point. Odin's Call is looking to run out the clock with 3 minutes to go. But we shouldn't count them out yet. Maybe one of the maulers can land some hard tackle, or maybe the two remaining kitey cruisers and the supports can pull something out of the hat. At any rate, Doro has had a great showing against what can, with right, be called a veteran team in Odin's Call. Even if they haven't had the results in ATs before, they are a menace on TQ.
This very green team of Doro, Sweetpunch doing an excellent job of, as you mentioned, of showing off of the power of these medium gun and composition. It's sniping through the small ship. It's getting rid of support, but these comps struggle again to really get the peak DPS as if they can't get into brawl range. And with these ships especially, Conflag is very strong and will push through these T1 resists that don't have much in EM to begin with, as Star is dipping into armor.
Yeah, he flew too close to the sun, or in this case, Nabadan, it seems like, and got caught out and is taking some damage. They're Logi gone. There's not much that can save him at this point, except maybe pull some speed, pull some range.
Looks like he is pulling range. He'll be able to pull much range here, as he is much, much quicker than these heavy metal battleships go just chugging along ever so slowly, trundling around the arena, trying to make sure that they don't lose anything else here, as the Maulers actually lunging forward, or the BANE and Balgorn grouping up towards the MJD might be going for a play there.
Yes, they might very well be, but as you say, they're trundling along, but they're not really in any danger. The remaining DPS just isn't enough to chew through these 4 incredibly tanky ships of Odin's Call as the clock is running down to a minute time as we speak.
Especially that early, not getting the snap off on the Kiris very early on, I think really started to spiral here in this match. Is that allowed the Balgorn and Abaddons to get in close to, and then later in the match, as they a transmatch to snap the carries off later, they were caught so very much, and this just didn't allow them to maintain the kite that they needed and have the ships they need in this late phase of the game to pull it back.
Yeah, I agree. The Maulers are chasing the Phantasm around, chasing the MOA around with 30 seconds on the clock. I don't think any one of them is going to go up in flames anymore.
There's just not enough time. Needed to be more decisive earlier in the match, perhaps. Just take
As we,
those DPS.
as we say, that Star Harrier is blown up with 20 seconds to go. Of course, Caster's curse strikes again.
Indeed. Thank you. An excellent showing from both sides, though, as we finish off here and we can head back in up to the desk.
Doro Sweetpunch nearly taking one over Odin's Call. That was nearly our second major upset in a row. Wow, what a match. Odin's really on the back foot there, had to really dig in, grit their teeth and push forward, because that was a hell of a match for them. I mean, thankfully they had their ballers in the maulers ready to put the team on their back and carry them towards the end there. But that was, wow, what a match. Ali, tell me a little bit about, you have to have a certain amount of keeping things cool when it's looking rough. When it looks like you've fucked it, you've come in, you're about to lose to a fucking maelstrom, and then you have to pull it back and take the W. Tell me about that. What's it like?
It doesn't feel good. You kind of have to, just set aside the part of your brain that is screaming at you, and just no, we'll set that down. We can scream in 10 minutes. Right now, we're going to focus on our win conditions, and that's what Odin's did. Once they lost their two Thalias, they were losing more of their low end. They were on the back foot. They were down. They really needed to get the Osprey, and that is where the ballers in the maulers went, they did their job. I saw one of them holding a battle cruiser for, secondary tackle, next target, something like that. As soon as the two Thalias died, that Mauler immediately starts zooming over towards the Osprey. And the Osprey does not have very good cap. It cannot run and rep at the same time. And so once the capacitor was empty, possibly aided by some drive-by newts from the Maulers, it was caught, it was dispatched, and then Odin's was able to stay focused and stay on their win condition of, okay, so we have more tank than they do. If we can just grind their EHP down and stay focused, then we might be able to pull this off. And they did. Great job.
Yeah. Feels like those two ballers and the maulers should get that as their title on TQ. Make it happen. Odin's call, make it happen. All right, moderator, you wanted to talk a little bit about tracking, and we have a bit of a explainer video as well about tracking if you're new to EVE Online, which we can throw up and kind of talk through as well. So, Mod, tell me about tracking. Oh, Mod, you are muted once again. Muterator has struck.
That is fake news. I have never been muted. So right now, what we're looking at is the model of a Sleipnir shooting at a Mauler. That would have helped a lot if they were able to actually kill the Maulers in this match. What Doro was at least able to kill, though, was the Thalia. And one of the things that we're seeing in this model on screen is that it's difficult to keep, tracking at close range, but further away, even if they're the same speed. So one of the things you can do, right, is unlike the Sleipnir that's standing still here, you can move the same direction your opponent's Thalias were doing, which is exactly what the Phantasms and NPSI.ROCKS did. Keep in mind, these were just paints. There was no hard tackles on Thalias, which are infamously difficult to kill. And they were able to perfectly track and snap them. At that point, I thought that Doro might have a chance because that was part of their win condition, was getting rid of the Logi and then killing the Pontifex Magus, getting rid of the Lynx. But Mellor, to his credit, was actually possibly even a bigger Chad than the Maulers because he was blinking in and out using the micro jump drive beacon perfectly to apply his Lynx, then get away because he would have been evaporated by the Phantasms and Ferox had he stayed. So he got the Lynx, was calming to his team to say, hey, when you're about to drop off, give me 20 seconds, I'll blink in, hit you with Lynx, and then bounce again. And he was able to do that for about 6 minutes and keeping himself alive, whereas the Pontifex of Werang died. And that Magus probably was their armor Lynx, and that's why we saw the Abaddons live for so long.
Yeah, I mean, really excellent example of piloting, and theory crafting, execution. Probably one of those ones to watch if you're a new team. Like it'll happen that you end up on the back foot, and a lot of teams just kind of spiral. They get tilted. It all falls apart. But being able to have that sort of composure and come back and readdress. Sometimes you just change strategy as well in the middle of a match. That can be just really, really difficult. And I'm being told as well that the main captain of Odin's Call was actually not here today. I think he's getting married or something like that. It's boring nonsense that people do in like the real life. So that was actually guest captained by Psyblade. So excellent job there, really putting the team on their back. All right, let's look at our next matchup. It's going to be Fraternity versus NPSI.ROCKS. So the bands here, we have Zarmaz, Scimitar, Loki, Cenotaph, Sleipnir, and Oneros. Ali, what do you think of these?
I think these teams really do not want to see those nicely recently buffed Tech 2 cruiser logistics in the arena. Only Tech 1 cruisers or frigate logis allowed today because we've banned out the best armor one, the second best armor one, and the best shield one. Loki, of course, is a very common ban because it's a linchpin of the rush setups and it can be used to really control ships as well. Cenotaph, number one ban of the day. Sleipnir, little bit interesting. As you pointed out earlier today, it's been a linchpin of older Alliance Tournament comps. We have seen it on grid today, but it's been a little bit less of a mainstay in recent years. But maybe Fraternity has seen something with it. Don't want to get gun rushed, I guess.
Yeah, it's a solid guess. Now, moderator, so when the match starts and Fraternity inevitably lights the Cyno and jumps in 60 blobs, how is that going to interact with the tournament rules?
Well, it won't because much like the Bastion module, you cannot sino anything in. You have 200 points of different values to assign to different ships. I think we're seeing some of the most economically powerful ships, so a lot of utility for the value, got banned in this match. One thing to keep in mind, NPSI.ROCKS, fairly new team in this match. The Fraternity team, people betting on them very heavily. This is not the Fraternity team that won 2 years ago. They played earlier. That was Nerve. So Fraternity rebuilding their core. I'm excited to see what they do kind of in this rebuild year.
Yeah, that will be interesting. The team's landing on grid. I mean, press the button. I need to think like tap the sign, like say the line. This is going to be an interesting match, I think. Ali, what do you think about this one? Like, let's not reveal what we see on grid just yet, but I think this one will be a little bit different.
I agree. I think we're gonna see, possibly, some things that we've seen before, but, played out in new ways, and, I think this is both teams have the opportunity to display, some very high, execution and decision making.
Awesome. Now, before we head over to the arena, shout out in general to the NPSI.ROCKS guys. It's run by Kiakte. Check out the website NPSI.ROCKS. They basically list all the sort of NPSI stuff that happens in TQ. They have always got open NPSI fleets that you can go along and join in. The shrink wrap fleets that Kiakte runs are always a lot of fun. Really highly recommend checking them out. Good bunch of dudes. But can they win against Fraternity? We shall find out. So let's head over to the arena for Fraternity versus NPSI.ROCKS with GM Ren and Kevin Groom.
Welcome back to the arena. We're looking at on NPSI.ROCKS side, the potato salad with 3 dominant mixes: EOS, Ashimu, Hyena, double Vexer, and double Inquisitor. What about Frat?
Frat has brought the double Armageddon Navy issue. Earlier, we had someone on the desk say that the optimal number of those is 2, and Frat has listened to you. Furthermore, they have an EOS, 2 Vexers, and Ishtar, so heavy on the drones there, 2 Deacons, and they rounded off with a Pontifex and a Confessor.
Now, for folks at home, these Armageddon Navy issues are not rapid heavy fit. They are pulse fit. So they're going to not be limited by clip size, but their burst DPS will be significantly lowered. They're going to probably be brawling in quite a bit here, especially with these Dominics. Is probably going to be neuting them out, trying to put pressure on those capsticks. And they're going to be chewing it throughout this entire match as both sides is heavily nude focused.
And we see both sides deploying sentry drones. Let's see who gets absolutely removed from this grid. It seems that no one is immediately gone, but the Pontifex of Xia Erdai is not looking healthy.
Yep, that Confessor of New is running forward, and it looks like he has decided better of brawling with it. It says both of these heavy drone comps are getting right up into face tank range as the dominant picks of Hisu, who is taking a lot of DPS as they go to trade. It looks with Astralis in the Armageddon Navy.
Yeah, they seem to be taking about the same amount of damage, as damage is actually split onto the second Dominix of Batosh and Bleak. I'm not sure if splitting the damage here is that good a call, but I'm not flying this tournament. I'm just commentating.
For sure. We see that, wow, that split DPS full switch to Batoshin, and it looks like as the Armageddon Navy is holding up quite well because they've switched onto Gnarl in the Deacon. And it looks like Gnarl will be going down very quickly here. And without that Logi backbone, it's going to be very hard to hold up under these persistent drone DPS ships.
Yeah, on the other side of the battlefield, both Inquisitors are hard tackled by the Ishtar and Vexers of Frat, but those have not gone down yet. So both sides do not really have Logi on their battleships because the Logi of NPSI.ROCKS is capped like 50 clicks away from their core right now.
Looks like they're going to be burning back towards the main ball there. But it looks like the thing that's keeping Gladius up right now is that none of the drones are focusing him down as they're focusing down the Dominix. And with that Dominix gone, a big chunk of the DPS is gone as well. They need to have more difficulty pushing through the rest of this Armageddon Navy as time goes on.
Yeah, with NPSI having both their battleships and their and their Logi still available to them. Let's see if they can chew through Fraternity here.
And it looks like the Inquisitors are still being held back. At least Gladius is being held at range. It can't go close the distance and get reps to his Dominix here, or Corinthor. And these Inquisitors are becoming very split up here. Praetogos is burning in to get reps on, and he is leaving behind his Inquisitor buddy. And without those reps on the buddy, it's going to be very hard for him, either of them, to stay up.
Yeah, but the small amount that he is managing to provide to Corinthor seems to keep him on pace with Astralis, slowly bleeding down their armor, both reaching about their hull at the same time and going into structure. Let's see how that goes. The Dominix is down, and Astralis has yet to go down.
At that, Protagos and Gladius both getting hit heavily by newts here. That's going to be hurting their ability to hold anything up under the DPS of these drone boats. And it looks like Frat is starting to pull back this match as they're getting rid of a lot of the DPS. Even if they trade the Armageddon Navy out here, they've removed 2/3 of the battleship wing and are only losing half. So they are ahead on that DPS race.
They are ahead, if by a bit, and they have moved on to the Ashimu of Aikio, which is about to approach quarter armor and bleeding through that.
Going extremely quickly through it. Holy cow.
Still, both Inquisitors have not caught up to the rest of NPSI because they're still held back by the Vexers and the Ishtar all the way off to the side.
It looks like the Ishtar of Tofu is starting to try to bump them away as well, to just keep them away from the DPS, keep these Inquisitors locked back, and it doesn't matter if you have your Logi still up. The thing about drone comps is that the ships don't need to be next to the thing being shot. You have drones. They fly around. They'll go follow them. You can go tackle something in the distance.
As we speak about those Inquisitors, the first one just went down, and without the reps of its body, the second one of Protagos is probably not going to wait much longer to follow his buddy into the void.
It looks like with the DPS shifting into the Logi there to finally free up the newts, especially of these cruisers, it's going to allow them to close in on that battleship, close in on the other ships available, start shutting off things like scrams, things like tracking links, things like newts to keep their Armageddon Navy pumping out the DPS. The Armageddon Navy needs Capacitor to shoot those lasers, and it's hungry for Capacitor. Once it gets neuted out and runs out of capsticks, especially, it can't shoot anymore, and that's a large chunk of DPS that would be missing, and that might help pull this match back towards NPSI.ROCKS.
Yeah, we see the Frat Vexers burning for the Vexer of Cognac all the way at the back, so they're really chasing down that lower end now.
Looking to line up the next kill as all of those drones swarm on Hisu, just tearing it apart. It's slowly grinding it down, but it looks like the Armageddon Navy might go down as well, and that leaves a pretty even match, honestly. Yeah, but if this Armageddon Navy goes down before the Dominix, suddenly a battleship worth of DPS is still on grid. For NPSI, and they could start really pulling it back. A Dominix is more DPS than an Ishtar, so it's going to even out this match tons here as they go onto the Vexer of Super Sino.
You're not wrong, but the Dominix is running slowly out of armor hit points, 3, 2, and the final percent, and is beginning to bleed its structure. So there's still some cruisers and the EOS on grid. It's trying to take it out. And once that is gone, what does NPSI have left?
They're down to just one EOS, 2 Vexers, and a Hyena. Hyena can help with application, but it doesn't provide any DPS, and it looks like they'll be trading Vexers here, and they are behind the curve still. There's not a lot that they can do here to pull this match back other than just try to get kills off, try to keep anything they can alive. If that Vexer or Taylor or pulling range, trying to do anything it can to live just a few more seconds to keep contributing its DPS.
Yeah, we do see NPSI take out one of the Frat Vexers, equalizing the field again to 4 pilots on either side as the clock hits 3 minutes to go. But Taylor Moon is going mighty low in its own armor and might be the next victim. They might be simply trading 1 for 1 here. and that leaves Fraternity ahead in points.
And it leaves them ahead on DPS as well. A Confessor has guns. Hyenas don't have guns. So it's going to be even harder to pull this back unless we start getting into differences of fittings. If this EOS is fit for tank, a Flay, if it's fit for tank, then they might not have the DPS war. But if they are the same fit, then it's going to just keep snowballing away from NPSI here as it looks like they'll trade 1-for-1 again for Vexers.
Yeah, it's interesting that both captains of both teams are both in an EOS on the field. It's Kiakti for NPSI and Flay Dan for Frat. They're both the designated link ships, and both have been so far untouched. Maybe they have a gentleman's agreement to not shoot EOSs. Who knows? But both Vexes are about to go down for either side.
As anyone who's flown in any sort of fleet PvP knows, it's very disrespectful to headshot. You wanna keep the fight going. Unlike in Tranquility, though, none of these people are warping off before either time runs out or health runs out.
Speak of time, there's about a minute and a half on the clock, and as I said that they hadn't been shooting Kiakti's EOS yet, they are shooting Kiakti's EOS, of course, who is the sole remaining source of damage at this point for NPSI, supported by his moral support Hyena.
It looks like that Confessor trying to run away to either threaten that Hyena or get away from drones, but it looks like it will succeed in neither as the Hyena's long webs just hold it back for no problem. But that EOS is just still going down. I don't know if there's enough time for it to pull back in either direction here. I think that NPSI is just too far behind still.
NPSI is currently 20 points behind, and a Confessor is worth 10, so that would put them halfway to Frat, but they're I don't think they have the DPS to break something else after that. An Ishtar and EOS both have T2 resists, and with 40 seconds on the clock, I don't think a single EOS will chew through either of those Frat ships.
Now, the question is, when is Frat's Sino going to decloak to clean this up? Unfortunately, we are currently on both Thunderdome and in Jovian space, so it's hard to get the jump range out to here. But I'm sure that they're midpointing as we speak to get their apostle on grid by now.
It might be of no avail, as Kiakti is hitting hull in time for the clock. And as I say that, he is saved by said clock, and we can send it back to the desk.
Fraternity with a pretty hard-fought win over NPSI.ROCKS, just 155 to 44 points. So a very narrow margin in that. It really did go back and forward, back and forward. At one point, I thought we were going to see another upset with Frat dropping, and they started to claw it back. And then NPSI started to pull in again, and it really kind of just went back and forward. Moderator, I want to talk to you a little bit about the lack of shooting the Confessor and the Fraternity team. You brought up an interesting point in our production chat. I'm just going to give you the floor to elaborate on it.
Yeah, so NPSI.ROCKS had, I think, the initial upper hand, and where they really ended up losing was some target calling opportunities that they could have taken, and one of them was to not shoot the Confessor. Essentially, New Double X didn't have Deacon support because those got shot very early. That was the correct target called by NPSI.ROCKS, but that Confessor is dumping nearly 500 DPS at very close range into everything else. And you have tons of webs. You have the Shimu at one point. You had the Hyena that survived to the very end. There's nothing preventing you from just simply webbing down the Confessor and one-tapping it. That would have dropped the Fraternity attack bar significantly. And NPSI.ROCKS came into this with a lower attack bar than Fraternity ever did. They should not have and did not end up winning in a one-to-one brawl. They needed to be a little bit more tactical, I believe, and make sure that they got rid of the EOS links, which survived of Flayden on Fraternity until the very end of the match. If they had killed those a little bit earlier, they might have won the trade as you tried to trade 3 Dummies for 2 Geddons and an EOS.
And then Ali, I'm going to come to you for something else. We were talking a little bit earlier on about rep bots. Now, I can think of a pretty good reason why you might not want to bring rep bots in a drone comp, but maybe we just spell it out. Why is that a bad idea?
So in a drone comp, in a drone ship, you can only field up to 5 drones at a time of a certain size. And in a drone comp, your damage comes from your drones. And so you really need all 5 drones on field to be damage drones. And in that match, we saw both sides were fielding pretty much entirely damaged drones for all of their ships with a bonus to drone damage, which was most of their ships. Unfortunately, if you're doing that, you cannot also have rep bots out. So the situation with the attack bars would have been much more dire had the team abandoned their DPS drones and tried to launch rep bots to save their friends. We saw in the Odin's match, part of what kept those battleships up for so long is Odin's had all the BADEN, the Balgorn, all of them had rep bots on each other. We see that when the frigate logi goes down, the rep bots are here to save the day. In this match, no such thing. There's no rep bots, only DPS.
Yeah, excellent. And also, we saw the choice between the Inquisitor and the Deacons. We talked about this a little bit earlier on, but I think it's worth bringing it back. So there's no point inflation this year. In previous last couple of years of Alliance Tournament, if a ship was, for example, 3 points and you brought 2 of them, then each of them gained an extra point and became 4. And then again, if you brought another one, they would become 5. So it became more expensive to take multiple of the same ship. We would see a lot of the classic sort of like a Deacon and a Talia to avoid taking the extra points, for example. Now, that doesn't exist anymore, so there's no punishment of taking 2 of the same ship. Yet we see the 2 Inquisitors, 3 points each for 6 points total, versus 2 Deacons, 10 points each for 20 points total. That is more than 3 times the amount of points for 2 ships. Is it really worth that much more, moderator?
Yes, usually it is, but the question is, do I have the points to support it? And what can I trade off if I go down to the double Inquisitor? So NPSI.ROCKS took a strategic choice to say, okay, I'm going to spend less points on Logi. I don't think it's as important in this comp. I'm going to bring in a Shimu. And in this situation, they were able to use the combined webs of the Ishimu and the Hyena to support their bonus tracking and optimal of drones of the Dominixes to really just completely shut down the Deacons' speed, get them to absolutely nothing. There were newts applied to them. There were paints applied to them. The Deacons got completely locked out. It works if you can isolate the opponent's Tech 2 Logi, and those Inquisitors survived even longer. NPSI.ROCKS, they did make that work up until that point.
Awesome. All right, we have about 5 minutes until our next match, so let's take a look at the bans for Deteriorated versus D-Sync. So it looks like we have our first alligator ban of Alliance Tournament 2021. I keep calling it Alliance Tournament 2021. I feel like I'm back in time right now. Alliance Tournament 21, banning out the alligator. We then have Armageddon Navy issue, the classic Zarmaz ban, Barracks Navy, so getting those rails out of the way, Loki, and then the Typhoon Fleet. Ali, anything jump out at you as being a little bit unusual here?
So one of the things that I'm going to call out is because this ban format it's a conversation. Red bans first, then blue bans 2 ships, then red bans 2 ships, and now blue bans a ship. Um, we've talked previously about the cenotaph and how if you're not going to bring a cenotaph, you need to be prepared to counter it. We've seen the cenotaph be countered with kiting. We've seen Typhoon Fleet issues kiting quite successfully in the hands of Deepwater Hooligans. And so I really like Desync's final Typhoon Fleet issue ban because this is the point where they could ban the cenotaph. But Deteriorated left it open. And so they banned a ship that would be very, very good in a comp that would counter a cenotaph, especially with the Ferox Navy issue already banned, which is the cornerstone of that sort of shield gun spam comp. So what Desync has done is they've really hindered a number of different kiting setups. We could be seeing a Seno coming out from them. Or Alligator, that is a really unusual ban. That is a really unusual first ban. We have not seen it in this tournament. The only team that flew it in Alliance Tournament 20 was, to any success, was Unspoken. Those folks are flying under the Deepwater banner. They've already flown. We don't need to worry about it this time. So, maybe that's something that came out of their particular scrim meta. But I'm really excited by the final Typhoon Fleet ban, and I hope we see a Seno on grid, and I hope it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see one as well. We will find out. I'm not 100% sure we're going to see one, but it will be very, very interesting if there is indeed one or even 2. Of course, don't forget you can bet your channel points to see bunch of you going for Desync. Deteriorated with 600,000 to the 850,000 for Desync. If you're short of channel points, of course, you can do !karma. You get extra bonus points as long as you've been nice in Twitch chat today. If you don't get any points, it's because you weren't nice enough. So make sure you are nicer in the future. So the two teams are on grid. I'm pretty sure this will be an interesting one to talk about. So I think we just hand over to the casters, Starfleet Commander and Rose Alari Imahara.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first day of AT21 Feeders. This match, man, they are on grid and they are ready to go. We have both teams sitting at about 50 km off the middle beacon.
I mean, Desync on grid right now and Deteriorated. I'm excited for this one. So many good players on grid right now. Annie, Gideon, we've got Drentu as well. Pearls and A4, Desync. So they're going to be bringing a Claymore and Nighthawk and some Jackdaws and Bellicoses in their comp. What have Deteriorated brought?
Deteriorated has a nice little gathering of Argus. You have double carries and a double deacon, so they have come prepared with their armor and ready to show up.
But both teams opting not to bring the Seno, which is actually kind of interesting. We've been talking about this all day. That if it's not banned, the teams usually opt to bring it. Maybe both teams just mind games each other, not really bothered about it, and not going to bring it themselves. I really think that this match, I mean, Desync have a lot of projection. I think it's going to be really tough for Deteriorated in this one.
I do wonder if they will decide to question whether maybe switching something out for a Asino, given the amount of mind games that seem to be going on with that ship. Though to be fair, we also have not seen a Tholos ban, which is the destroyer version of the Cenotaph. So
I
it
mean,
does happen, but they have started moving on grid as the control bar of Deteriorated is higher than that of Desync's.
Desync opting to go for the Maulers, really good call, and the carries as well. The Huggin though for Deteriorated is going to have loads of webs. Webs on Crafter right now, I think the Jackdaw's been hit at the moment as well, but they need to get those damps down. This is such an important thing for Desync to get the damps down. If they don't, they're going to be in such a problem right now because Deteriorated can keep pushing and pushing in and getting them up against the arena wall.
It does look like they're trying to trade the Mollis of Alakir for the Jackdaw of Crafter. Both are trying to stay holding on, but it looks like the Jackdaw Crafter is the first to drop, and they are not able to make that trade. It
And
does
looks
look like
like they're
Desync
going
is
for a jump. They're going for a jump.
oh, let's see.
Are they going to stay in the arena? They're going for a jump to try and go on the back line, try and get some stuff at the back here. Let's see where they end up. Right on the back, at the back right now, right next to the Huggin as well. They're jumping right on the back of Deteriorated. This is a prime opportunity for Desync. They're one ship down. Try and capitalize on this and try and get some damage right now.
Oh goodness. And it looks like they are starting to land Deteriorated is starting to throw damps onto the desync line as the Hugin of Trent Tarangas is going ahead and they're trying to keep him alive. They're trying to keep him repped. Let's see if they can manage to keep everything all together, as a lot of E-War from Deteriorated is definitely hitting desync. You've got damps on the majority of their large ships. The Bellicose and one of their Jackdaws is webbed, as well as their Orthrus. We will see what they can manage to take down, as, oh gosh, the Hugin of Trent from Deteriorated goes down as well.
Deacon, a massive play to get him down. Go to the Deacons, immediately get that Logi off the grid. I think this is the correct play for Desync. They need to get the Logi down. They've got the Hugging down, so after this they can kite away, get those Logi frigs down and start kiting away. Because at the moment they've got the Bargus armor Bargus, which still projects a lot of DPS. But I think if Desync get all the smaller ships off the grid, the Logi frigs, get the carries down, get the Ponties, and I think they can kite around. And obviously Deteriorated, now realizing they're in a bit of trouble, going straight for the Scimitar.
Now, it does look like Deteriorated, if they want to have a chance, they do need to get that Scimitar of Desync off grid. And that would be really probably something that would absolutely save their bacon right now, as it is managing to hold through shield. They do have him target painted, but they are looking to take out the carries of Jay Johnson on the Deteriorated side as he goes down.
He needs to live to win right now. He's got ASBs in here, but he's going in armor and he will drop in a second here. Desync really needs to capitalize and get the ships down, go for the carries. And I think after this, I think they need to go for a Barghest. Or maybe just get the command destroyers down and then go for the Barghest, because this is now a race against time for Desync.
Yeah, with Deteriorated, with what they have on grid, they still do have their boosts available to them. However, they are slowly losing that Magus of Relic. To maybe be able to pull this back, they would really have to probably go after the Bellicose, the Jackdaw, some of the smaller things that might be able to hold them down, paint them, things along that lines that would be able to do a little bit more damage, but it does not look like they're gonna be able to hold out, as Desync managed to turn this into an absolute bloodbath.
I mean, do you think just realizing, hang on, these aren't shield Barghest, they're armor. They'll just die. They lose the
Yeah.
Ultra Throw. It does go. The Ultra does go down, but the Barghest goes down. Definitely a clean win for Desync. An amazing jump play from them to get on that hug in as well. That was their main big problem in this matchup was the hug in those webs. Ponty about to go down as well. I mean, Rose, do you think Deteriorated had a chance here, or do you think it was purely they had the win, but Desync just pulled it out?
I think if they would have played this a little bit differently, they would have had a little bit more, of a leg to stand on. However, I think how they played it as they did, I think Desync did a fantastic job of notarizing where those weaknesses are, finding the weak spots, and absolutely neutering Deteriorated.
I do like the Deteriorated setup though. I do like the armor Barghest comp and everything with the hugging and stuff. It's loads of control. And it did look a bit risky for Desync at the beginning, but I think the correct play for Desync, go for those carries at the start, and then obviously the jump drive play. I don't think Deteriorated even saw that one coming.
I don't think half of us saw that coming either. But I mean, we could have we made the joke, hey, neither of them banned the cenotaph. One of them, they maybe should have brought it, and you never know. That could have maybe saved them as Deteriorated has lost their final Bargist, and we watch the explosion. That is absolutely beautiful.
That we'll send it back to the studio for moderator and Ali to break it down.
Desync proving they're in fact in sync and winning over Deteriorated there in a bit of a nail biter. That could have gone a bit of either way for there. I actually quite liked both comps. I know Starfleet pointed out that the Deteriorated comp, pretty good comp. Armor Barghest, Hugin, lots of control, lots of carries, Deacons as well. Starfleet has competed in, I think, maybe like 5 or 6 different AT matches. Usually feeds, but normally he has Annie Gardet to carry him firmly into the later stages of the tournament. Annie Gardet, of course, prefers to be known as Monsieur Mayhem. He is currently I believe, a guest in that team this year in the Desync team. So he's in there in the Nighthawk. Very experienced pilot. In fact, before we break down the match, let's take a look at Annie's history in the Alliance tournament. So one of our more experienced pilots, he's played in many ATs, as you can see. This records began back in Alliance Tournament 11, where he flew with Virgil Collapse. That was the year that Virgil Collapse won the Alliance Tournament. They took the grand finals, they won it. Then Volta joined Tri. They did okay there. And then Volta for a long, long time, peaking at second place in Alliance Tournament 17. And he's oft found in a Barghest, but today he was fighting against the Barghest, but he was flying the Nighthawk. So a very successful pilot, very experienced. Starfleet was too worried about doing a team this year, so decided not to do one. So there's no Volta team this year, and Annie is in doing this instead. All right, so back, Ali, tell me about that match. How did it go?
So that match was both teams had a ton of tournament experience, and it was one of those. This is another one of those matches to watch because you get to see decision making where it's not just this counters that. So first off, both teams totally could have countered a cenotaph. So it's good that neither of them brought it because it would have just boated around the arena and looked very silly for as long as it took it to die. But the amount of control on the armor kite with the Bargus meant that the shield missile kite couldn't, they had a range disadvantage. So what do? Well, they rush. Just go ahead and take the jump beacon, jump right on top of them. Um, this is something that is a key thing to do is to know when your strategy isn't working out. And in this case, you have a kite strategy. So you think, oh, I need to stay far away from my opponents. If you're fighting a kite, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get within, 20 kilometers of a kite team versus 50 versus 100. It's the same either way. So jump on them, make it so you can all lock, take out that low end, take out the damps that are controlling you, make sure that you're able to actually get in and fight the opponents, and they did that quite masterfully. We also saw the triple jackdaw. Just want to call back to calling that ship out as number one foe of small ships on the opposing side. Those triple jackdaws, they did exactly what they were supposed to do, deleted the low end, and with the low end gone, it was easy to clean up the rest.
Now, moderator, traditionally, when you see the Mordor's Legion battleship, the Barghest, out and about on Tranquility, is almost always shield fit. This time, we saw the Barghest supported by Deacons in an armor fleet. Why would you fit a primarily shield ship with armor?
Well, we've actually seen that exact comp being brought with some variations in the grand finals of previous Alliance tournaments, and that's because the Barghest has a bonus to its scram range. And if you go shield, you're really giving up shield resist or some sort of shield utility to do that. So sometimes you can just load a bunch of scrams onto a Barghest, and if you have the ability to damp people down and to lock them out with something like the Hugin, which they did bring, you can put people in a situation where you're damped, I outrange you, and I scram you. So you're not going anywhere. You can't lock me. You're not moving, and I'm just going to kill you. Deteriorated almost started doing that very, very well. Their carries and Maulus did a great job of shutting down those jackdaws initially, kind of putting damps on the scimitar, which put the jackdaws in a very difficult position. It can work. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Barghest flagships in this Alliance tournament, but it does work.
Indeed, like I think Alliance Tournament 17 was the peak Barghest mania, because of course that particular Alliance Tournament was sponsored by Mordor's Legion, so the Barghest was point reduced. It was the most popular flagship by far because the Balgorn had been banned from being a valid flagship. I think it was probably more than half of the teams picked the Barghest for their flag, including both the teams in the grand final. It was very popular. Of course, over the following years, when its points go back up, it didn't get quite as popular. Now, 50 points, Ali, that's a lot for a Barghest. So there's two ships making half of the points, 100 points in just two ships. That seems like a hell of a commitment. Like, I know moderators talk about the armor Barghest and it being, strong, but is it really worth 100 points for two Barghests in the year of our Lord, 2025?
The thing with the Barghest is it's pretty much irreplaceable. Like, you can't take a Barghest and just substitute in another ship and you still have a Barghest, especially in an armor comp where you have the chance to use potentially the Mordor's Legion's long range scram bonus. It's very rare that you have a battleship that can screen for itself, in addition to all of the hefty damage uh, that it can put out. So the Barghest, you can't just take a Barghest and replace it with someone else. I will note that this is our second of the 450-point ships that we've seen in the tournament today. Previously, we saw the Barbaroga. Now we're seeing the Barghest. And 50-point ships so far have a losing record in Alliance Tournament 21. So maybe it is that it has the cost to bring has been slightly raised to the point where it truly isn't worth it. But I think we'll still see teams giving it a go throughout, at least throughout the feeder series.
Yeah, I think so. And I remember, like the Barghest, when picked as the flagship, is probably the flagship with the least amount of EHP in its normal guise. It just doesn't have the same chunky armor as for something like a Balgorn or the Leshak and things like that. This year, moderator, we have the return of the Widow as a flagship. What are your thoughts on that?
I hate facing widows. I love playing in widow comps because widow comps have been something that in the past, back when we were allowing things like the Chameleon, another former Alliance tournament ship that's also very good at ECM. Um, there are comps where you bring a couple widows, known as Purple Mistress. I'm not the THL naming committee, but they've worked very, very well in working in control setups. I think we're going to see them back. They were banned for forever because of how oppressive they are. But the Kaldari are running the tournament this year. They make the rules, and we're going to see them being brought later on in the event for sure.
It is interesting that it's exactly 50-50 win-loss on that ship there. It was 49-49. So I'm interested to see if that's going to swing toward more wins or the other direction towards more loss. Or maybe, like
Critically,
ECM, it will be perfectly balanced.
look at the teams that were using it, though. Truth
Yes.
Honor Light, Warlords of the Deep, Camel Empire. These are all teams that
Mid
were either
teams.
mid teams that won the Alliance Tournament in respective years because they flew the Widow and took it all the way to Grand Finals and took a W. I don't
Yes.
know if that will happen this year, but there is a reason it was banned because teams kept winning with it and it stopped being fun to watch it because no one could lock anything for the better part of 10 minutes.
Indeed. All right. We can start looking forward to our next match. So it's against a very historic alliance. They've had a lot of highs and lows over the years. They've done some great things, some incredible achievements in the game. The other is Test Alliance, Please Ignore. So we see the Kerries, the Nighthawk, Orthrus, Mollis, Armageddon Navy issue, and the Zenithaf being banned. Ali, what do you make of these?
So note the last position Cenotaph. Whole Control had the opportunity to do the same thing as previous, but they do not have the confidence that they can beat a Cenotaph. They do not want to see one on grid, and so they have taken the Cenotaph. They've paid the Cenotaph tax. Um, Overall, we see Test Alliance, Please Ignore banning out two annoying damp ships. In terms of value for points, Carries and Mollis are a much cheaper way to get damps in your comp than springing for the Celestis or uh, the Lachesis. The Armageddon Navy issue, quite a strong ship. We've seen it in a number of comps. Meanwhile, Nighthawk Orthrus is a little bit interesting. Nighthawk, very good in sort of shield rush setups. Orthrus can be used in kiting setups, but um, if you're going to ban kiting setups, it's a little. Orthrus is a little bit funny, I think.
Yeah, and Mod, what do you make of the Kerry's Mollis ban? Like really double damp ban. I mean, of course, things like Celeste is still available, but they take a lot more points.
So interestingly enough, both teams are actually banning out things that I would want to bring. I actually it makes a lot of sense for me. So carries, Mollusk, you ban them out because you don't want to get kited. But I ban the Orthrus and the Nighthawk because I don't want to get rushed or kited as well. And then the Cenotaph is part of the rush core that we've seen work along with the Nighthawk. So Whole Control has clearly seen a combination of these ships being ran in rush and kite and says, I don't want to deal with any of this. It's bad against whatever I want to bring. Get a Navy is something we've seen where two of them have been working today. Fraternity won with it, and Curious Moles, again, it makes a lot of sense. These are just very standard bans that they work.
They work. I mean, that's good. Bans that work are good. What do you think of this new banning system mod? Just sticking on bans for a bit. So obviously we've changed from blind banning to this kind of back and forward picking system. What are your thoughts?
I'm really a huge fan of it. I think it allows for a lot more depth in terms of the banning strategy when you allow kind of the snake draft to go back and forth. It's something we see in a lot of other esports, especially for like map pick bans and or like character hero pick bans. And it's the same thing in Eve. It makes I think it's going to add more depth, and you're going to see it become a lot more impactful into the main tournament when um, people initially you can tell they want to bring something, but then they get it sniped in the very last couple bands, something you couldn't do back when it was blind.
Yeah. So the Nighthawk and Orthrus, we saw the Nighthawk earlier on, but have we seen an Orthrus? I think we have seen the Orthrus in one of the sort of like semi-fly killer comps. I'm trying to decide what is still available for these two teams. Now, obviously, the Zenithaf being out means you know safer to bring some big heavy battleships. Ali, do you have any concept of what we might be seeing here? I mean, I guess drones are quite wide open.
Yeah, drones are quite wide open. The sort of so-called like Pravi comp, if you want a triple Abaddon core where you have some just chunky battleships that can project pretty far, that's both quite strong and in there. And even though the Nighthawk and even though the even with these bans, I think there's still a lot of kite setups that are open. The Orthrus is not, it's a common cruiser for kite, but it's not as much of a linchpin in the same way that like the Jackdaw might be, where if you take the Jackdaw out, it's like, well, what am I supposed to put in my destroyer slot? So a whole bunch of things still open. We'll have to see what they actually do bring.
All right. Well, the teams have landed on grid, and ladies and gentlemen, We just talked about the Widow, and clearly someone was listening because it is definitely Widow o'clock. TikTok, it's Widow o'clock. All right, let's head over to the arena with our casters. Starfleet Command. This will be an interesting match, I think. Starfleet Commander and Rose Alari Imahara. I forgot to push the button. Now I understand why they kept telling me to push the button. To the arena.
As always, Overload. An amazing intro for that match here. Great, so smooth.
I can still hear you, Starfleet.
Test Alliance versus Hull Control. Widows on grid from Test Alliance. As we said earlier on, really cool to see them on grid. Rose, what have Hull Control brought?
As I try to keep myself from stopping smiling at Overload's little pop up over his head, we see Hold Control has brought the triple Ravy Navies. Looks like they want to go to a rave tonight. As we have a double Kieran, double Caracol, rounding out their Hugin. I know people are gonna come at me, but it's a Hugin. It gives hugs with their Stork and Bifrost. So it looks like they've brought some shield comp. We will see what happens as boosts go up and they start moving.
Not really too sure about the Widow here. I really like the triple Navy Raven from Hull Control. They're going to just burn in immediately. I have been told on good authority, well, by Asher himself, he has bet all of his channel points against Test. So it's all to play for in this match. Tholos is the first primary for Hull Control, and also the Tholos he's out at front at the moment, and the Raven Navy issues are burning straight in. Manticore taking a bit of damage as well. Good to get those DPS off the grid as well from them. He's too close as well. The torp damage is really high. So I'm going to be interesting to see what these Widows are actually going to do.
So as we kind of talked about with the Cenotaph band, it does leave the Tholos open, and we do see that Tess brought one in with the bomb squad and a Tholos. It does look like that they are currently trying to fight to keep it alive right now. But we will see how that impacts those 3 Raven Navies. If it eats them, it does look like though he has completely shattered his armor as Testing Lions Please Ignore is throwing their huge control bar at Hull Control, um, putting
Yeah, right.
jams on those Raven Navies and Hugins.
Right now, the Tholos is holding. The Bassi is really close. Cap transfers going out at the moment as well. Believe from the Bellicose to the Bassi at the moment. The Bassi is in the center, right next to a Raven Navy issue of Alexis Glavor. But the other Raven Navy issue is right next to him as well. I don't know why they don't just go for the Bassi at this point. He is right next to them. Raven Navy issue now, Richard taking a lot of damage. Just not looking too good for Hull Control.
Yeah, Hull Control is having one of their Raven Navies go down, but yeah, with a Basilisk being out in the open like that, really, I would be going for the Bassi, and it looks like they have started putting a little bit into his shield, but he is also not moving. He's moving very, very slowly. So with that, he doesn't have transversal. So if I was on either side, I'd be going for that Bassi.
They really need to get him locked down. Where's the hugging for Hull Control, man? Get on there, get the TPs on there, get the webs on there. The Navy Raven going into armor. Test Alliance bringing it out. There's probably being jammed as well. The Kirans are definitely jammed. So they need to, try and either kill the Widows, which they can't do. So this is kind of what we were talking about on the desk earlier on. The Widows just bringing it through clutch for the jams. Second Raven Navy issue going down for Hull Control. This is not looking good for them. Test Alliance just absolutely winning, living to win right now.
So wait, it's Test Alliance alive again? No, it looks like their Hugin or Huggin is not giving hugs to Test from the Hull Control side. So it does look like maybe he could be receiving jams. It does look like he is jammed. It does look like the Bellicose, the Widows on the Test Alliance side are putting in their jobs. They really are putting in the work, taking out the Kirans, the Caracol, and the Huggin, all showing as jams. We don't know how they're landing, but they are there. So that is taking out a lot from Hull Control.
Yeah, we don't actually know. Obviously, the UI shows the jam icon, but that only says we don't actually know if it's landed. It only says that there has been an attempt to jam, and we don't know if it's actually landed. But given what's just happened and the fact that reps were landing quite late, it's safe to assume that it was landing quite quickly. Same with the hugging being jammed out. I really think Hull Control at the beginning They did poke around a bit, try and get in there, but I think potentially they should have just gone straight for the Widows, potentially, and laid all the DPS they had on them and try and get them down. Or the Bassi, like, as we said earlier on, the Bassi was basically not moving, Rose, wasn't he?
Yeah, that Bassi, he has been under 100 speed, uh, paying attention from the UI for most of this match. So he has been very slow. He has not really been moving. With the fact that Whole Control has lost 2 Raven Navies, has lost a Caracol, and has just lost the 3rd Raven Navy, they really have lost a large chunk of their DPS. It looks like
Yeah.
they are going to be melting, even though while they do have Logi left, they did not prioritize their targets very well, I would say, in this match.
It's definitely, I think, a pseudo tinker from Test Alliance, which worked really well. And I think, as Mystical Might said earlier on the day, you can just ram into them, bump them away from each other, and get the cap transfers down, and they die really quick. So I think, I mean, Whole Control, a bit of a targeting error from them. Test Line's really good, keeping it cool. Even though the Tholos went basically into structure, they still kept their cool, kept their head, and they got some ships down. So kudos to Test as well, and the Jam's definitely coming in clutch.
And the fact that their Tholos managed to keep it alive for most of this match. Now, it is not over, however, they only have Boost and, Logi left, so we will see them clean up field shortly. Um, but the fact that they went after the Tholos, they almost had him, and they didn't commit. I'm really confused on how Whole Control flew this match. Um, there were some choices that we will let the desk ruminate on and go after, but, honestly, if I were Whole Control, I would be, really evaluating this and looking at, "Hey, what went wrong? How can we fix this?"
And there's plenty to talk about here, so we'll send it back to desk and let moderator and
There we go. As we all predicted, Test Alliance with the clean sweep there over Whole Control. If you lost your channel points, don't worry about it. You can get them back by just simply admitting defeat, and hopefully the honesty will be rewarded. Just type !skill issue in chat. All right, Ali Aris, tell me about what happened there. That was a kind of the Navy Ravies versus a pseudo Tinker with some Widows. How did that go?
So earlier we were talking about situations where the PIFA number is very big. And if you go into PIFA and you put torpedo launchers on your Navy Ravies, you will see that there is a very big number. That very big number, if you then go into the graphs and plot it against various ships, you will see that the number is perhaps maybe not as large as it was suggested. It's bigger against battleships. It's quite small against a Tholos, and so while the Tholos was absolutely a very threatening ship, the breacher pods did a ton of work. We saw them spread across the Navy Ravens. We saw multiple ships taking damage from the breacher pod at times. It was not a very good first primary choice because the application was bad. We saw it get into low armor, but Basilisk can do tons of reps, and the jams can land. And if one of those Navy Ravens gets jammed and it wasn't that dealing that much damage in the first place, now all of a sudden the Basilisk is just able to keep the Tholos up. So they wasted quite some time on that primary, and that was maybe a decision that cost them the match.
Yeah, I think people are going to wake up to the threat of the Widow, especially in this year with this set of points. It feels like we're starting to see a lot more like battleship heavy compositions than we have over the last couple of years. It was pretty unusual to get triple battleship comps apart from sort of specific fit ones in the last couple of years, especially if you go back maybe like 2 or 3 tournaments ago. But I mean, a lot of our comps are very battleship heavy. You can get 2 Widows where that's less than half of your points. You can round it out. You can get 3 Raven Navies, and that's basically less than 100 points. Like it's quite a lot of battleship you can get for not a huge amount of points this year. Moderator, do you think we're going to see a more
We
battleship
may see
heavy
some
tournament?
battleships, but I pray to God. Well, I know we're not going to see Raven navies like that in the main tournament because the teams that try that will get eliminated in this feeders event. Where to start? So you're in a total of 3 Raven navies, and you have torpedo damage, and you come up against Widows. Instead of shooting the Tholos, a destroyer, you should shoot the Widows. I understand that they can jam you, but this is new ECM, not old ECM. You can target the thing jamming you. And that's essentially one of the things that you can do to break a Tinker. The other thing you can do is you can hold the W key or take your micro warp drive, overheat it, and just ram the Widow and the Basilisk that are going to have probably no prop mods. And if the Widows are no longer able to cap transfer each other in this Tinker setup, they die. The capacitor will be empty or will be mad at you, and you will blow up in a ball of fire.
Yeah, it is interesting bringing a Tinker system with also the Basilisk there as well. So sometimes we see Tinkers is most common with 3 battleships. Occasionally we see them with this setup where it's 2 battleships and something like a Basilisk. The Basilisk obviously is picked because it has a bit more tank than a Scimitar. Scimitar is basically a glorified speed bump. So the Basilisk is able to sit there and tank and also give out plenty of cap and of course longer range reps. The Tholos did a lot of good work as well. Like he was able to move around. He's not as oppressive as a Zenithaf, but he's able to move around, get those dots on, especially those bigger ships which aren't moving very fast. The Torpedo Raven's not the fastest thing in the world. And that you can see that they recognize the threat of it. That's a lot of DPS that just kind of stacks over time, and they tried to get rid of it. You both pointed it out. Probably not the right move. I reckon. Like the thing about the Widow is in the current system is very much just a taunt. And the worst possible thing you in your battleship, your slightly squishy battleship, can taunt is 3 torpedo Raven navies. You can't really do much because you can't stop them shooting you, because if you jam them, they can still shoot you. You are still the center of attention. So I'm surprised that Holgan Road didn't just try and plow through them, but then again, who knows? All right, we have about 8.5 minutes until our next match. I thought it might be fun to talk a little bit about the format of the feeders. So if you're new to Alliance Tournament, again, welcome. Lovely to have you here. Previously, there's been a couple of different systems to get into the tournament. The one we're running right now is 32-team double elimination main bracket, and the top 4 teams from the previous year get free entry. They don't have to come and deal with all this nonsense. They get to just sit back, relax, drink their cocktails on the beach, and then turn up in October ready to fight. The rest of the teams have to fight for those remaining 28 places. So this is why we do these feeders. Of course, this means that it's only going to be it's a skill thing. Previously, we've done things like Plex silent auction buy-ins towards the prize pool, and that, of course, allowed wealthy alliances to kind of pay their way into the main tournament and bypass this crucible, this gauntlet of teams. Personally, we've been doing this the last couple of years. I'm very happy with this system. We see some fantastic matches in the feeders. We get a great number of good teams going through into the main tournament, and we get a really just high quality set of matches. Ali, like, I assume you feel similar to this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've gotten so much higher quality matches in the main tournament, and in addition to that, I think it gives a sort of nice little intermediate goal for teams. Previously, feeders, I played in feeders once on Sound the year before they the year before we switched to this new system, and it was kind of random whether you got through easily because you were playing a bunch of other sort of new alliances that didn't want to invest too much, or you got paired against like teams that weren't top 4 but were like top 6 or top 8 and who did not buy their way in because they were very assured that they could just win their way through. In the current format, I feel like if you're a team and you're it's your first year in the Alliance tournament, second year in the Alliance tournament, make your goal just get through feeders. If you get through feeders, you're actually pretty good. And we've been seeing the teams that show up to the main event are all totally competent, good teams that execute pretty well when they get there, even if they eventually get eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Now, I think we can talk a little bit about the group system in feeders as well. So the way it works is essentially everyone can apply to be part of the feeders. So we build the tournament system out of however many teams apply, rather than kind of trying to cap it. And all the teams are grouped into groups, and the groups have 4 teams in each group, apart from I think the last group, which is shorter than because of numbers. And the way it works is all these matches are essentially like the first match that everyone is playing. So if you win that match, you go forward, and then you play the winner against the other match in your group, and then you're in. If you lose the first matches, you go into sort of an elimination match with the other losers, just a losers face-off, and then the winner of that goes forward to face the loser of the winners match winners bracket matchup. It's very simple. It's very simple. I don't think I need to explain it any further. It's quite clearly available right there on the screen, and I assume there'll be no further questions on that. I think it's a really interesting way of doing it. It means that you're not eliminated straight up. You you won't be eliminated for not reading the rules and bringing the wrong ships, like happened a couple of years ago with the Minmatar one. I think Alliance Tournament 18. That was extremely funny. But yeah, so a lot of interesting matches are going to happen over the next 2 weeks. Speaking of interesting matches, we can get ready for our next one now. So our next match is going to be Space Madness versus Of Essence. So the bands here, we have Typhoon Fleet Issue, Deacon Talia bands, interesting sets of bands. I've not seen them yet. A Hyena and Scimitar, and of course our old buddy, old pal, Zenithaf. And look how quick these these bands were. 11 seconds for that first one. They were just knew exactly what they wanted to do. Moderator, what does this say to you?
This says to me that both teams have a pretty good idea of what it is they've seen in scrims and an understanding of kind of what these ships all do, or they're just very generic bands that they wanted to already lock in. So Deacon Thalia just says, I don't want to deal with any sort of armor comp. I'm going to force you to bring a Tech 2 Logi, so you got to bring a Zarm, a Guardian, or Neros in that situation. And then Cenotaph on the other side says, hey, I'm going to get rid of Shield Rush. So I'm going to get rid of some certain armor comps. And then Space Madness is getting rid of the Typhoon Fleet issue. A ship that's actually done pretty well in the kind of this double battleship core alongside the Armageddon Navy. Armageddon Navy's been a little bit more popular, but there might be a reason you would want to force your opponent to bring an Armageddon Navy and maybe play some trickery with that, possibly some jams as well. Hyena and Scimitar, or maybe you're an Amar role player and you just hate Minmatar ships and you're going to ban all three of the really, really good ones that Minmatar have in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The Scimitar, although we sort of deride it for being a bit of a logistics speed bump, it is the squishiest of all the Tech 2 logistics cruisers. It is also basically the fastest and most mobile. It's a fantastic ship, flown well by experienced pilots, especially in sort of kiting and high speed, high skill comps. It relies basically on its mobility to survive as opposed to just pure tank. You see the opposite with things like the Basilisk. It relies being in a bit more tanky and be able to fit an extra local repper. And then you have the same kind of trade-off in the Amar Tech 2 Logi Cruiser of the Guardian, but tankier. In theory, a bit more pure rep power, can fit an extra rep by comparison. But of course, the Neros can fit 2 prop mods, so you can dual prop it. It has mobility on its side, so you tend to see the Neros being more popular than the Guardian. Ali, do you want to have any a guess at predicting what we might see here?
So I will, but first I just want to say that the Scimitar is the best ship in EVE Online. It is my favorite. It goes so fast. But in terms of what we might see here, I think Space Madness would really like to fly probably some sort of rush, something else that doesn't want to get kited. And of Essence, as Maud said, they're banning out some basic armor comps. Honestly, that's a little bit, they have a little bit more freedom, so could be a Rush Mirror, could be some sort of more control type comp featuring a Tech 2 Logi.
Yeah, indeed. And I see the teams have landed, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Jaguars and Cinnables. This should be an interesting one. There we go. This will be an interesting match, I think. Can't even get my own line right.
Yeah.
Need to get a better catchphrase. Okay, so I think we just hand over to the arena. I think we're ready to go. This one should be a good one, and I think this will be fast. So back to Starfleet and Rose.
And we're back in the arena with Space Madness and of Essence. Space Madness being made up of Fancy Pants and Brave, of Essence being a wormhole group. But it looks like we have a triple Sleipnir, double Signable, double Scalpel, and double Jaguar of Essence. Goodness,
Space
Starfleet. What do we
Madness.
have on Space Madness?
Space Madness, Orcruses, Claymores, and they're going to have to run away so fast, okay? The of Essence are warping at 0, the Sleipnir, and the Cinnables as well. Oh no, the Cinnables actually at around 30 kilometers, Sleipnir's at front. Space Madness needs to play us quite well because they're going to get rushed immediately. So I do think that Space Madness obviously have the advantage at the beginning, but there's a lot of damage on on the of Essence team. You can see the damage bar, the attack bar is a lot bigger than Space Madness. So like they definitely have more potential DPS, but will they be able to apply it?
Yeah, and it does look like Of Essence has chosen to bring a larger control bar than Space Madness, so we will see how that plays out. If they do end up rushing, which it does like Of Essence is throwing themselves towards Space Madness, with the Jaguars being the first to hit. Webs on both one of the Orthrus and the Osprey. We will see if they manage to keep that Osprey alive, though it looks like they're trading for a signable. The signable of Lyda Aramis goes down.
Essence throwing the Jaguars in at the beginning, trying to get the tackle immediately, which is the correct thing to do. Scrammed on the Orthrus and the Osprey to get those down, but the Cinnables, they don't have much tanks, so they're very easy to kill. So great target calling from Space Magnus. Get those quick DPS ships off the grid, and then maybe look to get rid of probably the Scalpels at this point because they need to get the Lodges down. If they try and go for a DPS race and they don't get the Logi frigs down of Essence, they're gonna have a big problem in the end. And now we're seeing the Osprey taking damage for Space Madness. Definitely, it's a race against time for Space Madness.
It does look like Of Essence was splitting their damage at one point, but it looks like they have gotten everything back on the Osprey of Shavala Undari. Now, does that mean that they might trade for the opposite Logi? We will see. Space Madness, if they play this right, hopefully, they can take out the opposite Logi and have a nice clean fight. As the Orthrus of Calrissian Lando starts taking damage, the Loki of Imantis Triber of Essence looks like they're trying to make that trade. Is it worth it in the long run? We will see.
I mean, realizing that they can't kill the scalpel, they're going for the other scalpel now. It's finally got TPs on Echo. The previous target was West, and they didn't have TPs on him, and he didn't die. And now he's got TPs and Echoes. They need to get these scalpels down, otherwise they're not going to win this game. Second Orpheus about to go down as well. They're running out of DPS, and they need to get him down right now.
Yeah, Echo is managing to catch reps from West, which means that I mean they're going to be able to support each other. It's if they can break them, if they can manage to keep the DPS and or um, control to break them. Of Essence using quite a bit more of their control bar, while of Space Madness is using their full little tiny control bar. But we will see as the Claymore of Aiton Rude is go ahead and pointed and scrammed. Sir Furbag is going down. Looks like he is in hull for their Orthrus as are trying to keep him alive, but it's not going to happen.
Orpheus down now for Space Madness, not looking good for them. That's a lot of their all the Orpheuses are super good for killing the scalpels and stuff, but if they're all down, it's not looking too good for Space Madness. I mean, anything can happen. We never know, but I'm not too sure. I do think that Of Essence probably have this in the bag. They've still got two Sleipnirs. They've got a Loki. They still have their Logi. I mean, it looks like they're going to be a clean sweep for them at the moment, or whilst losing two Cinnables. I mean, at this point, the Cinnables were basically just a sacrifice just to get on top of some stuff and get tackle. But I
Oh,
do
yeah.
think that Space Man's team is kind of lacking any sort of screening whatsoever, and it really hurt them so hard. The Jaggers went straight in with the Cinnables. Good call from them to get the Cinnables down. But I think after that they kind of faltered, and they should have immediately tried and get the Scalpels down.
I would agree, and it does look like they attempted to get one of the scalpels. They did manage to clear the armor off of one, um, but at this point, with the 3 Orthers down, plus the Logi of Space Madness, they are really gonna have to fight to try and go ahead and take things down. Plus, they took out one of their claymore of Essence took out one of Space Madness's claymores. Um, at this point, they are losing their already small control bar, and we will see if Of Essence manages to pull this away. The 3 Jackdaws, I would hope would be able to maybe at least clear a Jaguar, clear a Scalpel. They might be able to make up the point difference if they get the small stuff and maybe one of the bigger ships, but we'll see how it balances out.
Thing is, the Navy Drake is about to go down. The Claymore is tackled as well. The problem is that they still have the Jaggers on grid and the Loki, and that's a huge problem for them. If they want to try and cut this out and win, I'll be interested to go back and watch it again because it's a good call to get the symbols down. The two Jaguars are kind of a difficult target at the beginning because they can use their assault damage control and probably just survive for a bit longer. But I'm just surprised because the first scalpel they shot at wasn't TP'd. You saw the second scalpel now that they shot
Mhm.
was TP'd, went into structure. I just feel like if they had the TP on the first one they shot, this might have been a different game. And it's so important that you apply your TPs in these matches to the target, whatever the SE is calling, because sometimes, if you get to, even if it's just one or two, that could be the match deciding moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think maybe the application or target calling um, might have either they might have gotten confused. Maybe they got confused. Maybe it just wasn't clear. Um, However, I do think that there were some actions that if I went back and looked at it a little bit further, um, like had more time, rather given how short we are working as the Claymore of Space Madness is fighting jams and fighting to stay alive. But he is taking damage and is going into armor. Um, that Jaguar of Dax Starrunner is fighting to stay alive as well, but he is getting reps from the scalpel as the Aris Victorisphere Claymore goes down.
I mean, losing game's not a problem. Reset. Reset after when you lose a game. It's fine. Get back into it. You can still come back. After this match. But a really good play from Of Essence. I mean, super simple setup as well. You literally just burn straight in and get tackle immediately. Can be a bit of a risky one because obviously you're sacrificing. Of Essence are sacrificing projection for high mobility and damage. But it'll be interesting to see what the analysts on the desk say for this match. So we'll send it back to them.
Of Essence there with a solid W over Space Madness. Rest in pepperoni all of your points. So, Ali, Of Essence there fighting undermanned, 8 against 10. I'm saying 8 because those two symbols were both gone by about 30 seconds into the match. So essentially, they didn't really count. They didn't really do anything. A very well played match by Of Essence. It looked like the Space Bandits team were in a commanding position, killing 2 ships in 30 seconds or so. But the play from Of Essence, like I want to shout out the 2 Jaguars, for example, doing a great job. Whenever you saw a primary almost about to go down, one of the Jags would peel off and be tackling the next one, so the team would move coordinatedly between the different targets. It was just well executed, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. That is, if you're a team and you're wondering how do I fly rush, watch this match, watch Of Essence. Ideally, you don't get 2 of your Cinnables deleted first thing, but honestly, it sometimes that does happen. Like in a rush matchup, especially in a rush mirror, both you and your opponent are trying to just kill ships as soon as possible. So you're going to lose ships, and if you lose ships, that's fine as long as you just keep executing well. One of the big difference makers that we see in Rush is how effectively a team is able to switch targets. So one primary goes down, how much time do you lose going on the next? I think we can contrast what you just said, Overload, about the Jaguars that were always lining up the next target, and the rest of the team was moving in the correct direction. With the switch onto the scalpels from Space Madness, where they had the target, they knew who they wanted to shoot. They wanted to shoot the scalpel, but they did not get the target painters on it. They did not get everything applying in perfect sync, and they fell behind on tempo. So they were ahead, killing 2 ships for nothing, lost a lot of time on the scalpel, and Of Essence just overall out executed them in that matchup.
Yeah. Now, moderator, do you think, other than going for that scalpel, once it became clear that they were on the back foot, do you think there was still a way for Space Madness to kind of pull it back, or was that the crux moment? Like that's where the timelines diverged, the winning timeline and the losing timeline.
I think that's where the Doctor Strange said that you're actually going to lose to Thanos at that point. So you kind of missed that there for not killing the scalpel. Another thing that we noticed was some of the Orthruses were shooting. It looked like EM missiles into a lot of ships that have Minmatar Tech 2 resists, which are infamously perfect against fighting their natural enemy, the um, Amar, which shoot EM. So maybe shoot kinetic against the Minmatar ships or explosive. It's far better than having to do anything like the worst possible damage type that you could have had. I really liked actually the call of the Cinnaballs to go in. You have to either commit the Jegs or you have to commit the Cinnaballs very early on to absorb the brunt of the Orthrus clips. And what they were able to do with that time was they held down an Orthrus and they held down the Osprey. So while the Orthruses were reloading after they killed the 2, ships. They got on top of the Osprey, so you trade Logi for no Logi, and you kill essentially an Orthrus for 2 Cinnables. I'm happy to take that trade. What it also means, though, is your Jags are still alive, and they're the ones that are even faster, and that's what you have to do in a gun rush versus a missile rush. The gun rushes have to be able to isolate individual targets and then break off and kill things and already have something caught ahead of time. Otherwise, the missile kite will just spread in a ball away from you, and you'll be rushing one ship after another. We even see that with Armageddons, in these sort of setups where they catch like one thing in an armor setup, and then these drone ships run away. It's just a core tenet of good tournament play. You have to have something caught already to go to ahead of time if you really want to take the win.
Awesome. Yes. Now, this is our next match coming up is our last match of the day. This has been day one of the feeders. There's been some great matches so far. Especially shout out to teams like UA Fleet taking an unexpected win over White Squall. We've seen some really fantastic play from a bunch of different teams, bringing interesting comps, doing some incredible piloting. I'm looking forward to, of course, a bunch more matches tomorrow. And there are more teams tomorrow as well. We'll see, for the first time, we'll see teams like Goonswarm Federation as they go up against Sedition. We'll see Snuffed Out coming back against Laserhawks. We'll see Bright Side of Death going up against Paper Numbers. There's some big names we're going to see tomorrow. And then we start to get into the promote and elimination matches here in the feeder rounds. We see teams like Meta Reloaded going up against Seker Matar. We see UA Fleets. They're going to go up against Barcode. Are they going to do another upset win and secure their place in Alliance Tournament 21? Moderator says no, but Moderator says a lot of things, and half the time he's muted. So we're never really sure. We're also going to see NERV going up against Evasive Maneuvering. I think that's going to be a fantastic match. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm going to press the button and get the thing up. But our last match of the day, we can look at the bans for that one. It's No Need, Loose Face versus Space Violence. Let's see the bans for that one. All right, so we have the Armageddon Navy issue, the Zarmaz, the Abaddon, the Barghest, the Loki, and the Dominics. Ali, what do you think of these bans? Barghest is an interesting one.
Yeah, we saw the Barghests. I would say they weren't very successful, but honestly, that was because they faced another very good team. Um, yeah, so the Zarmaz, Armageddon, those are both very, and Dominic's, those are all very strong armor ships. Space Violence, they're looking to ban out some of the possible triple battleship setups. We've seen triple Dominic's. We haven't seen triple Abaddon yet, but we've seen it before in other Alliance tournaments. It's a mainstay. And with Zarmaz, those battleships would be much harder to kill. Or any other battleships that would be much harder to kill. The Armageddon Navy issue, Barghest, Loki, the Armageddon Navy issue and the Loki are both very strong ships in their archetypes. The Barghest is a little bit of a wild card. I don't know if they're worried about that kind of armor kiting setup that we saw earlier, or maybe some sort of amped up shield kite. But clearly they've seen something and they don't want to see it again.
I agree with that one. And moderator, any further thoughts from you on these bans here? I think the Armageddon Navy issue might be a popular ban. They seem to be very powerful so far in this tournament.
Yeah, so the only ban here that really jumps out to me as a question mark is the Barghest. So a little earlier, I was talking about how it had been good historically. To your point, there was a time where it was point reduced. It's now to a space where it's been very, very good historically, but over time, it's become more and more and more expensive, and now it costs 50 points. You can't really make it be worth it for 50 points unless it's a flagship. And even now, there are better flagship options than the Barghest. We saw this last year. We're going to see it again. It's a ban that just to me was wasted, frankly. There's better opportunities for things to ban if you really don't like seeing kite comps. There are better bans if you don't like armor. There are control bans you can make. Get rid of tracking or guidance disruption. Get rid of damps. Get rid of something that can actually lock you down and shut you out, as opposed to a Barghest that the other team's probably not even going to fly.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at the times, the first 2 rounds were done in around 20 seconds each round, and then they suddenly sat and thought for nearly 2 minutes before they did those Barghest bans. So I'm wondering if they just weren't prepared for the Abaddon's arm combo ban and kind of had to really discuss what they wanted to do. But I mean, we'll find out. As we mentioned, the Zenithaf is still available. So will someone field it? Who knows? We will know. In fact, we know right now. I can tell you that they are fielding one. So we can head over to the arena for the very last time. I'm going to press the button. I think this is going to be an interesting one. There we go. Thank you very much, production. Once again, stellar job. All right, and for the last time for the day, handing over to Starfleet Commander and Rose Alari Imahara.
From space madness to space violence. And we're definitely going to see a lot of that in this match. Welcome back to the arena for the last match of the day. No Need, Lose Face versus Space Violence. And we've got some Raven Navy issue and a Sleipnirs on grid for Space Violence. What do No Need, Lose Face have?
Looks like they have brought a Cenotaph. Double Nighthawk and double Kieran with double Jackdaws. We see boost go up and the counter timer going down. I am curious to see how they will utilize this Cenotaph, if they will kite it, what the plan is here, because that is a fun ship we don't see too much of.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a top Raven. I'm just checking the missiles at the moment, but I'll come back to that because they're right on top of each other, so the damage is going to be landing immediately. Scram on the Serb right now, Web and Scram on the Sleipnir as well. We're going to see damage on the Kirin as well. Almost literally going to go straight down for the No Lead Lose Face team. Now the Sleipnir taking loads of damage from Space Violence. It's going to DPS is pushing straight through, and he goes down as well. I mean, this is the trading is happening so fast. Second Kirin about to go down as well. Nighthawk as well from Jaw taking a lot of damage. Kieran as well. I mean, Rose, things are dying so
Yeah,
fast.
that Sleipnir was dotted as soon as that clock went available, and they are here. They are showing they are ready to play. As the second Sleipnir, while they're trying to catch his reps, also looks like he's going down. That Cenotaph is putting in some work.
Second Sleipnir goes down as well. The damage is so fast. Noli Lose Face just chewing through Space Violence a complete comp. Just going through the reps, no need to even bother going. The Serb go down as well. Sleipnir about to go down as well. I mean, this is a huge DPS race. Good option for Space Violence. Need to go for the Nighthawk, get some battle cruisers down because they're losing theirs super fast. Sleipnir is holding on, but taking chunks of structure. The Nighthawk does go down. I mean, Noli Lose Face still on the lead right now, but Space Violence can still bring this back.
They can, they still have both of their Logi, so they are managing to keep that Sleipnir alive. They have both of their T1 Logi. Looks like they are pouring their little hearts out into it. While it does look like No Need Lose Face is trying to control that Navy Raven as they throw some darts in it from that Cenotaph. It does look like they're also trying to web that Sleipnir and still trying to finish it off. Even though he is still managing to capture ups, he is slowly going through his shield. We will see if they can manage to hold him. However, it does look like he's going down.
It's still all to play for right now. Nighthawk about to go down for No Lose Face. I mean, they still have, so Space Violence still have their Bantams. Super important. They still get Logifrigs. Nighthawk does go down. No Lose Face do have the Stern Tap as well. And Onyx and Navy Caracal. Navy Caracal is tackled. Massive, massive mistake from them. They still got the Jackdaws alive. They can try and get the Raven down. He is dying, straight into armor, going into structure. I mean, this is going backwards and forwards. An amazing match. Navy Raven of Jarry X about to go down. If he does go down, this is huge for No Lead Lose Face. They can probably carry the game from here.
Yeah, that Cenotaph is not playing nice. They are using it to its full advantage at this point. Having used it to take down all three Sleipnirs, or all three Sleipnirs and the Navy Raven, they have done their research and made sure that the person flying it knows how to fly it correctly. He is a wrecking ball in the house of space violence. However, they have their broadsword, they have triple sepals left, and they still have their Logi. No Lose Face does not have their Logi, and they lose their Navy Caracol. So we will see if they continue to go back and forth. Space Violence currently needs 18 points to be able to claim victory.
I mean,
At this point, if everything stays alive, but they have to get there in those points.
game is not over yet. I don't think Space Violence still in it to win it. I think Jackdaw is webbed. They need to get the Jackdaws down to save the Bantams. But the Sweeples, they still got 3 Sweeples. He's about to go down as well. They need to try and get on and trade some stuff. The Cenotaph of Raiden doing a fantastic job this game. Jackdaw does go down. I still think Space Violence can claw this back, get the other Jackdaw down, go for the Onyx. They're both Hicks are definitely scamming each other right now. But I think Space Violence might take this one, even though the broadsword is in half shields. They still have 3 Sweeples left, which is plenty of DPS, and they've got 2 Bantams. So they can do the space violence. They've got to be very careful. Onyx now, I think, is the target for them, and then try and get the cenotaph down.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that even now, if they can keep the broadsword alive, that's going to be a huge thing for them to consider. And if they can keep their bantams from getting jammed, which it does look like they are currently being jammed. One of them is currently being jammed and darted by the cenotaph, as space violence is trying to take down No Need Loose Face. They're trying to take down their Onyx of no, not Alvin, and they're managing to make it work. As he goes down, they do trade it for their broadsword though. So this is a 1-point game. There's 3 Civ Pool versus 1 Cenotaph. The difference here is space violence still has their logi.
Space violence, bring it back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely amazing play. Still got 3 Sweepers alive and 2 Bantams. What the hell is going on in this game? I thought it's been going backwards and forwards. I mean, absolutely amazing plays from Space Violence. I mean, I don't think Raiden, I mean, he's been carrying the game at the beginning, but I just don't think he can do it all on his own now. He's trying to go for the Bantams with the web and scramming it, but I just don't think it's enough to kill them at this point. I mean, this game, from the beginning, everything dying so quickly, and it just comes down to the end, and the support wing of space violence absolutely holding on strong throughout the whole game and bringing it back. Amazing playing from the Bantams, I think, as well, and the Steeples. Look, basically, we've got to say that Jackdaws and Steeples, Tech 3 Destroyers, super important in the tournament setting. Lots of damage, really good tackle, and you can see here they survive to the end and get the win.
I mean, I really think that No Need Loose Face did make a mistake not going after the logi. Um, However, we still have the Seafpools trying to nos pointed and webbed out that cenotaph. Um, this is a 1-point game. They still have time. Um, I do not think the cenotaph will be able to hold on. No Need Loose Face did a fantastic job with what they had. Space Violence, though, they came prepared to remove No Need Loose Face's face in utter violence. They are here. They are showing that they are here to play, and they're totally ready. All right, and as that last ship blows up, we'll send it back to the desk for the final review of this last match, and then on from there.
Space Violence taking the victory over No Need Loose Face. It looked like it was going to go the other way for quite some time, but then it really just started to fall apart for No Need Loose Face. It ended up with that solo Zenithaf just there by himself, trying to see if he could kill a couple of T3Ds. But T3Ds, they do a lot of damage. Moderator, talk to me a little bit about the Sweeples.
So Swiples are making a comeback, and you can kind of tell in these rush comps who was playing back in the Alliance Open era of about 5 years ago and who wasn't. One of the core things that we learned in that era of rushes is that you have to kill the Swiples before you really try to kill the entire Sleipnir core. And that's for the very simple reason that Sleipnirs have the ancillary shield booster. Yes, they're weak to the kinetic hole that Nighthawks are locked to, but the Swiples just have so little HP compared to the Sleipnir that the ratio of how much damage they put out for the amount of tank you have to chew through is just far more efficient for the amount of time it will take. So you have to do that mental calculation in your head. Okay, we have an Onyx, we can lock things down. We have to chew through the Swiples first and then the Sleipnirs. That's the difference right here in a 1-point match between No Need Lose Face winning and losing. And sometimes when the game is a game of inches, that's the entire difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, and we saw Ali some perhaps maybe suboptimal play on the Zenithaf. I don't want to be too mean, but we saw primarily the breacher pod being put on the primary and not really spread around. We saw what looked like a couple of misses. It is quite difficult. The range is extremely short, and the breacher pod moves very slowly. So you really have to be right in next to them. And if they're moving too fast in the wrong direction, it is easy to just whiff it off into poor Vanguard clones, just off into the deep dark somewhere. As they just get sent off into space. But I mean, like, would that have made a huge difference, do you think, for No Need Lose Face if he'd be able to spread the dots around a little bit more?
I think it really would have helped. So the thing with the dots is it deals a percentage of your hit points up to a certain value of hit points per tick. So it scales with the size of the ship. And having flown logistics against these, it's really freaking annoying when 5 of your pilots are all keying up on comms to say that they are taking damage. Especially because you have to ignore like 4 of them. And so you key up, you have dots spread across the whole team, and then not only are you stressing out the poor logistics pilot, but it means that when you're ready to switch targets, your target is sort of pre-softened up for you. And your target may not even realize that they're being shot because they just got so used to, okay, my shield's dropping, I'm ignoring it, I'm ignoring it, I'm ignoring it. And then you look up and you're like, oh crap, no, I'm being red boxed, I'm being shot, and then you're dead. So it really would have helped, but did not seem to have happened.
Indeed. Well, that is day one of Alliance Tournament feeder rounds in the books. But of course, they are far from over. We have seen explosions, we've seen upsets, and we've seen teams proving just how far they're willing to go for their shot at glory. But of course, the story is not finished yet. Tomorrow, 1500 Eve time, we're going to light up the grid once again with more battles, more wrecks, and more chances for legends to be made. Until then, fly dangerously, and we'll see you back in the arena tomorrow.